Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 495 Human Bloodline, Zero System. Kira, Aslan, have you tried it? Yang Hui asked Kira and Aslan. In Yang Hui's opinion, even if Kira and Aslan were newcomers, they would not be much weaker than Yasim and others. They could not beat the top combat power, but they should be able to beat Dor and others in the second echelon. There are wins and losses. Kira and Aslan felt a little ashamed. Although they were gentle people, they also had a sense of pride deep in their bones. After all, they were the top trump cards in their own world. Except for the four outsiders Yang Hui, Setsuna, Lyle, and Tiria, there was no one stronger than them. But now they have lost to many people. It is impossible to say that they are not hit. It's already very good. Yang Hui patted the shoulders of the two and comforted them. Come on, since you have chosen to come here, then keep going on this road unswervingly. Yes, I know. By the way, Yang Hui, what's wrong? Kira's shy look made Yang Hui confused. That, after coming to Promise Fortress and being fixed in age, can you still have children? Huh? Yang Hui was confused by Kira's question, but soon realized that this was a very important question. Kira must be asking about Frey. His age has been fixed, and he can't abandon his wife and the child who is about to be born. Even if there is no Frey, will Yang Hui and Wong and others never have children? There is no rush now, but 100 years later? 1,000 years later? Not only Yang Hui and Wong and other lovers, but also more and more members of Promise Fortress in the future. Falling in love over time is not a joke, and there are also situations such as fighting side by side and relying on each other for life and death. It is normal for comradeship to eventually turn into love. What should they do? For example, Durandal and Talia. Memphis, how do we solve this problem? They can give birth normally, but after breaking through the A level and transforming their life essence, the possibility of giving birth to new life will decrease, unless both parties have undergone the transformation of their life essence. After the newborn is born, it is assumed to be a fixed member of the Promise Fortress. It will grow up with age until it reaches the specified fixed age and automatically stops and remains. Oh, that's good. Kira was relieved, but Yang Hui frowned. Apart from upgrading the pilot level, is there any other way to transform the life essence? This question was mainly raised for Wong and others. Among Yang Hui's lovers, except Yolin, they are not Ms. Pilots. Yes, for example, Wang Li Noriega's tactical forecaster, Wang Limui's logistics, and spy, Malulamia's and Natal Bakalu's captain, Lakis Klein's singer, and politician, all can undergo the transformation of life essence, which is the same as the improvement of pilot level. Bloodline, professional ability and talent. Yes, it seems that we need to solve the bloodline problem for them. Commander, you are in a misunderstanding. What do you mean? Yang Hui was surprised. This was the first time that Memphis took the initiative to point out the error in his thinking. Humans are a kind of bloodline. This. Not to mention Memphis's proactive reminder, Memphis's answer also surprised Yang Hui, but it was also a problem he had always ignored. Because of his past life memories, in his understanding, the so-called bloodline refers to special bloodlines such as Transformers, New Humans, and Adjusters, thus ignoring the human bloodline they originally possessed, which is also the starting point of all bloodlines. Let's put it this way, whether it is Transformers, New Humans, Adjusters, X-Rounders, etc., or telekinetics and festum factors, in the super system, the roots are all humans, or they all exist with humans as carriers. So, humans themselves are a kind of bloodline. This may seem unimportant, but it is very important, because these special bloodlines are not available to just anyone. Take Transformer as an example. In a high concentration and high purity GN particle environment, everyone has the opportunity to transform into a Transformer, but this is just a chance. Not everyone has this opportunity. In the original plot, decades after the battle with ELS ended, only 40% of the population were Transformers, which can prove this point. Therefore, in the future, most of the members of Promise Fortress will definitely not have these special bloodlines, so Will these people never be able to advance to A level or even higher S level in their lifetime? Thank you, Mephis, for ignoring this important fact. I am the AI assisting the commander. This is my duty. Are you really just an AI? Insufficient authority, haha. I feel like this is a universal excuse. Yang Hui shook his head and smiled bitterly, then asked, then how can human bloodlines be improved? Forget it. Halfway through the question, Yang Hui gave up. The question about bloodline before was insufficient authority, and now he would definitely get the same answer, so there was no need to continue asking. However, Yang Hui believed that this answer would eventually be solved as his authority was upgraded. Maybe with good luck, someone would, wait, research blood. Durandal, it looks like you're going to be busy. Yang Hui felt for the first time that it was really great to have Durandal as a companion. Why? Durandal is a top expert in genetics. Isn't the so-called blood just genetic knowledge? You are really a black-hearted entrepreneur. Durandal, who was named, smiled bitterly. He had just arrived and was about to return to the Gundam seed world. After all, the Earth Federation had just been established and there were countless government affairs to deal with. As the speaker, Yang Hui was a mascot, and as one of the vice speakers, he would naturally be tired for a while. But now, Yang Hui immediately assigned him a new job, and it was obvious that he had a huge workload. Even a donkey would be exhausted if he used it this way. No, I don't seem to be tired now, right? What is that? Die and live, live and die. Question mark. You guys can make some adjustments. After all, the research of bloodline factors is more important than government affairs, and it's up to you. Durandal sighed, knowing that he couldn't refuse this job. Is there a place? The institute now has 5 laboratories. You can arrange the equipment inside by yourself. I'll leave one room for you to study bloodline factors. Okay, I'll go to the institute first. Let's go together. It just so happens that I'm going to the institute too. Now the resources are abundant and some things can be unlocked. As soon as these words came out, many people's eyes lit up. Original solar furnace. And that's right. I want to go. Others were just surprised, especially Setsuna, Lyle, and Tieria. Without the original solar furnace, they always felt that their bodies were incomplete, even if it was a replacement pseudo-solar furnace. But they would not go with them, because they didn't understand research. They just had to wait for their bodies to be reinstalled with the original solar furnace. Others also wanted to go with them, such as Fleet, who was one of the researchers, but they didn't say anything. They just had to follow silently. But Luo jumped up excitedly. He was a mechanical fan. He was very interested in any technology he had not come into contact with. After seeing the simulated solar furnace, he was even more eager and obsessed with the existence of the original solar furnace. You are here. Yang Hui was surprised to see Luo jumping out of the crowd. He really didn't see Luo in the crowd just now. I was in the simulation cabin just now. By the way, Yang Hui, can the simulation cabin be disassembled? I want to study what kind of technology can achieve 100% realistic simulated combat. Oh, well, this is very Luo. When he encounters a new technology, he can't stop being excited. It's a pity that it can't be disassembled. Yang Hui spread his hands and replied. This simulation cabin is the same as the black technology such as medical cabin and emergency escape device. They are all benefits provided by Promise Fortress. It is not clear whether it can be analyzed in the future, but now, forget it. It is no longer in the same dimension. Okay. After a little disappointment, Luo cheered up again, then let's go to the Research Institute. I can't wait to see the new science and technology. Yang Hui's mouth twitched, but he still handed the simulation training to Graham and took a group of people to the Research Institute. The main gains this time are Gundamium alloy, Zero System, and this. Fleet opened the tree diagram display of the Research Institute and pointed out the biggest gains from the Gundam W world. Gundamium alloy is a very excellent material. Its hardness is not inferior to carbon, and its flexibility and plasticity are stronger. In terms of physical defense, it can already compete with PS armor and VPS armor. Zero System is one of the most distinctive specialties of the Gundam W world. The full name is Zoning and Emotional Range Omitted System. The head of the machine is loaded with various sensors and the Zero System calculation unit that connects them at a very high density. At this time, the driver will be integrated with a machine, seeing, hearing, and perceiving the same information. It will analyze and predict the development of various situations, and then directly transmit the corresponding results of various options to the passenger's brains. In short, it will inform the driver in advance of the method of winning. This prediction is basically for the purpose of winning at the tactical level. In order to win, it will even choose a plan that causes the death or injury of passengers. To put it bluntly, it ignores the conditions and emotions of the passengers and prioritizes winning. This system also includes high-performance feedback skills in the cockpit, which can not only check the life activities of various parts of the driver's brain, but also stimulate them in turn. For example, by checking the driver's physiological state, it can alleviate or block the transmission of stimulation signals such as impact and overweight generated by the MIS during maneuvering or movement, so that the driver can continue to control the body in an environment that exceeds the human body's tolerance limit. But this is also a very dangerous system, because it will predict the enemy's movements or any flow on the battlefield to inform the driver, including what consequences any action of the driver will bring, and even the way of death can be predicted to the driver. Because the huge amount of prediction data will cause huge mental pressure on the driver without strong mental strength and courage to not fear death cannot bear the Zero system at all. Chapter 496, Restarting the Original Solar Furnace Project. In the eyes of Fleet and others, the Zero system is a very powerful system. Although it is a double-edged sword that hurts the enemy and oneself, as long as it is in the hands of the right person, it will definitely become the most terrifying weapon to kill the enemy. But in Yang Hui's view, the Zero system is dispensable, and even the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. The disadvantages of the Zero system are not only that it will turn people with weak will into fools, but also that its goal is only to win the battle. As long as it can win, even friendly forces can be excluded, which Yang Hui cannot accept. As a qualified commander, one should not regard his companions and subordinates as sacrifices for victory, but win the war while ensuring that as many people as possible survive. Moreover, experienced ace pilots can also predict the best response method that suits the current situation, and even special bloodlines such as X-Rounder and New Humans also have certain predictive sensing abilities. So the Zero system really doesn't have much effect in Yang Hui's view. The last harvest is the MD system, Mobile Doll, which is an unmanned MIS developed by OZ. It is controlled by a computer. Since there is no human driver, it can usually exert excellent combat capabilities and execute the instructions issued by the system more accurately. Its reaction speed is several times that of human-driven MIS. Some models can also import the operation data of excellent pilots, making the body move like those excellent pilots. However, since MD completely follows the program, it has essential defects in the changing battle situation. This technology is also dispensable and has both advantages and disadvantages. It is just that this technology is more important than the Zero system, because this technology has no restrictions on personnel use and has higher research value. The MD system is the basic program of artificial intelligence AI. At present, it can only act according to computer programs, which is very limited, but if we continue to study it, we can complete real intelligent AI, and drones equipped with intelligent AI will be very powerful. Memphis, I'm going to have brothers and sisters, and the Promise Fortress has already included these three most important technologies. Except for the Zero system, which is a specialty and has no branch extension, the Gundam Mother Alloy and MD system both have extension technologies, but Memphis, what's going on? Why are the options on the technology tree ? That's right, unlike other technologies, if they are not lit up, they are gray, but you can still see the outline of the picture, but the extension technology of Gundam Alloy and MD system is a ? And it can't be opened. The extension technology of these two technologies does not exist in the Gundam W world, but is related to other worlds. If you want to unlock the extension technology, you must go to the corresponding world to unlock it. The commander can also study it by himself, and then it will be included in the Promise Fortress. I understand. Yang Hui didn't know what the extension of MD system was, but he could still guess the extension technology of Gundam Alloy. Isn't it the Gundam Alloy Greek letter Alpha, Gundam Alloy Greek letter Gamma and other technologies in the UC era? High hardness, strong heat resistance, strong corrosion resistance, radiation insulation, excellent material for MIS armor. Judging from the technology tree of the Research Institute, The Gundam W World's Gundam alloy should be below the performance of the Luna titanium alloy, that is, Gundam alloy Greek letter alpha. Well, the future is promising. Let's go to the laboratory to unlock the original solar furnace first. Yang Hui said. Yang Hui had already mastered the theoretical knowledge of the original solar furnace. It was not difficult to unlock it through research. In this way, 2/3 of the materials can be saved. The LV-5 Research Institute has 5 laboratories. The first laboratory is the MIS Research Laboratory, which specializes in various MIS technologies. The second laboratory is the Battleship Research Laboratory, which specializes in various battleship technologies. The third laboratory was originally idle because there was no project that required special research. Now it is handed over to Durandal as an exclusive research laboratory for bloodline factors. There are 2 idle laboratories. Yang Hui plans to use one as an exclusive laboratory for intelligent AI, which is an extended research of the MD system. The other is an exclusive research laboratory for decisive weapons. Although decisive weapons can be used without use, no one can ignore its role. Let's not talk about how powerful it is. Take the distance of the Gundam seed world, the Genesis facing the face of the Earth. If there were no Yang Hui and others, and no screenwriters' favorite sons like Kira and Atherin, imagine, would the Earth Union have any chance? Of course, the decisive battle weapons mentioned here are not just nuclear bombs and nuclear weapons like the Genesis. The Lagrimas Fortress cannon of the Gundam Age world, the Requiem of the Gundam Seed world, the Moonlight cannon of the Gundam D world, and the flashlight of the UC era, all belong to the decisive battle weapons. Even if these weapons are not used, the deterrent power can play an important role. Arriving at the first laboratory, the top researchers of the Gundam Age world gathered here are working in full swing. I've told you this won't work. Why won't you listen? Humph. Practice makes perfect. How do you know if it works if you don't try? Try? We'll die if we try. Fortunately, this is a research institute in Promise Fortress, so we can be completely isolated. Otherwise, we would have been blown up along with this laboratory. I only took this into consideration before. Bullshit. You're obviously just getting carried away. But didn't you agree to this project? Are you trying to shirk responsibility now that it has failed? Yes, we did agree. Improving the maximum threshold and stable operation of nuclear engines are projects worthy of research, but can't we take it slow? What's the point of breaking through the threshold all at once? Is the engine a bomb? Well, they were arguing endlessly. It seemed that a project had failed, and then they started arguing, and they didn't notice someone coming to the laboratory. Ahem. Yang Hui. You're here. Madonna and the others were having a headache. When they saw Yang Hui coming, they pulled him over and were sandwiched between 2 groups of people. You come and judge? Who is right? Yes. Sir Yang Hui, you come and judge? Oh. Yang Hui's mouth twitched. Although he had just analyzed the whole process of the incident from listening, but he was also an outsider. He was pulled over to judge before he had time to confirm the details. Isn't this putting him on the fire? However, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he immediately thought of a way to deal with it. That's right, it's to divert attention. Put those little things aside for now. There are more important things to do now. And sure enough, Yang Hui's prestige is still very high. If they were researchers, they could discuss various projects equally, but now it is obvious that as the commander of the Promise Fortress, that is, their superior, no one dared to continue arguing. They all held their breath and waited for Yang Hui's next words. Have you mastered the basic theories of the original solar furnace and GN particles? Already mastered them. And although they had only been in Promise Fortress for less than half a month, all the researchers present were definitely top scientists. It was no problem to learn the basic theories in textbooks in half a month. Okay, change the equipment and start building the original solar furnace. Really? Everyone was surprised. As scientists, after learning the basic theories of the original solar furnace and GN particles, no one was not excited. This was a completely cross-century invention. However, due to insufficient materials, even if it could be built, it would not be included in the research institute, and they could not conduct detailed in-depth research on the existence of the solar furnace and GN particles. Yang Hui's restarting of this project at this time means that the technology of the original solar furnace has reached the conditions for inclusion, and the real object will soon appear before their eyes. Yes. Great. Hurry up. Rearrange the experimental environment of the original solar furnace. Who put this heavy crane here? It's in the way. Move it away. It's you. Sorry, I forgot. I'll cancel it right away. The construction of the supergravity environment. Damn, this is not my professional field. Who can do it? Hurry up and build it. I'll do it. For the original solar furnace and GN particles, I went to learn it. Half-baked, go away. The supplies are free. It's really free, because you can't buy them even if you have money. Let me do it, Uncle Madonna will be my deputy. Looking at the passionate but chaotic researchers, Yang Hui had no choice but to do it himself. After all, he was the one who knew the original solar furnace and GN particles best among all of them. Okay. You order. Although it was a bit regrettable that he couldn't see the birth of the original solar furnace in his hands, there was nothing he could do about it. Who told them not to be professional enough? Soon, under Yang Hui's command, the production environment of the original solar furnace was built, and the entire first laboratory was transformed. This is really convenient. Dillinger, who is also a researcher, saw the whole process of rebuilding a new environment inside the laboratory, and couldn't help but marvel and was also surprised. With just a thought, you can arrange your own laboratory as you like, and you can immediately have the most advanced research equipment, and there are perfect protection measures. This is definitely the laboratory that all scientists dream of. Promise Fortress is a magical place, isn't it? Cruz chuckled. That's right. Dillinger and Cruz are both people with strong psychological qualities, but after seeing all kinds of new and incomprehensible things, they are still amazed, and at the same time they are looking forward to their future life more and more. It's time to start. Yes, Yang Hui and others have done all the preparations. The researchers held their breath and watched Yang Hui's operation. Countless emerald green particles appeared with a small ball of light and filled the entire laboratory. Chapter 497, Terrifying Consumption. Under countless burning gazes, in the center of the laboratory, a complete original solar furnace appeared in everyone's eyes, floating in the isolation cover. Because of the control of the solar furnace, the flying GN particles were much lighter, but the whole laboratory was still filled with green light. The color of love. Funny JPG, the solar furnace is operating normally. GN particles are spreading normally. The output is steadily increasing and is about to reach the threshold. Reach the threshold. The output power is stable. And the experiment has been declared successful so far, and the original solar furnace can be unlocked. Looking at the amount of materials needed to unlock the original solar furnace with research results, although it still looks shocking, but looking at the amount of materials now, well, good. Very good. Very good. After unlocking the original solar furnace without hesitation, Yang Hui did not leave the laboratory immediately, but continued to work on the twin drive system. No, it should be said that it is a multi-furnace joint frequency system. Although the twin drive system can still increase the output power of the solar furnace by a factor of 2, wouldn't it be better if a few more solar furnaces could be added to operate in joint frequency? Yang Hui, I just checked the production price of the solar furnace. During the experiment, seeing that Yang Hui was free, Cruz came up. Is the situation bad? Seeing Cruz's expression was not very good, Yang Hui's eyes twitched. Very bad. Cruz smiled bitterly. He was originally a person who could hold a big killer, but the result disappointed him. With the amount of resources we have now, the original solar furnace can only build 10 at most. So few. Yang Hui's brows were also deeply frowned. After unlocking the solar furnace technology, the amount of materials is still very abundant. Even the Killen class main carrier designed by him can produce 2 reorganized fleets, excluding Ms. after comprehensive transformation and upgrading, and the original solar furnace can only produce 10. Don't think that 10 units are not a small number, but think about how many Ms. pilots Promise Fortress has now. There is no large-scale conscription in Promise Fortress now, which means that those who can come to Promise Fortress are all ace elites from 2 worlds, so it is reasonable for each person to have an original solar furnace. There are only 10 units now, and they are 10 units without any reserve materials, which is not enough for distribution. Yang Hui will definitely need 2 units, after all, he is a pure transformer, and the original solar furnace can bring great improvement to Yang Hui. T-Area must also have 1 unit, because T-Area is a artificial transformer. Although he has not awakened to the original transformer, the GN particles have also improved him a lot. And Setsuna must also have 2 units, which means that the quota for 5 units has been taken away. Who will get the remaining 5 units? To be honest, Yang Hui even doubted whether taking Setsuna away hindered Setsuna's awakening. Although there were more battles after going to various worlds, without the environment of GN particles, no matter how Setsuna exploded, he could not be determined to become a pure transformer. Moreover, Yang Hui always felt that his existence would suppress the growth of others. After all, his combat power was too strong, and he was qualified to be called a one-man army in the ordinary real world. The stronger he is, the less pressure his teammates will have. With less pressure, there will be no chance to explode in desperate situations. Therefore, Yang Hui felt that he could not always lead the same team to complete the mission, but constantly change teammates. His role was to be a guide. After guiding the newcomers who entered the mission world for the first time to complete the first mission, he could no longer continue to form a team with them. What's wrong? Nothing. Yang Hui shook his head and cleared up the trouble. This idea was a waste of his time. After all, he could not sweep everything in every mission. For example, if he was alone in the Festum encountered in the Gundam seed world, he would probably have been killed. Moreover, Force is not omnipotent. So far, all missions are not completed by Force alone. Let's use the Gundam seed world as an example. No matter how strong Yang Hui is, can he withstand Genesis, nuclear bombs, and Requiem? He can destroy a reorganized fleet alone, but what about 5 or 10? If it were not for the existence of companions, they would not have had the good situation later if they had made arrangements in orbit in advance, made long-term plans in advance, and had companions to carry out together. Every mission world and every mission are full of hidden crises. This crisis is not necessarily a battle, but it is also likely that many battlefields will appear at the same time. So everyone has experienced trials and tribulations and has grown up. Yang Hui's thinking is unnecessary. What should we do now? Should we produce the original solar furnace? Cruz knew that Yang Hui was worried, but Yang Hui did not say it or ask. If he should know, Yang Hui would take the initiative to tell him. Now he just needs to do what he should do. 5 now, 2 for me, 1 for Tieria, and 2 for Setsuna. Setsuna. Yang Hui and Tieria need the original solar furnace. Cruz can understand that they are both transformers. The original solar furnace and pure GN particles have amplified them, but Setsuna is not a transformer. Why does he need the original solar furnace? And 2 of them? Yes, he has the potential. Are you sure? Sure. I see. Well, there is also the modification and upgrading of a machine, and the design of a special machine. You can ask Isaac and Jiggis if they have any special requirements for their own machines. No problem, I think they will be very happy. Cruz chuckled. He didn't know Jiggis, Zhang Wufi and Noin, but he was very familiar with Isaac and Diego, especially Isaac. He got the most advanced dual Gundam at the beginning, and then drove it to fight all over the country. He was absolutely elite and ace. However, with the technological iteration, the performance of the dual Gundam has not kept up with the times. In the second battle of Arkanduvi, the performance of the Freedom Gundam, Justice Gundam, Providence Gundam, Rebirth Gundam, and Covenant Gundam is comparable to that of the 5 Gundams in the X series, and the performance of the Zaku Warrior and Zaku Phantom that appeared later exceeded the performance of the 5 Gundams in the X series. Otherwise Isaac and Diego would not have replaced the Zaku Warrior and Zaku Phantom as their own machines. It must be mentioned here that the Rebirth Gundam and the Covenant Gundam were sealed by the terminal after Diego and Nicole returned to Zaft with their machines after the second battle of Arkanduvi, so Zaft was unable to get these 2 machines, and they are still sealed in the terminal until now. Although it has not been said directly, Cruz knows his former subordinates very well, and he should be very unwilling, right? For Miss Pilots, a dedicated machine that belongs to them is not only power and status, but also honor. Flit, you come and help, and Uncle Madonna, after Cruz has finished his request, we will each lead a team to design a special machine. Most of the researchers present were researchers. It was no problem for them to study a certain project, but it was still a bit difficult to ask them to design a special machine that was suitable for ace driving. Flit and Madonna were the top Miss Craftsmen in the Gundam Age world and had the ability to design special machines. No problem. X2 The 2 people who were named nodded in response. And Luo, please go back to Orb and pick up Director Simmons and the professor. They are also experts in this field. No problem. Luo gave a thumbs up. He not only had to pick up Erica Simmons and the professor, but also Yamabuki Juri, Liam Caffel and Captain GG. These were all his companions, and he would not abandon them. By the way, there are also the people from Giant Serpent's Tail. Although Kong Yun accepted Yang Hui's long-term commission on the surface, Luo knew Kong Yun. The passion hidden deep in Kong Yun's heart was ignited. He was also looking forward to the life of going to the infinite world to perform missions, so his companions would naturally be brought along. As for the danger, he had already understood that not all regular members of the Promise Fortress had to go to the mission world to perform dangerous missions. They could also become staff members of the fortress like Emily, Yunoya, Romilly and others. Without further ado, Luo immediately set out to return to the Gundam seed world. The others also dispersed and performed their own work. The research team continued the research on multi-furnace frequency linkage. Yang Hui returned to the commander's special room in the central hall, opened the commander's exclusive terminal, recorded the mission process of more than 10 years in the Gundam seed world, and made evaluations and summaries. This is the work that everyone who enters the mission world to perform a mission must do. This is a process of checking for omissions and filing gaps. Afterwards, summarize all your actions, find out what you did not do well and avoid them in future missions. At the same time, this is also a precious data. These summaries will be uploaded to the main database, and there is no permission. Everyone can read it. In this way, even those who have never performed a mission can obtain enough reference materials before going to the mission world for the first time, and will not be confused when performing the first mission. Done. About half an hour later, Yang Hui finished his work and lay on the backrest with some fatigue. He did not return to Promise Fortress. Even if he gave himself a holiday, he could not completely relax. At this time, a pair of jade hands quietly placed on Yang Hui's temples from behind, and the warm fingers gently pressed. Thank you for your hard work. Well, I can finally relax. Sorry for waiting, Yulin. No. Yulin, who continued to massage Yang Hui to relax, shook her head. Did you forget? No matter how long you stay in the mission world, I only have 7 days in Promise Fortress. I know, I mean. Yang Hui suddenly turned around and pulled Princess Yulin directly, then walked towards the bedroom. I mean, I've been waiting for a long time, Yulin. Chapter 498 The Importance of the Class System. 3 hours later, Yang Hui simply stood in front of the French window in his pajamas, overlooking the entire Promise Fortress from above. Feeling someone approaching from behind, Yang Hui turned around and gently embraced her delicate body in his arms. Why don't you rest for a while? I'm not that delicate. Yulin responded softly, her face rosy, beautiful and charming, but her slender legs were a little weak. It was the first time that Yang Hui saw Yulin being so strong, so he directly picked her up with both hands and put her back on the bed to lie down. You should rest for a while. I'm really fine, I still have to go. Your legs are weak in front of Fram and the others. Although Yulin's shy appearance made little Yang Hui regain his vigor, he was worried that Yulin's body could not bear it, so he held back and covered her with a quilt before changing clothes. Speaking of which, Wang and the others took care of Yulin, but they also hurt Yulin badly. They thought that they had accompanied Yang Hui for a long time in the Gundam seed world, so they gave the opportunity to Yulin who stayed in Promise Fortress. They had good intentions, but they did bad things. They ignored Yang Hui's combat power. He was not inferior to 5 people. How could Yulin be his opponent? It seems that Yulin can't get out of bed for the time being. Leaving the room, they happened to meet Wang, who was smiling. Your tactical forecast is wrong again. Okay, this time I only analyzed people's hearts, but ignored the actual conditions. Really didn't mean it. Faced with Yang Hui's playful smile, Wang was embarrassed. His eyes were erratic. No. Really not. No. Well, I believe it. Yang Hui. Hey. Don't do it. I said I believe it. Oops. Everyone's requirements for the special machine, sorry, they have all been collected. Yang Hui looked at Cruz with a face full of resentment. Did he just smile? Did he smile? He must have smiled. Fleet and the others also had twitching facial expressions, with their mouth corners slightly upturned several times, but they immediately calmed down, and then repeated. Hey, laugh if you want to. You have also had this day. You deserve it. Cruz had a silent and playful smile on his face, and Fleet and the others laughed loudly, gloating and feeling refreshed at the same time. Yang Hui was helpless, and it was no wonder that Cruz and the others were there. His ears were now red, and the outline was 2 circles larger than normal, and the left side was tilted clockwise, and the right side was tilted counterclockwise. Wang, tell me why the directions of your 2 hands are completely opposite. Question mark. Yang Hui also lamented that women are creatures in all the worlds, the only strangest but the most terrifying creatures. You say she is strong, she can't even twist the bottle cap, but if you say she is weak, she can directly flip your head. For example, Wang, as an intelligence forecaster, her physical fitness is a weakness, and it is even more impossible to be better than Yang Hui, the changer. But when a special switch was activated, she kept Yang Hui's ears alive without breaking the skin or bleeding, and displaced them. Why don't you go for treatment? Fleet asked with a smile. The medical conditions of Promise Fortress can grow back your missing arms and legs, not to mention this weird ear displacement. Huh? Wait? Weird? It's good to change the style. Yang Hui said against his will, but drugs don't believe this. The 3 words unwilling are already written on his face. Miss Wang doesn't want to be treated, right? Cruz pointed out the truth. Yang Hui stared with dead fish eyes. It's enough to know about this kind of thing, why say it out? Your divine will is missing a few screws. Oh, that's really scary. Cruz spread his hands in a panic, not taking it seriously at all. Playing is playing, joking is joking, but when it comes to serious matters, Yang Hui still can't do such a thing. Okay, let's take a look at the list and see what requirements are written. Cruz nodded and transferred the list he collected to everyone's pad. When they opened it, Yang Hui, Flit, Madonna, Erica Simmons, and the professor all showed a relaxed expression. Fortunately, there are no excessive requirements. Although they said they were asking for requirements, there was nothing special. Most of them said the positioning of a machine, such as high mobility, heavy firepower, close combat specialization, balance between long and short distances, etc. For example, Isaac and Diego, their requirements for special machines are basically carved out according to the molds of Duel and Storm, and Gigas only needs high mobility, high power close combat, and long-range weapons. Isn't this a combination of Abby and Gundam and Tarukas? Zhang Wufei has a special liking for the pair of fire-breathing dragon heads and beam trident of the 2-headed dragon Gundam, so he can just modify the original body. Just use the template, add the pseudo-solar furnace, the new high-energy deuterium engine, phantom particles and other technologies, and then configure the weapons according to their requirements. Fleet suggested. Okay, make the test machine first, then let them test it, and then make further adjustments. No problem. Although it was divided into 5 groups, the design of the test machine was still very simple. It didn't take much time to complete it, and then it was handed over to the production line for production. The trouble is that after the test machine is manufactured, it needs to be adjusted according to the pilot's driving situation. Many data that need to be fine-tuned are still very troublesome. While waiting for the test machine to be produced, Yang Hui left the laboratory with Fleet and Cruz. Yang Hui and Fleet are different from Madonna, Erica Simmons, and the professor. The latter are just researchers and can treat the laboratory as their home, while the former are still the leaders of Promise Fortress and have many things to deal with. Regarding the quota for the next mission, will it be the same as last time? Cruz asked. He had learned a lot from the conversation with the old people, including some from the Gundam Age world and some situations in Promise Fortress. He knew a thing or two about the way the team members were selected last time. I don't think it's possible. Fleet was the first to object. The last time, the core system had not been established yet, and everything was in disorder, so the decision was made hastily. Moreover, at that time, all the people in our world would not have much opinion, even if they lost the internal fight. That's right, and it wasn't that there was no balance last time. There were people from both the Federation and vegan forces, and the number difference was not big. Now there are people from 3 worlds. The 3 teams are naturally led by the old people from one world and a group of new people. Yang Hui suggested. In this case, I know what to do. Huh? X2 Yang Hui and Fleet looked at Cruz blankly. They just confirmed the plan, and Cruz already knew how to do it? Why didn't we know? And, what are you going to do with your villain expression? I'll go talk to them. No need. Yang Hui asked with a strange expression, what are you going to talk to them about? Let them know their position. No need. Yang Hui objected. Cruz's approach is not needed in Promise Fortress, at least the current Promise Fortress. There are few people now and the framework has just been built. If obvious class differences are established now, it will easily make people feel disappointed. After all, the current members may become the core backbone in the future. The class system is necessary. Only with classes can there be order. It is better to establish the class system while the framework is still being built. It is better than proposing the establishment of the class system when there are more and more people and they are getting more and more used to the current disorder. Cruz said seriously. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. When people are used to the equal existence of people around them, suddenly one day the people around them are all superior to themselves, then the habit will make him jealous and even give birth to hatred. I know the importance of the class system, and I am not against the establishment of the class system, but I think it should not be based on your words, but should be determined by rigorous methods. Yang Hui did not deny the importance of the class system, because it is the core of order, but if order is to be complete, only the class is not enough. There must be a complete promotion system, who should be in what position, and why he is in this class. So, what method do you plan to use? Cruz asked. The establishment of order cannot be completed overnight. It requires a long process, and because this process is too long, there are many forks in the road. Once you go in the wrong direction, the order that has been established with great effort will collapse. This is the plan we have discussed so far. Take a look first. Fleet passed the plan that he and Wong and others had discussed to Cruz. Cruz clicked it and took a look, and his frown relaxed. Should I say that he is worthy of being Wong? Is Fleet worthy of being the former commander-in-chief of the Federation Army in the Gundam Age world? This system is already very complete under the current conditions. Yang Hui's position is unshakable. The members of the core decision-making group will each take up the position of chief of their respective professions, and then... Strength. That's right, it's strength. It's not just about the strength of the MIS pilots, but also the professional ability of the captain and commander. Promise Fortress is not a place for playing house. Everyone here, except for researchers and Fortress employees, must participate in the battle. Strength is the basis for everyone's survival and the core factor in the development speed of Promise Fortress. People with strong strength can complete tasks better and bring greater benefits to Promise Fortress. So, is it like this in the end? Competing with each other? Cruz felt that strength as a determining factor was reasonable, but he also felt that the method was hasty. The simplest way is often the most effective way. This is also the most appropriate way now. While there are few people now, we should build a framework. With a framework and a precedent, there won't be so much resistance later. Well, that's right, but there are also special cases, such as people like Kira and Aslan. Kira and Aslan's combat power certainly cannot start from the grassroots. Special talents also need special care. This is certain. Excellent and sensible people will be treated preferentially everywhere, including God's preferential treatment. Funny JPG. You wanted to talk about yourself, right? Yang Hui raised his lips and asked Cruz with interest. I don't deny it. Cruz shrugged. He was indeed one of the special talents, a man who could deceive the whole world. Chapter 499, Fleet is floating? For special talents, they will definitely not climb up step by step from the bottom like ordinary members. Just like Cruz and Kira, the important characters in each world have excellent strength or potential, and they will also become the objects of Yang Hui and others to make friends and strive for when performing tasks. Of course. Yang Hui gave Cruz a positive answer. There are also special compromises in strict order. This is the phenomenon that should exist in the real world. Just stubbornly implementing the so-called order is also the inducement of the destruction of order. The key lies in finding that balance point. It's right to choose you, Yang Hui. Cruz raised his mouth. Sometimes he felt that Yang Hui was stubborn. There was a better way to achieve the goal, but he was determined not to use it for some reason, but this was only when the situation was under Yang Hui's control. Compared with the task and the overall situation, Yang Hui valued his companions more, because there were countless tasks, but only one life, so when the situation was out of control and threatened the safety of his companions, he would remove the seal on himself, abandon all moral bottom lines, and do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. That's right, it's the seal. This is the seal that Yang Hui imposed on himself. As their strength grows stronger, the members of Promise Fortress all know that they will become higher-level beings than ordinary humans. Yang Hui is the one who is closest to the transformation of the essence of life and has a stronger premonition. But in his words, no matter how high I stand, I don't want to forget my human identity. The reason why I am a human being instead of a beast is because I have rationality, and the reason why I am a human being instead of a machine is because I have sensibility. The combination of sensibility and rationality is a complete human being, and the balance point between sensibility and rationality is morality and bottom line. Of course, your choice will not be wrong. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth, as if to respond to Cruz. There was a hint of madness that was not easily detected in his gentleness. I don't know if it was acting or hidden nature, which resonated with Cruz. Flit saw this and stared at Cruz with his eyes. He didn't say anything, but his meaning was very clear. I will keep an eye on you and prevent you from leading Yang Hui to do the wrong thing. Compared to Cruz, Flint knew Yang Hui better. After all, they had known each other for nearly 100 years in the Gundam Age world. Flint was very clear about Yang Hui's contradictions. The heroic glory and the crazy and cruel darkness were integrated into one, but they were also clearly separated. Flint could see that Cruz was a madman, a cruel madman who could thrive in the dark. He didn't want Cruz to lead out the madness and cruelty in Yang Hui's heart. Don't be nervous, Mr. Fleet. Noticing Fleet's look, Cruz raised his hands to show that he had no intention of doing so. Although I am very interested in Yang Hui's other side, I have no intention of guiding him to change. I will keep an eye on you. Fleet was once dragged into the dark abyss of revenge. It was Yang Hui who successfully helped him walk out and became a glamorous savior. He did not want Yang Hui, who had rescued him from the sea of suffering, to be dragged into the abyss instead. He hoped that he would always be the brother who took care of him and protected him, the glorious and wise leader. Please feel free. Yang Hui looked at the scene of the two people confronting each other, but did not intervene. Instead, he was in a trance. The two people confronting each other were like Yang Hui confronting himself. He also knew his problem. The madness and cruelty in his heart had been suppressed, but suppression was not elimination. The longer it was suppressed, the more terrible it would be when it broke out. This was also why he would always make some cruel moves every time he performed a mission, using this as an outlet to vent a pent-up madness and cruelty. Okay, both of you stop it. Yang Hui rubbed his brows and asked the two to stop the confrontation. I know my problem, and I know how to control it. He is very dangerous. After saying this, Fleet turned and left, leaving Yang Hui with a headache and Cruz with a half-smile. It seems that the opposition has appeared. Cruz spread his hands to Yang Hui, and at this time Yang Hui's expression changed completely at the moment when Fleet turned and left. The gentle smile was insidious, and the arc of the corners of his mouth was satisfied. Well, it succeeded. It's not easy to deceive Fleet. If you tell him directly, I think he will be happy to accept it. No, you don't know Fleet, Cruz. Yang Hui said to Cruz, he is too stubborn. It took decades to pull him out of the abyss of hatred. That's really reliable. Cruz was not evaluating the previous Fleet, but the current Fleet, a stubborn and difficult to change upright companion. Of course, he is my brother. If the younger brother knew that this drama was led by his respected and trusted brother, how would he feel? Cruz's smile became more and more intense, and the aura of madness and danger was draped over him like a substance. So just don't let him know. Yang Hui's aura also became dangerous, and was no less powerful than Cruz's. Why? Competition. Just competition. And harmony. Wow, that's interesting. Two people who are opposed to each other become rivals, and then grow together in the process of fighting each other, and get to know each other more and more, and finally appreciate each other and become close. How about this script? It's so bloody. Oh, but it's not bad to play around a little. Then do it. To be honest, I'm looking forward to what the scene will be like when Fleet's light and your darkness merge together. Never. Are you sure? Promise Fortress doesn't need a second Yang Hui. Graham saw Fleet coming to the training room with a sour face, and stepped forward to ask, what's wrong? That man is very dangerous. Lu Cruz. Yes, indeed, he is like a cruel hunter who will do anything to get what he wants, and his eyes are always searching for prey. Yang Hui shouldn't let him come to Promise Fortress. Don't worry about this. I asked Wang and the others. Cruz is trustworthy. It's not a question of whether he is trustworthy or not. I'm afraid he will affect Yang Hui. Well? What do you mean? Do you feel it? When Yang Hui stood with Cruz, I felt that Yang Hui became more gloomy and more dangerous. Did he? Graham raised his eyebrows. He wanted to say that Yang Hui was originally a gloomy and dangerous person. Yes. Okay, you should pay attention, but don't worry too much. Yang Hui knows his limits. I'll keep an eye on him. Graham shook his head helplessly, not caring about what Fleet said. He even suspected that the reason why Fleet became like this was intentional by Yang Hui, but there was no need to point it out. Since Yang Hui had his own ideas and plans, he should not become an obstacle. This was the tacit understanding between him and Yang Hui. By the way, the framework of the system has been determined. In 2 days, all the special machines will be ready and can be implemented. Fleet said, and also asked Graham to tell others. Is it finally going to start? I can't wait. Graham said passionately. You are not participating. Why? Graham was stunned. You are second only to Yang Hui in strength, and you are the second strongest. Now this job must continue. Besides Yang Hui and me, who else can give you the satisfaction of fighting? You are participating just to fry the fish pond. I want to say. Isn't it? No, I just want to say, are you too confident? Graham looked at Fleet in surprise. He did not deny Fleet's excellence, a rare hexagonal warrior, but in terms of his driving skills alone, who gave Fleet the courage to say that he could bring Graham the satisfaction of fighting? Fleet, also, don't underestimate these newcomers, there are still a few very powerful ones among them. Arthur can't beat Cruz. Fleet, with a stinky face like a volcano erupting, Fleet found an empty simulation cabin and sat in it, and then began to practice with Arthur. This rebellious son, why did he have to lose to Cruz when there were so many people to lose to? Didn't he know that he didn't get along with him? This useless and rebellious son must be trained well. Seeing this scene, Graham smiled with satisfaction. This was also his purpose. To be honest, Fleet's performance in the Gundam W world was excellent, except for his driving. Fleet didn't know if he had completely put himself in the position of commander and neglected driving Ms. to fight, or was he a little arrogant? In Graham's opinion, in the less dangerous battles, Fleet actually made more than one mistake and was almost killed several times due to carelessness. To be honest, according to his observation, Fleet might not be able to suppress Arthur now. He originally planned to find an opportunity to arrange a fight between the father and son to reawaken Fleet's competitive spirit. Moreover, as a father, if Fleet lost to his son Arthur, his expression would definitely be very good. But these newcomers are worthy of being the protagonists of a world. Their potential is really terrifying. Graham was impressed by Kira and Aslan. The two were originally quite strong. After a certain amount of training, they were almost catching up with Setsuna, Lyle, and Tiria. Now they are definitely the first-tier combat power. It seems that I can't relax. I have to speed up. Otherwise, I will be overtaken by them. As he said, Graham also sat in the simulation cabin. His training object has always been Yang Hui's full simulation data. Only in the repeated defeats and deaths can he feel that he is growing. This is also the difference between Graham and Fleet. Fleet needs to pay attention to too many things, which may cause him to ignore the progress in a certain aspect, but Graham is a pure warrior. He only needs to pay attention to whether his combat ability is stagnant. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 500 ready to go. 2 days later, all the special machines were produced. After another day of debugging, Isaac and others finally had the special machines that they had been dreaming of. When they heard that a duel would be held to determine the number of people for the mission, they were all eager to try. How is it going? Full of fighting spirit, but now the personnel can probably be determined. Yes. In addition to determining the number of people who will participate in the mission, the purpose of the duel is to determine everyone's status and position in Promise Fortress, and the latter is the most important reason. For the former, the members of the 3 teams could actually be determined before the start. The first team is still led by Yang Hui, but except for himself, all the members have been replaced. The 9 people are Malu, Bakalulu, Cruz, Kira, Aslan, Lua, Kong Yun, Lakis and Yulin. Graham was removed from the second team, and Fleet and Gerhard continued to lead it. Isem, Fram, Waruf, and Dole were combat members, and then Jigas, Zhang Wufei, Barry Ho and Jiang Kelly joined 4 new members. The third team is led by Wang, with Setsuna, Lyle, Tieria, and Graham as combatants, and then Isaac, Shai, Diego, Hino Stanfus and Mew as 5 newcomers. Each team is composed of a commander who is capable of making suggestions, followed by combat effectiveness, and finally newcomers. The choice of newcomers is the strength mentioned earlier. Without strength, not only can they not help in carrying out tasks, but they may even drag the team back, which is not worth a loss. Wang Liumei chose to stay in Promise Fortress this time, and she plans to stay in Promise Fortress. She will not occupy the team's quota without special tasks. This is her positioning problem. She is a logistics staff. Although she is good at handling intelligence, it is unreasonable to occupy a task position that is not much now just because of intelligence. After all, intelligence work is not her own field. Yang Hui, Flit, Gerhardt, and Cruz can all do it. She has experienced the mission world once. Before there are enough places and she needs to act, she does not plan to occupy the limited quota again. The same is true for Lux. She is just experiencing the mission world with the team this time. She is also a rear-line staff, politics, morale boosting, etc. Of course, Lux also has another identity, that is, the diva. The existence of divas is underestimated. Their existence can be called a bug to some extent. It's just that Promise Fortress has not mastered the relevant technology yet, and it is impossible to bring out the power of divas. After going to a specific world and obtaining relevant technology and research, Lux may be a frequent visitor on the battlefield. Before the last day, the duel ended, and the result was not bad as expected by Yang Hui and others. The top people were indeed those who were confirmed to join the team in advance. Although others were disappointed, Yang Hui also encouraged them that there would always be cakes and opportunities, and they should not be discouraged or give up, and just keep improving themselves. Then there is the overall framework of the Promise Fortress. The top of the list is of course Commander Yang Hui, who has the highest authority. Below him are Chief of Staff Wang, Chief of Intelligence and Chief of Logistics Wang Liumei, Deputy Commander Fleet, Head of the Sanitation Department Cruz, Fleet Commander-in-Chief, and other positions are temporarily vacant. Yang Hui already has a favorite candidate. For example, the position of Fleet Commander-in-Chief must be Katie. Then below, based on the existence of military zones and ports, the fleet framework is built. The commander of the first fleet is Gerhardt, the commander of the second fleet is Malu, the commander of the third fleet is Bakalulu, the commander of the fourth fleet is Mina, the commander of the fifth fleet is Myris. Then the pilots are assigned according to their original affiliations. In addition to Yang Hui, Setsuna, Lyle, Tieria, and Graham, the pilots in the mission team will also have their own organization. After the basic framework is built, it is not as difficult to copy or fill in the empty framework as at the beginning. Is it finally starting? Calculating the time, Cruz couldn't help but tremble with excitement. He was used to the existence of Promise Fortress, but this was also the first time to go to another world, and Cruz still couldn't control the throbbing in his heart. 5 hours left. Yang Hui looked at Cruz speechlessly. No, not just Cruz, but also Malu, Bakalulu, Kira, Aslan and all the newcomers who were confirmed to participate in the next mission. 5 hours in advance, they pulled all the seniors in the team to the central hall to wait with them. Can't we start early? Cruz asked. No. Yes. Yang Hui, oh, Miss Memphis, can you not be honest at this time? Cruz knew that Yang Hui planned to delay until the last minute to start entering the mission world, but who knew that he was stabbed in the back by Memphis? Okay, I just found out about it too. Yang Hui spread his hands. He was not lying, because he had never asked this question before. After all, he had been carrying out missions in the mission world for at least 10 years. He finally returned to Promise Fortress and had a week's rest. Who would want to start the next round of missions in advance? Do you want to start the next round of missions? Wait a minute. Since you have asked, let me ask clearly, Memphis, how long is the advance deadline for the next round of missions? After completing a mission, you can start the next round of missions immediately. Okay, I know. It seems that it is quite humane, taking care of those who can't sit still. Do you want to start the next round of missions? Start it. Yang Hui wanted to say wait, but he felt the countless hot eyes behind him, and he couldn't say the words wait. Select the mission world. Gundam UC-0079, Gundam, Iron-Blooded Orphans, Super Kanan. I'll go to the UC world, and the other two worlds are up to you. Yang Hui said without hesitation. Compared with the Orphans of Mars and Super Kanan, the UC era is a bit too deep. Zeon was a flash in the pan, and the Federation was rotten to the core. However, the chaotic situation in the Federation is not something that Flit and others who don't understand the plot can handle. Moreover, the UC era is definitely the most chaotic and largest world in the real system. Not to mention that the federal government that has lasted for more than 200 years has all kinds of corruption, there are endless ambitious people, and the forces are also complicated. The federal parliament is divided into 4 factions: moderates, civilians, radicals, and aristocrats. The military is also divided into conservatives and reformists. There is also Zeon, which seems to be of one mind, but in fact, the internal conflicts are very intense. In addition to Dazzle, the simple guerrilla, relatively speaking, there is also the hot-blooded middle school boy Karma. Dejin Zabi, Jiren Zabi, and Kycilia Zabi are 3 factions. Yang Hui has thought, if the eldest son Sasro Zabi does not die, can the Zabi family be divided into 4 factions? This is just the Zabi family in power. The Zeon army below is also secretly divided into 2 factions. One faction is the diehards who support the Zabi family, and the other faction is represented by Rambaral and Mitsunaga Shin, who have missed the leadership of the Deacon family and faithfully implement the spirit of warriors. Then, the diehards who support the Zabi family can be divided into fine branches. For example, Mark B., who is loyal to Kycilia, and Eric Mansfield, who is a diehard of Jiren, are definitely not the same kind of people. And compared to the 2 worlds of the Orphans of Mars and the Super Kane, the UC era can really be called dangerous because Jiren Zabi is a psychopath. The word madman is not enough to describe his madness. For the sake of victory, he has no bottom line, poisoning the residents of the entire colony satellite, and then using the colony satellite as a giant bomb to bomb the Earth. One shot is not enough, and he plans to launch a second shot. His own biological father said to kill him and he killed him. In summary, what is this if not a mental illness? Even if Patrick Sala planned to destroy the Earth in the original trajectory, he became crazy because of his wife's death. Jiren Zabi had no signs at all. Not to mention, the 1-year war launched by Zeon, in addition to causing the world's population to drop by billions, the biggest achievement was to break the last backbone of the Federation. Therefore, the UC era is still the most complicated period of the 1-year war. It is better for Yang Hui to come in person. Yang Hui attaches great importance to this world. In terms of science and technology, Yang Hui is very interested in the Mie furnace, the psycho-sensing framework, and the SECMU system. In addition to technology, the UC era is definitely the largest talent pool in all real worlds. I won't talk about how many outstanding talents have appeared in the original story. The UC era has the most spin-off novels, comics, and games. There are a lot of trump cards in one work. Count them. Even in the ranking of the Federation and Zeon's top shooters listed in the previous life, as the absolute male protagonist of the main story, Mule ranked 2nd, and Duck was not on the list. Of course, this must be related to the fact that Duck was always targeted by Mule and left the main battlefield in the middle period to do some trouble. It seems that the situation in this world is not simple. Seeing Yang Hui made a choice without hesitation, Cruz, Flit, Gerhard and others thought about it. The scale is large, the scene is large, and it is naturally complicated. Then there is no restriction. No, despite this, but the mass-produced machines in this world are only at the level of D class, and the special machines used by elite aces are at most C class, and even the Gundam itself cannot reach B class. Yang Hui dared to say this, of course, he had a basis. The original Gundam's weapons were only beam rifles or super bazookas, and then beam swords or meteor hammers and other weapons were switched, which was very simple. There were also combinations with G-fighters and G-bulls, but the body itself did not have much to praise except for the Gundam Nim alloy Greek letter alpha. Michelin furnace miniaturization has been popularized. The real threat is the large-scale MA such as Big Zam and EMI developed by Zeon, but that's all. So the real trouble in the UC era is not on the battlefield, and you can impose certain restrictions on yourself. Is that so? What about the other worlds? Fleet asked. Yang Hui is the one who knows the situation of the 3 worlds best, so his advice is very important. You can choose to limit the mission. The technology tree of Iron-Blooded Orphans is wrong, And the beam weapon is not very useful. The armor technology must be brought back. The danger of super limit Kanan is not much, and the technology level is below average, but both worlds involve the forces of Mars. Understood. Wong and Fleet nodded. Then let's go to Iron-Blooded Orphans. Wong said. Let's go to super limit Kanan. Fleet said. Iron-Blooded Orphans, pay attention to the Tekkadan on Mars. The largest force is Gjallarhorn. Be aware of the existence of the Gundam skeleton and the sealed kinetic weapons. For super limit Kanan, be careful of the official forces of the three parties. The starting point is Handan on the moon, where 3 Kanan are hidden. You can consider obtaining the super limit system. Understood. X2 then. Mephis, enable all restrictions. Restrictions have been enabled, and then select. Complete. Gundam UC, 0079, restrictions, both the body and the battleship cannot be carried. Gundam, Iron-Blooded Orphans restrictions, the body cannot be carried. Super limit Kanan restrictions, the body cannot be carried, and the attributes are suppressed to sea level. Chapter 501 The Third Young Master of the Bister Family. UC 0079, on the outskirts of the lunar city Granada, the moon's surface looks like a bumpy surface, but deep underground, there is a huge and complex research base. After 15 years, it's finally completed. Yang Hui looked at the experimental base in front of him, covering his face helplessly. What? Shouldn't you be happy? A research base of this scale, and it also requires secrecy, 15 years to complete is beyond imagination. The person standing next to Yang Hui was not Cruz. Both of them had blonde hair, but not as long as Cruz's. Although they also exuded a dangerous aura, they were much softer and more relaxed than Cruz. It was just surprising why he had to wear sunglasses indoors. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and sneered. For a research base of this scale, under the premise of requiring the same secrecy, whether it was the Gundam U world, the Gundam Age world, or the Gundam Seed world, the construction period could be shortened to less than 10 years. The man also sneered in response, also mocking Yang Hui's greed. You turn down so many invitations from rich girls and celebrities, and you come to me right after the celebration party. You're not here to laugh at me, are you? I just came to see your progress as a collaborator. Collaborator. Yang Hui smiled and took the man to his exclusive office. Take off those damn sunglasses. No one can come in without my permission. The man sat opposite Yang Hui, hesitated for a moment, and took off his sunglasses, revealing his turquoise pupils behind the sunglasses. It's just a necessary precaution. You know my identity. So, should I call you Char? Or Casper? Just call me Char. Don't you plan to restore your identity? It's not time yet. Are you worried that I'll let it slip? Don't trust me so much? If I didn't trust you, you'd be dead. Wait until you succeed once. Speaking of Yang Hui and Char's fate, it started when they were young. As the third young master of Anaheim Company, Yang Hui followed his elders to Earth to attend a party. He met Char and Sira, Aldesha Deacon, who were also attending the party. Although the two had different reasons, they both showed maturity that was different from that of children. Maybe it was because of the same kind of people sympathizing with each other. The two people who were incompatible at the banquet met each other, and then the fate of the two began, and Yang Hui also saved Char and Sira from danger many times. After a few times, Char and Yang Hui reached a cooperative relationship, and Yang Hui became the only person Char trusted at present. Char raised his eyebrows and did not continue the topic. It would be better to say that he was forced to do so than to say that he trusted Yang Hui. After Yang Hui revealed his true identity, he had tried to get rid of Yang Hui secretly, but as expected, all failed. Moreover, he felt that Yang Hui was a very mysterious person. He could not see his true background clearly. After failing several times, he did not dare to try again. He was also afraid that Yang Hui would reveal his identity to the Zabi family. By then, let alone getting rid of Yang Hui, he himself would not be able to survive, let alone revenge. You are lagging behind. Char changed the subject and talked about the cooperation between the two. As you can see, the research base has been built, and the rest will be quick. Isn't that the foundation? Shouldn't research take more time? Haha, I have obtained the technology of Miz a long time ago. You mean those iron cavalry? That doesn't match our deal. You mean the drowning people? Don't insult me with that, okay? Yang Hui rolled his eyes. Yang Hui would never agree that the humanoid machines that use diesel generators are Miz. Have you finished it too? The miniaturization of the Minovsky nuclear furnace. The reason why the Federation suffered a disastrous defeat in the Battle of Laum not long ago was because of the emergence of MIS, which brought about a huge change in the form of war. After the Minovsky particles are spread, they will destroy low-frequency electromagnetic radiation, such as microwaves and radio waves. Because the high charge of Minovsky particles is like a continuous electromagnetic pulse on a metal object, the particles can also interfere with the operation of electronic circuits and destroy unprotected circuits. Due to the way Minovsky particles react to other types of radiation, radar systems and long-range wireless communication systems become useless, infrared signals are reduced and their accuracy is reduced, and visible light is atomized. This is called the Minovsky effect. The discovery of the Minovsky effect has caused the ineffectiveness of traditional military equipment, the basic failure of the aiming assistance system, and the return of a large number of military weapons to physical reconnaissance, that is, seeing with the eyes. The unusable communication equipment is also extremely deadly in war. The Federation's proud battleship and artillery tactics were abolished, and the proud huge space fleet was weakened by more than 70% of its combat effectiveness. It was directly attacked by Zeon's newly established MIS troops, and it was a face-to-face output. The reason why MIS can have such a strong combat power is that in addition to the Minovsky effect, that makes the radar system and long-range wireless communication system of the warship ineffective, the miniaturization of the Minovsky furnace is also a very critical reason. Because without the output provided by the Minovsky furnace, the MIS is like a drowning person, with no mobility and flexibility at all. Don't treat the anti-aircraft firepower of the Federation fleet as a decoration. If it weren't for the existence of the Minovsky furnace that greatly improved the mobility and flexibility of the MIS would be a toy and a target of anti-aircraft firepower. Can't you have a little confidence in me? Yang Hui rolled his eyes at Char for the second time. In this world and this period, the miniaturization of the Minovsky furnace is indeed a technology that is difficult to overcome except for Dr. Minovsky himself and his proud disciple Tim Ray. But for Yang Hui, it is just a small problem. More complex technologies such as solar furnaces and GN particles can be mastered and improved in a few years, not to mention the Minovsky furnace. As long as the basic theory is learned, a technical problem of miniaturization can be solved in minutes, right? Then you are really amazing. Char's mouth curled up. Yang Hui was able to solve the miniaturization of the MIS furnace by himself, which once again demonstrated his strong strength. You know, the Federation is now in a state of panic. He originally wanted Dr. Minovsky to go into exile in the Federation to solve this problem, but was stopped by Char and others and killed Dr. Minovsky. I heard that Dr. Minovsky's student Tim Ray is now in charge, but the progress is also very slow. It's my honor, Lieutenant, Red Comet, Char Aznable. It seems that your information is also outdated. I am now a major. Then I have to congratulate you. Yang Hui smiled and shrugged. Char's military rank has no meaning, because no matter how high his rank is, he dare not show too much. If he just drives a MIS, he is just a warrior in name only. To say that he is a warrior is to flatter him. With his Abbey family's style of doing things, the so-called warriors are actually chess pieces that can be discarded at any time. So, what are your preparations? Char suddenly put away his smile and asked Yang Hui seriously. Almost everything is ready, except for one thing. Does that thing really exist? Of course, it's the treasure of the Vist family. But I don't think anyone would care about that thing. Yes, it's just a stone tablet. Those people certainly won't care. No, they still care, but they all want to destroy it. Then you still. But in your hands, it's different. At least it has a name, right? Char was silent, unable to object to Yang Hui's statement. He had an identity, but still lacked a name. Otherwise, his plan could only be revenge, which was just a personal act and could not inherit his father's will. This was also the change that happened after meeting Yang Hui. Killing the people of the Zabi family was the simplest revenge, and it was the easiest revenge for Char and the Zabi family. He wanted to inherit his father's will, rebuild the Republic of Zeon, let the people of the Zabi family watch everything they did come to nothing, and then let them die in despair. This is the best revenge. If Char wants to get to this point, he needs a name, not only his own identity, but also the thing provided by Yang Hui. The name of the identity can split Zeon, and the name of the thing can make the Federation dare not easily attack him. Then, if the Republic of Zeon wants to go long-term, it needs another very important thing, that is, a strong military force, and this is also one of the contents of his cooperation with Yang Hui. Not enough. My people have achieved considerable results in the Federation, and they will be a help when the plan reaches that stage. Not enough. The Federation's confident fleet has been crippled in the Battle of Loum. Although there is a development plan for Ms., it is still too slow, especially since I heard that the Federation has lost its will to fight, and Xi'an will soon send people to Earth to negotiate. Then, the Federation's will to fight has been rekindled. Calculate the time. Yang Hui looked at the date and raised the corners of his mouth. The pillar is about to return, enough to support the Federation's blue sky that is about to collapse. You mean him? Yes. Do you have other people inside Xi'an? Do you think I've been guarding an unfinished research base for the past 15 years? Okay, but it's still not enough. Look at this again, is it enough? Yang Hui turned off all the lights, leaving the room in darkness. The next second, the center of the table between the two suddenly lit up, and a holographic screen rose up. The information on it was enough to shock Char. This is it. How is it? Is it enough? Char fell into deep thought. The order Yang Hui gave him was the detailed information of the M1 heretic. Although it was only the information of one Ms., combined with the fact that he had people in both the Federation and Xi'an, and that person would be rescued by him and brought back to the Federation, then, the whole line was connected. How can you be sure that he will accept your proposal? Because he is the last backbone of the Federation. I understand. I'll wait for your good news. No problem, Char. Chapter 502 Preparation. After guessing Yang Hui's plan, Char also got a satisfactory answer. He was contentedly ready to leave Granada and return to the Xi'an mainland of Side 3. Dazzle had just sent a telegram to ask where others had gone. If he didn't go back quickly, it would make people suspicious. Is Artesia okay? Char asked Yang Hui before leaving. Even Yang Hui was now just a simple partner, just a trading relationship. The only remaining warmth was his sister. Lala hasn't appeared yet, don't worry. Of course, do you want to meet? No, can you talk more? While there's still some time now. She is now an intern at the Granada Central Hospital. The instructor is very optimistic about her. She can be converted to a full-time employee within this year. By then, she will have fulfilled her dream. Really? Char rarely showed a gentle smile, because of what he was doing now. He saw his sister many times but couldn't meet her. Char's heart was also painful, but this was also for his sister's safety. The black organization under Cassilia, the Cassilia Agency, has never stopped searching for their existence. Oh, by the way, she and Lakis are best friends, and she is also a loyal fan of Lakis. Lakis, the Diva of Peace, haha, what an ironic title. Char shook his head. Knowing Yang Hui, he naturally knew Lakis, who had been engaged to Yang Hui since childhood and married a few years ago. She was the daughter of the Earth Federation nobles and was now the most popular star in the world. Her singing was very popular among both the Federation and Xi'an people. It was said that her singing had a magical power that could calm the restless hearts. Because of her popularity, even though she had been promoting the concept of peace and was called the Diva of Peace, Jairan Zabi, who planned her speech, could not openly take action against Lakis. The Cassilia Agency did try, but it suffered continuous losses and did not get any results. It has calmed down recently. But in Char's view, in this chaotic era, the word peace has a stronger ironic meaning. Honestly, I'm surprised that you let her continue to move around outside. This is Lux's own choice, I respect her. Aren't you afraid that she'll get into an accident? Haha, I've already chopped off a lot of hands, I don't mind chopping off a few more. Yang Hui's face suddenly turned cold, and he was wearing a coat that looked like a substance, which frightened the vengeful Shura. I can't see through you. If it were so easy to be seen through, how many times would I have died? That's right, I should go. I suggest you go to Von Braun first, and then return to Side 3. Is that so? Okay. Watching Char drive away from the research base, Yang Hui did not turn around and leave, but waited for someone to arrive. The research base was built, the preparation phase was declared over, and it was time to officially enter the first phase. The members who had worked so hard to recruit before should also return to their positions. Cars arrived intermittently, and half an hour later, looking at the people gathered in front of him, Yang Hui suddenly felt proud. The original Xi'an Cyclops team, Shatana Hardy, Andy Strauss, Michael Kaminsky, Gabriel Karchia. The scapegoat for Xi'an's dirty work, Sima Karaha. The future Federation's top shooter, Dennis A.G. Young. The veteran who was still active until UC-0083, South Banninger. Starting with Blue Destiny, the future comrade of Amuro, a member of Londo Bell, Kashima Yu. This was Yang Hui's preparation. For more than a decade, Yang Hui traveled around. In addition to building good relationships with some high-level officials and companies in the Federation and Xi'an, his purpose was to form his own super team. In order to gain a higher voice in the war, he could be said to be poaching people everywhere. Among them, the 4 people in the Cyclops team had the easiest time. When Yang Hui found them, they were just mercenaries and had not been recruited by Xi'an, so he spent some money to hire them as his exclusive guards. After a while, they became familiar with each other, and Yang Hui kept fooling them and improving their treatment. After a few years, Xi'an's recruitment came as expected, but they were not tempted to leave, but continued to stay with Yang Hui. South Banninger was a veteran. Before the outbreak of the 1-year war, his military commander was a typical termite, who was determined to be stubborn and had no bottom line. He always made things difficult for upright veterans, which led to South Banninger's idea of retiring and leaving the army. It was only by seizing this opportunity that he was successfully recruited. Kashima Young and Dennis A. Young found them before they joined the army and offered generous conditions to intercept them. Sima Karaha was the only person recruited after the outbreak of the 1-year war. She carried out orders to destroy humanity without knowing it, and was wanted as a scapegoat by the military commander. She was disheartened when Yang Hui came to her before she became a space pirate. For her, the hand that Yang Hui extended to her was the dawn above the endless abyss, giving her hope. Of course, Yang Hui's list was not just these few people. With his memory of the UC world, he had a long list of trump cards, but he would first exclude some people whose personalities and styles did not match, and then exclude some people who were impossible to recruit now, such as Blue Giant, Rambalar. Even though he was now disheartened with the military upper echelons and temporarily left the army, he was still unwilling to give up Xi'an in a disheartened state. For example, Uncle Tiger Norris Barkert in the 08 Miss Team plot was a servant of the Sakhalin family and was loyal to the master of the family. Yang Hui also visited all the remaining people, but they rejected his invitation for various reasons. But it doesn't matter. The people he invited should have participated in the 1-year war now. And based on his understanding of these people, they should not be the same as those hopeless termites. There is always a chance, right? Hush, this is really amazing. While visiting the research base, which is also their home for some time in the future, Gabriel Karlasha whistled and sighed at the magnificence of the base. A base of this scale, Yang Hui, it seems that you have great ambitions. As a veteran, he discovered the unusualness of this research base when he first came. The scale alone is not what ordinary civilian companies need, not to mention the concealment and possible existence of base weapons. An old man in the family is like a treasure. Uncle Banninger, do you have any corrections? Is Anaheim going to join the war? Anaheim has already joined the war, isn't it the Iron Cavalry Squadron? When the war breaks out, who can stay out of it? Although Anaheim is only a civilian company, and its current scale is not ranked among the military enterprises in either the Federation or Xi'an, it still joined the war. Providing the Federation with the early model of the gun cannon produced by its own company, on the surface, it is just a very ordinary transaction order, which is a normal transaction behavior, but from the perspective of the country's top leaders, isn't this a move to take sides? It shows that Anaheim is on the side of the Federation in this war. That's right. Banninger didn't care too much. As a veteran, although he is political, he also has the smoothness of a veteran. Moreover, Anaheim is on the side of the Federation. His work in Anaheim can be regarded as serving the Federation. But, Yang Hui, what are you going to do? Continue to develop Ms. yourself? Young asked. If it's still those toys like the Iron Cavalry, I think it's better to give up as soon as possible. Kashima Young said. They have no experience of joining the Federation army, and their sense of belonging to the Federation is not as strong as in the original plot, but as Earthlings, they are still angry at Xi'an, at the behavior of Jiren Zabi, and at the disaster in Sydney. Why do you like to insult me with those toys? Yang Hui covered his face in depression. Is his performance so bad? Is there anything similar between that kind of idiot who only works for a position and does nothing in himself? Isn't it? Of course not. As they chatted, the group had already arrived at the conference room. After turning off the lights, They activated a holographic projection in the center. SHH, this is high-tech. The current Federation Army or Zeon Army have not popularized holographic projection technology. Some still use projectors to project on screens, and even worse, paper documents are delivered. Not bad, right? This technology has received a large order from the Federation Army, and it was placed by General Garp himself. That's really good. Everyone nodded. The key is not the size of the order, but the person who placed the order is General Garp, the highest-ranking general in the Federation Army. This shows that Yang Hui has a good relationship with General Garp. But this is not what you want us to see, right? Asked Shotana Hardy, who is about the same age as Banninger and is an experienced veteran. Okay, it seems that everyone is in a hurry. So everyone, say hello to your future vehicles. As soon as the voice fell, the detailed information of the M1 Heretic was projected again, causing everyone to exclaim. This is a Ms. Is the miniaturized mesh furnace finally completed? I'm relieved that it's not a toy. Well, just looking at the data, it is much stronger than Zeon's Zaku. The modular structure, different backpacks can be replaced according to different environments to maximize combat effectiveness. This design is great. Huh? The young people were cheering for the excellence of their future vehicles, but Banninger and Shotana, who were veterans, found problems that the young people did not find. Master, what are these positions for? Shotana enlarged the image of the M1 Heretic and pointed out several positions that were obviously inconsistent and vacant. Boss, these positions are obviously additional weapons, said Andy Strauss, who has a lively personality. No, it's not additional armament. As the deputy captain, the equally experienced Mikhail Kaminsky also found something wrong. These positions are not suitable for additional armament because the direction and position are not suitable for weapons. Misha said so too, so there must be a problem. Andy smiled. The three veterans in the team all felt that there was a problem, that is, their knowledge was too short. Then boss, is there anything you can tell us? Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and sighed that this group of people are indeed elite, especially the three veterans, who have not driven a Ms yet, but can see the problem. Things that have not been completed yet, the space reserved in advance. Chapter 503, Anaheim on the decline. Oh? It seems that the boss has prepared Christmas gifts for us as usual. Andy smiled happily. Of course, but this year's Christmas will be early. Get ready. I will finish this thing as soon as possible. As he spoke, Yang Hui's face showed excitement, but there was a hint of danger. Something that can make you show such an expression must be some kind of extraordinary existence. Banninger grinned. The veteran has been with Yang Hui for several years and naturally has some understanding. This young man is very good to his own people. His image outside is also a gentle and jade-like nobleman, but in fact, he hides danger and cruelty that ordinary people do not have. It must be. Yang Hui said proudly, and there was still half a sentence left to say, because the completion of the pseudo-solar furnace and the appearance of GN particles in this world will once again raise the status of Ms., the form of war will change again, and the importance of Minovsky particles will be greatly reduced. When will the body be built? Zotana asked. They are all good things, but if they are not built, they are nothing, right? Your machines will be ready within 2 months. Then we can still take a 2-month break? Spare me. My body is almost rusty. Gabriel complained. Others were fine. The Cyclops team was originally mercenaries. After being recruited by Yang Hui, they mostly served as bodyguards. There were no combat missions, which made people who were used to fighting in battlefields itch. I pay you so much, and you just want to take a break? What are you dreaming of? Yang Hui laughed and scolded. But the boss has never given us interesting tasks. Apart from escorting, we just take a break. Gabriel spread his hands. Don't worry, I won't let you idle. Although the machine is not built, the simulation training system has been completed. Oh? It seems that I can have a little fun. Not only Gabriel, but others also smiled with satisfaction. They are all warriors, so they are naturally interested in powerful weapons like Ms. Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable if they can only look at it but not touch it? Although it is just a simulation training, it can also relieve the unbearable excitement. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Yang Hui smiled and said nothing. He hoped that they could keep their excitement. Yang Hui had prepared Kira, an excellent instructor for them. He hoped that they could keep their mentality. After the meeting, everyone went to the simulation training room together. Yang Hui also returned to his room and began to sort out the next plan. After he gets it, we will return to Earth together and attend Cardi's birthday party. I don't know if that gossip will go back. It's really unlucky, but I hope the old man can give the thing to me, otherwise. Thinking of this, a fierce light flashed in Yang Hui's eyes. To be honest, if it weren't for the cooperative relationship with Char, the original text of the Universal Century Charter was really not that important in Yang Hui's eyes. At least there was no possibility of subverting the Federation. Even if it was made public, what would it matter? The new humans have always been a minority group. Even if they hold some more important positions, what would it matter? Aren't they still working for ordinary humans? As for being above ordinary people, there was no such a clause in the first place. Even if someone overinterpreted it, how could a few new humans do better than ordinary people who are dozens of times more than them? Moreover, the current federal government does not recognize it, so what can it do if it is announced? How many people will believe the authenticity of the original Universal Century Charter if the public opinion is manipulated to declare it false? Or how many people are willing to believe it? You must know that the relationship between natural humans and adjusters in the Gundam seed world is a reflection of the relationship between new humans and ordinary humans. At that time, it will inevitably be another war. However, it cannot subvert the Federation, but it is more useful in Char's hands. If it is a peaceful period, no matter who dares to disclose the original Universal Century Charter, they will become the enemy of the Federation, and then be wiped out in front of the Federation army. But now is a war. If Char revives the Republic of Xi'an with the original Universal Century Charter and his identity during the war, it will inevitably cause the division of Xi'an, which is a situation that the Federation is happy to see. As long as the revived Republic of Xi'an does not help the Principality of Xi'an fight the Federation will support the revival of the Republic of Xi'an. As for the threat of the Republic of Xi'an, after destroying the Principality of Xi'an, it will be easy to deal with this country that was revived with the help of the Federation. Of course, Yang Hui and Char must have considered this threat, so Yang Hui will continue to help Char and help the Principality of Xi'an obtain sufficient military power to protect itself, because the size of the space colony satellite is definitely impossible to overwhelm the Federation army. But it is enough to make the Federation army afraid and let the Federation army know that destroying the Republic of Xi'an will hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt itself by 800. Moreover, Yang Hui does not only provide military support for the Republic of Xi'an. Cruz has taken root on Earth with Aslan and Kong Yunki. He is already a member of the federal parliament and has won over many civilian and moderate members. He is considered a strong force within the Federation. But this is not enough. To control the Federation, clean up the radical ambitious people and the corrupt worms of the aristocratic faction without causing unrest in the federal government, more help is needed. For example, General Jep and General Rebel. Well, I have to have a certain status and reputation myself. When is the right time to intervene? Operation Odessa? Or Plan V? Beep beep beep. At this time, Yang Hui's pad rang, and he answered the phone. It was from his cheat brother. Where are you? A safe place. Forget it, as long as you're okay. A helpless and tired voice came from the other end of the phone. Don't worry, I'll be fine. When will I go back? 1 or 2 days in the first, I won't be late. Not together. No, I have something to do here and can't leave. Okay. In the center of Granada, on the top floor of the Anaheim Company headquarters, Cardis rubbed his swollen and painful temples after hanging up the phone. Master, are you feeling unwell? Do you need to call a doctor? The energetic young man asked with concern. Jarl Zhang is Cardis' best secretary and bodyguard. He has not been baptized by time yet, so he is a little green, his beard is not so thick, and he still has thick hair on his head. No need. I just can't guess what Yang Hui is thinking. Yang Hui's identity is indeed the third young master of the Bist family, but he is the half-brother of Cardis. While having the surname of Bist, he also uses the surname of his mother's family. He has been used to the name Yang Hui since he was a child, so he is not called Hui Bist. Master, the third young master is still young, it's normal for him to like to play. Young. Cardis was stunned, shook his head and laughed. That kid has nothing to do with youth. Huh? What do you mean? Nothing. That kid should have his own ideas. The third young master is indeed very opinionated. Well, he has been like this since he was a child. Let's talk to him when we return to Earth. Jar, have you booked the plane tickets? Already booked. Since I don't know if the third young master will return to Earth with us, I only booked 2. Good move, he won't go back with us. I see. Is there anything unusual in the board of directors recently? Nothing unusual. Since the Iron Cavalry scandal, all directors are in danger. How, a bunch of idiots who are just sitting in their positions and eating for nothing, they are so ugly that they don't know how to restrain themselves. Cardi sneered. Anaheim's confident work was bloody beaten by Zeon Zaku, with a record of 0-12, which embarrassed the Federation in Anaheim. The most important thing is that the poor performance of the early version of the gun cannon indirectly led to the death of Dr. Minovsky, which is the fundamental reason why the Federation was furious. Since then, Anaheim's position in the Federation has been declining. Several directors and subordinates who advocated the vigorous production of the early version of the gun cannon at that time were all abandoned by the Federation. In order to restore the status and reputation of Anaheim and protect the interests of the Bist family, Cardis had to take over the precarious company. Now that the evidence has been collected, do you want to replace them? Jarzang asked. No, evidence is more useful if it is not used. Oh, Anaheim is Anaheim of the Bist family. What we need is an obedient person, Jar, do you understand? Understood, Master. Jarzang bowed and replied, his tone full of loyalty. He was an orphan who was adopted by the Bist family since he was a child. He was trained as Cardis' right-hand man and was loyal to Cardis. Well, you go out. I'll call you if there's anything. Yes, Master. After Jarzang left, Cardis took out a disc from the drawer and played with it in his hands. He had read the contents of the disc a long time ago, and it was precisely because he had read them that he felt frightened. These were some technologies that Yang Hui gave him. They were all civilian technologies, but they could also be used in the military. For example, the order placed by General Jipu included holographic projection technology. It was also the technology in this disc that allowed Cardis to easily stabilize the shaky Anaheim company and regain trust in the Federation. Yang Hui, how many things are you hiding? Across the sea, on Earth, the cosmic sea, is there anything wrong with it? In Geneva, the headquarters of the Federal Parliament, Cruz had just returned home after finishing an abnormal meeting. Really, a bunch of useless people. Cruz laughed at his colleagues who had attended the meeting before. They had the great treasure of the Earth, and the foundation of the Federation was not damaged much, but some people were frightened by the results of the British operation and the Battle of Laum, and they shouted that they wanted to compromise with Xian. Kong Yun and Aslan stood behind Cruz without saying a word, perfectly fulfilling their duties as bodyguards. Aslan, tell me, what do you think? Their silence did not mean that Cruz would not ask, but as bodyguards, he did not need to participate in such topics. However, he and Yang Hui felt that these people's potential was not only in combat. If they were forced to do something else, they might get unexpected gains. Chapter 504, First Meeting with Urubir. It's rotten. This group of people must be cleaned up. Kong Yun commented. Accurate comment. Cruz said, and looked at Aslan again. What about you, Aslan? Aslan hesitated to speak. His current identity is a bodyguard, making him unsure whether he should answer Cruz's question. Looking at Aslan's hesitation, Cruz chuckled. Okay, Aslan, there are no outsiders here, and you don't have to care about the identity of a bodyguard. Yes. Aslan sighed, and still answered Cruz's question. His opinion is half right and half wrong. In fact, choosing to surrender is not just a matter of cowardice. Without the protection of the space fleet, space has become Xeon's back garden. Jiren Zabi is indeed a madman, and I am also worried that a second colony satellite will fall from overhead. Cruz was surprised, and also sighed that he was worthy of being the blood of the Seraph family. He was able to see deeper things through the surface. Go on. At the meeting, although it was the nobles who advocated surrender, neither the moderates nor the civilians stood up to oppose. The moderate style of action has always been to seek peace, and the civilians' considerations are understandable. After all, most of the deaths in Sydney were civilians. The radicals who opposed seemed tough, but they were actually weak and had no confidence. Maybe, they put their last hope on Plan V. Beautiful. Cruz applauded Aslan. Kwang Yun's evaluation was indeed accurate, but it was viewed from the perspective of a warrior and a soldier. First, a warrior should not be afraid before fighting, and second, the nobles who advocated surrender only considered their own interests. Aslan's analysis was more comprehensive. He took off his identity as a warrior and analyzed the considerations and ideas of each faction from a global perspective. This is the basis for a commander. Thank you. It's just some superficial opinions, not completely correct. Aslan said modestly. No, it's already very good, Aslan. Captain. Okay, Aslan, I'm not your captain now. Our common captain is Yang Hui. Yes. But you missed one thing, Aslan. What is it? We. Yes, our existence is the singularity of the Federation. The moderates and the civilians have shown signs of unity under our efforts, especially the civilians. They represent civilians, and the world has the most civilians. No matter which faction is in power, they have to look at the faces of civilians. So the civilians seem to have the lowest status, but in fact they are the highest. So our existence is to make the will of civilians stand on our side and become a new faction. But the civilians have no military power. First of all, every soldier has his own family. In the military structure, the largest number is grassroots soldiers and middle and lower level officers. They are not much different from civilians. In addition, their families are also labeled as civilians. This is a powerful force. And don't forget that General Rebel is also a member of the civilians. General Rebel. Wasn't he captured? He will be back soon. Understood. This is our role. Although we suffered a great defeat, Rebel is still very capable. It's just that he suffered from the loss of intelligence and technology. As long as Rebel, who has been reborn from the ashes, can take over the military power of the Federation Army, defeating Xi'an is a fait accompli, even if Xi'an has the upper hand now. Aslan and Kong Yun nodded, agreeing with Cruz's statement. Although Rebel was defeated in the Battle of Laum and was captured by Xi'an, this cannot deny Rebel's ability. Intelligence errors and technological gaps are enough to determine the outcome of a large-scale battle. After this great defeat, Rebel has realized a new form of war and knows how to fight. It is impossible for Xi'an to give Rebel another great defeat. Rescue Rebel to the Federation, and then take the opportunity to deepen the relationship with Rebel and consolidate the cooperation with the civilian faction. We can also take this opportunity to join this war. The existence of collaborators will only accelerate the demise of Xi'an. But Rebel is a defeated general. His failure almost caused the Federation to lose control of the universe. Can he still get military power? Kong Yun worriedly said. Of course, that fat guy Garp is not a pushover. He's a cunning old fox with 9 tails. I heard that General Garp has reached a deal with Anaheim. Look, just a little bit of what leaked out of Yang Hui's fingers allowed Garp to prop up Anaheim, a company that was about to collapse. If the gap between his fingers was a little bigger, V-Plan must either be completed ahead of schedule or terminated. No matter which result, the Federation will have its own misforce sooner. With the size of the Federation, I can only feel sorry for Xi'an. What about the pilot problem? The machine can be produced quickly, but it's not so easy to train pilots. Athrin asked. Yang Hui's fingers. I understand. At this point, Athrin and Kong Yun also understood that Yang Hui had already prepared everything for the Federation Army. Basic military technology is backward? I have it, cheap and affordable. Nomis? I'll help you develop it, any kind will do. No time to train pilots? Small problem, the simulation training system will be arranged in advance. One-stop service, only waiting for 5-star praise. Beep beep. Cruz picked up the pad and took a look, his mouth curled up. He arranged the itinerary. There will be a birthday party for Cardi's Pist in 10 days. All the schedules for that day will be cancelled. Understood. Yang Hui is coming to Earth. Things are getting interesting. At the research base, Yang Hui was waiting for someone until a car drove up. He knew that the person he was waiting for had arrived. He straightened his clothes and waited for the car to stop in front of him with a smile on his face. An old man who looked vicissitudes and tired, but with bright eyes, got out of the car. First meeting, General Rebel, it seems that your journey was very smooth. The person who came was General Rebel. Although he looked old because of his experience as a prisoner, Yang Hui could see the light in his eyes, which was the fire of wanting to wash away the shame and the fire of wanting revenge. Haha, I fell hard and almost couldn't stand up. Do you think it was smooth? Rebel looked at Yang Hui and said self-deprecatingly. Wrestling makes people grow. No one's journey is smooth, right? Haha, that's right. Let me introduce myself, Yang Hui. You can also call me Hui Bist, the third son of the Bist family. Jonah Ibrahim Rebel, are you the third child of the Bist family as rumored? Oh? I didn't expect General Rebel to have heard of an unknown person like me. It's really an honor. Ahem, after all, he is from the Bist family. It's normal to get attention. Rebel was embarrassed at this time. He did hear about Yang Hui, but all the news was negative, such as playboy, incompetent, extravagant, arrogant, etc. He didn't expect that the behind-the-scenes commander who rescued him from Xi'an was Yang Hui, who had a very bad impression, and Rebel's ability to judge people is not bad. He could see that Yang Hui was extraordinary after just a few words of communication. In addition, how could he have the ability to plant people inside 3, the capital of Xi'an, or people who could easily enter and exit the prison to take him away safely? If it was the power of the Bist family, it was possible, but he felt it was not. The people who sent him here showed less respect to Yang Hui than his old subordinates who had followed him for more than 10 years. This forced Rebel to take it seriously. All the rumors about the young man in front of him were false. The real situation was completely the opposite. He was a very capable and scary person. Because those negative rumors were probably spread by him. Yang Hui knew what the rumors about him that Rebel had heard were like, but he did not point them out, just smiled. Rebel's guess was not entirely correct. The negative rumors about him were not spread by him, but by his second sister who hated him very much. However, after Yang Hui knew about it, he took advantage of the situation. After all, as a member of the Bist family, he would definitely receive attention from the Federation. Acting in conjunction with the negative rumors could reduce the Federation's attention to him. Thanks to the second sister's bad intentions to do good things, the plan could go smoothly until now. Please follow me, General Rebel. The shuttle has been arranged and will depart at 0800 on Earth. I will take you directly to the Gaburo base. General Jipu is also waiting for you to return. I know. Rebel controlled his expression well and hid his surprise, because Yang Hui could still get in touch with Jipu, which was something that many large families in the Federation could not do. Following Yang Hui into the research base and taking a brief tour of the entire base, Rebel's shock was aggravated. First, the scale of this base was completely worthy of being called a fortress. Second, there was a complete production line. Although there was no finished product yet, it was not difficult to see from the components that this was a production line for Ms. Third, there were 2 huge spaces. From the capacity, the equipment arranged, and the frame being built, Rebel guessed that this was some kind of new battleship he had never seen before. Fortress, battleship, Ms. The 3 major elements of the new era of war were all there. What's wrong? General Rebel. Seeing Rebel stop and stare at him, Yang Hui asked with a smile on his face. Rebel was silent. He didn't know how to start. He had begun to suspect that Yang Hui had some terrible ambitions. He saved him and planned to use him to fulfill this ambition. Yang Hui guessed what Rebel was thinking. He waved his hand and asked the people who followed him to retreat. He ignored Rebel's side and looked at the huge space and the warships under construction. There are no outsiders here, General Rebel. Ask whatever you want. I can answer everything I can. Don't worry, General Rebel. My goals are not in conflict with yours. Being honest is more conducive to cooperation, isn't it? Chapter 505, Fighting the Eagle all day and being pecked by the eagle. If you want to use me to threaten the Federation, that's impossible. Rebel did not believe Yang Hui's honesty. The contrast between rumors and reality, plus what he saw with his own eyes at the research base, made him rank Yang Hui among the top dangerous people. Why would I use you to threaten the Federation? Yang Hui laughed. Rebel's statement was not up to standard. My eyes are not blind. This fortress hidden in Granada has enough space to accommodate battleships, Ms. production lines, Ms. and battleship prototypes that have never been seen. If there are people in Xi'an's core circle, then there must be people in the Federation. Your ambition is not small. Then what? Should I destroy Xi'an first, and then overthrow the Federation? Or should I change the dynasty in the Federation first, and then destroy Xi'an? Rebel was silent, not paying attention to Yang Hui's words, because he heard the teasing and disdain in them. That's right, it was disdain. It seemed that in Yang Hui's eyes, whether it was the Federation or Xi'an, they were not in his eyes, and he didn't even bother to own them. What do you want to do? Very simple. At this moment, although Yang Hui's expression was still casual and lazy, his tone and eyes were full of unquestionable and irresistible momentum. Clean up the corrupt Federation and eliminate the crazy Zabi. Are you satisfied with this answer, General Rebel? Rebel couldn't answer this question. Is he satisfied? It's okay. As the backbone of the Federation, he naturally knows what the current Federation is. Fortunately, the military's top General Jeep was his old friend. He and several core senior officials can control most of the military's power, which prevents the Federation from completely rotting. In Rebel's opinion, the Federation does need to be cleaned up. Then eliminate the crazy Zabi. When Rebel thinks of this Zabi, he thinks of the Zabi family, especially the madman Chiron Zabi. Those who dare to throw colony satellites at the Earth without regard for the consequences must be eliminated, and not even a cell can be left. Therefore, Yang Hui's answer actually almost completely overlaps with Ribeir's goal, but he still feels something is wrong, not because Yang Hui's words are unreliable, but he feels that Yang Hui is telling the truth, but only half of it. What is he doing this for? Power? Status? Money? Fame? Or something else? As long as you are not a psychopath, all human behavior is purposeful. Even if you wander around aimlessly, there are two purposes, killing time and finding a purpose. Is Yang Hui a psychopath? Obviously, no. So what is Yang Hui's purpose? This is crucial, and it is related to whether Ribeir will cooperate with Yang Hui and with what attitude to cooperate with Yang Hui. It seems that General Rebel still doesn't believe me. No, I do. Really. But you don't believe me. You must be hiding something, and it's very important. Shouldn't you hide this kind of thing and then investigate me secretly? You said that cooperation should be honest. He. Yang Hui was silent for a while, then shook his head and laughed. Am I aiding the enemy? Or am I being packed by the eagle all day long? These are all trivial matters, Yang Hui, I can't trust you. But we can cooperate. I mean the opportunity to cooperate. This is exactly what I'm looking forward to, General Rebel. An old man who doesn't die is a thief. Rebel is already in his 60s or 70s. He has dedicated his life to the Federation and the Federal Army. He survived the intrigues of the Federal Army and climbed to his current position step by step. He is not a naive and kind person. So after Yang Hui showed so much, if Rebel believed Yang Hui at the first time, Yang Hui would be the first one not to believe it. Either his people only rescued a fake, or Rebel said one thing on the surface and another on the back, secretly planning how to kill him. The opportunity for cooperation was the answer Yang Hui had hoped to get from the beginning. The skeptical attitude shown by Ribeir told Yang Hui that Ribeir's frankness to him was the basis for cooperation and the only sincerity that the other party could give at present. Then General Ribeir, please take a rest and change into suitable clothes. To be honest, fat people still look ugly in small-sized clothes. Hearing this, Ribeir looked down at himself, his face dark. Brat? I suspect that your people prepared clothes for me on purpose. Besides, you look weird in the uniform of a school officer. With a frown, and then a slight curl of the corners of his mouth, Ribeir shook his head and laughed. This kid really likes to speak halfway, and the content of his speech is quite jumpy, or he is alluding to something. It is difficult to understand his true thoughts. No need to rest. I've rested long enough. Rebel refused. He had been resting all the time, whether it was the time he was a prisoner or the time he returned to Granada from Side 3. Now that he had broken free, he couldn't wait any longer. Give me the latest intelligence, and the information on battleships and Ms. Huh? Yang Hui was stunned when he saw Rebel suddenly becoming familiar. General Rebel, our cooperation hasn't even begun yet. Collaborators need to be honest with each other, as you said. Ha. Yang Hui covered his face and laughed, allowing Rebel to see Yang Hui's arrogant side. General Rebel, you are indeed an excellent collaborator. Yang Hui didn't act pretentiously. After taking Rebel to the room prepared for him, he threw a data storage device directly to Rebel and asked him to see it for himself. The content was intelligence and information about battleships and Ms. The intelligence included all the latest intelligence, whether from the Federation or Xi'an. There was even a lot of confidential information that the Federation's intelligence department and Xi'an's Cassilia agency could not get. However, the information about battleships and Ms was abbreviated, so there was no need to worry about Rebel turning hostile after reading it. Moreover, Yang Hui believed that Rebel was a smart and suspicious person. Yang Hui was so generous in satisfying his request that he would suspect that Yang Hui had already prepared for him to turn hostile. He was smart and knew what was the right choice. Well, it seems that my guess was right. Xian is not a monolithic entity. Has Jiren Zabi's actions caused dissatisfaction among many people? And that young man, Red Comet, Char Aznable, is he? There was one thing that Rebel did not tell Yang Hui. On his way back to Granada from Side 3, he was actually intercepted by a Musei-class cruiser, and the leader was Char. It was reasonable that Char should have captured him back to Side 3, but he let him go abnormally. Along the way, Rebel was thinking about why Char let him go. At first, he didn't know that the person who saved him was Yang Hui's man. He suspected that it was a Federation agent or someone from the Zabi family who deliberately let him go. But he couldn't explain his encounter with Char. If it was a Federation agent, Char had no reason to let him go. If it was a Zabi family member, Char shouldn't have intercepted him. So now, he began to doubt whether the unfathomable Char and the unfathomable Yang Hui, these two young people he couldn't see through, also had some kind of cooperative relationship? Young people nowadays are really scary. After sighing, Rebel continued to view the contents of the storage device. Kirin-class battleships and M1 Heresy? Battleships are good, but miniaturized me furnace? Haha, this is a trump card that people can't refuse. Rebel smiled helplessly. At this time, he also knew the purpose of Yang Hui's generosity, to show himself and let Rebel value him, to the point where he couldn't give up. At first, Rebel thought Yang Hui was just a meticulous and ambitious man behind the scenes, good at hiding behind the scenes and controlling everything, but now Yang Hui used this information to tell Rebel that he also had the most advanced scientific research capabilities and also mastered what the Federation currently needed most. If Rebel had known Yang Hui's plan from the beginning, he might not have made any demands on Yang Hui. He had the opportunity to give up before, but now he didn't. This kid really likes to whet people's appetite. This little information is not good enough, but I don't know how the M1 Heresy series compares to the V plan. Forget it, I can only find out when I return to Earth. After reading all the information, Rebel physically destroyed the data storage device, and then changed into the Lieutenant General uniform prepared for him in advance. Looking at himself in the mirror, Rebel tore off the annoying bandage on his head and put on his hat properly. Xian, Jiren Zabi, I'm back, and your doomsday has come. At this time, Rebel's posture was much taller, and the vicissitudes and old age on his face disappeared a lot, replaced by more determination and majesty. Rebel was defeated and captured, but he came back stronger than ever. He would prove to the Federation that as long as he was there, the Federation army would not collapse, Xian would eventually be defeated, and the Zabi family would pay for their crimes. After finally making sure he was dressed properly, Rebel opened the door and left the room, but before he took a step, he paused. The voices of several young people came from the other end of the corridor. Damn it, that bastard Yamato, one day I'm going to kill him. You've said this more than a dozen times, have you ever succeeded? No, but I will definitely kill him. Give up, you can't do it. Misha is right, Kabu, Kira is really scary. Really, Kira is quite young, how can he be so powerful? I still want to know. Haha, did you see it? The expressions of the boss and Uncle Banninger when they were killed instantly by Yamato. Ha ha ha. Stop it, Kabu. Ha ha ha. I want to laugh when I mention this. Haha. This is the first time I've seen the boss show that expression, like he had pooped. X2 yes, that's it. That's it, ha ha ha. Harho? It seems like an interesting topic. I wonder if I have the honor to join. Who are you? Andy, Michael, and Gabriel, who were chatting, did not notice Rebel's approach. They were suddenly interrupting the joyful atmosphere. Gabriel, who had the worst temper, turned around angrily, and then, bang, X33 can slipped from his hands at the same time and fell to the ground, with the unfinished drinks scattered all over the floor. Chapter 506, Rebel and Cheyenne. You are General Rebel. But, why are you here? Andy, Michael and Gabriel were stunned when they saw Rebel suddenly appear in front of them. They even rubbed their eyes several times and slapped each other before they were sure that this was not a sequela of hallucination after the brutal training. Don't be nervous, I am indeed Rebel. Excuse me. X3 Although Andy, Michael and Gabriel were all mercenaries before, they only worked as bodyguards after being recruited by Yang Hui and had no contact with Rebel. But as long as they are soldiers, they will respect this legendary general of the Federation. Even most of the soldiers in the Xian army are the same. I said, don't be nervous, What were you talking about just now? Rebel asked kindly. With many years of military experience, Rebel judged that the three people in front of him were all soldiers, and they were the kind who had been on the battlefield and killed people. The initial judgment was that they were mercenaries. Moreover, they just talked about the young man with the words Kira and Yamato in their names. They should be younger than them and very powerful, which aroused Rebel's interest. The three looked at each other and chose to remain silent. Although they respected Rebel very much, this was a personal emotion and could not affect their work. I'm very sorry, General Rebel, I have nothing to say. Michael said to Rebel. They didn't know why Rebel was in this base, nor did they know that Yang Hui and Rebel might reach a cooperation, so the training content and the M1 heretics, including all the information about Kira, were confidential to them. Well, I was right, you are all excellent warriors. Rebel touched his chin and looked at the three people with resolute expressions. He was very satisfied and even moved, wanting to dig them into his hands. Sure enough, I can't hide it from your eyes. The three were not surprised that Rebel saw their identities. After all, people who have been on the battlefield have a unique temperament, and an old man like Rebel can definitely see it. Are you interested in joining the Federation Army? Rebel also adhered to the decisiveness of a soldier and went straight to the point. If there were too many twists and turns, it would make the other party disgusted. Hearing this, the three of them were stunned for a moment, and after looking at each other, their eyes became firm. Although it is our honor to receive your invitation, we refuse. It doesn't matter, there will be a chance. Huh? X3 scored twice, and the three were confused by Rebel's attitude again. They all refused, so how could there be a chance? Will he recruit them in the future? But I will still refuse. After all, Yang Hui treats them well. As for why Rebel said this, it was because he had guessed what Michael and the other two were talking about. Combined with the information of Ms., the production line of Ms., and the veterans who had fought on the battlefield, it was obviously something related to Ms. Combined with the content such as very powerful and being taught a lesson, it should be training related to Ms. Yang Hui planned to cooperate with Rebel and Jipu, but he was also building his own Ms troops and preparing battleships. This was obviously intended to join the war. Yang Hui could only choose between the Federation and Xi'an. Judging from Yang Hui's evaluation of Xi'an and the Zabi family, Xi'an was not an option, and the only one left was the Federation. Then, it is impossible to let these people stay here after training. They will definitely go to the battlefield, that is, fight with the Federal Army. As the saying goes, they are not in the same bowl, but they are on the same table. What are you talking about? Yang Hui came and was also looking for Rebel. Although Yang Hui was confident that he could get Rebel and Jipu to cooperate with him, he couldn't let Rebel wander around the base alone. First of all, there are some secrets hidden in this base that Rebel and others should not know at present. Secondly, the news that Rebel is in this base has not been made known to everyone. Don't let the security department arrest him when the time comes. It will be embarrassing. Boss. Michael and the other two saluted Yang Hui, mainly because they were nervous, and they were also afraid of leaking secrets. Relax, General Rebel is not just our guest. Yang Hui waved Michael and the other two to let them not be nervous, and he also meant something. Understood. X3, are we resting now? Yes, but we've rested enough. Go ahead. Yes. X3. After receiving the instructions, the three of them hurriedly left this place of trouble. It was still very dangerous to be sandwiched between Yang Hui and Rebel. As for Yang Hui's implication, they didn't hear it, and there was no need to hear it. It seems that you are well prepared. Rebel looked at Yang Hui with a smile on his face. Without preparation, how dare I talk about cooperation with you and General Jipu? Yang Hui smiled and didn't care. In fact, Yang Hui was already around when Rebel just interrupted, and the content of the conversation between the four people just now fell into Yang Hui's ears word for word. Very satisfied with the attitude of Michael, Andy and Gabriel, no matter what Yang Hui's plan is, they must protect confidential information without knowing it. As for the information about his formation of the Ms unit, it can be said that Yang Hui deliberately revealed it to Rebel. Properly showing his own strength is also conducive to taking the initiative in the future cooperative relationship. Won't you take me to see it? There's a chance. Okay, you're such an annoying guy. I'll take it as a compliment. It's indeed a compliment. The reason why Rebel hated Yang Hui was because he couldn't see through Yang Hui. This was a compliment. You know, there aren't many people in this world that Rebel can't see through. Then General Rebel, get ready. We're about to leave? So soon? Rebel calculated the time. It didn't seem like he had arrived at the base for long, right? It was already 0400 Earth time when you arrived. Well, it's really hard to be a prisoner. Understandable. Rebel was alone, and Yang Hui didn't have any formalities to prepare. The two of them left the base directly and went to the airport in Granada to board a private shuttle to Earth. Except for the crew members, there was no one else accompanying them. You don't have a guard? Rebel was surprised. He made such a big noise when he escaped. Both Xion and the Federation must have received the news. If his whereabouts were discovered by Xion in advance, they would be fish on the chopping board without guards, and they would be at the mercy of others. Even if there is no threat from Xion, does Yang Hui not pay attention to his own safety when he goes out? The guards are ready. Yang Hui smiled with interest, waiting for Rebel's next expression. Huh? Where are they? As the shuttle left the apron and entered the sky above Granada, Rebel also saw the guards that Yang Hui mentioned. Sure enough, his expression was very interesting. The Federation fleet. Did you contact the Federation fleet in advance? Of course, the return of the hero requires a grand ceremony, doesn't it? I still say that, you are a disgusting kid. Rebel cursed unhappily. Hero? He is now a defeated general. What kind of hero is he talking about? He is more like a bear. Thank you for your compliment. Humph. At this time, the captain came to the cabin and reported to Yang Hui, Master, the commander of the Federation fleet sent us a communication to confirm the identity of the distinguished guest. Take it. Okay. The communication was directly received in the cabin. Looking at the man on the screen, Rebel's eyes widened again. It's you. It's me. Long time no see, General Rebel. Long time no see, Cheyenne Mu. I'm glad to see you're alright. The Federation fleet that came to greet Rebel was the Second Fleet of Luna II, and its commander was Vice Admiral Cheyenne Mu, who is also known as one of the Federation's twin walls together with Rebel. When Xion was carrying out a British operation, it was the Second Fleet led by Cheyenne Mu that went to stop it, but was attacked by Miz and fell into a tough battle. Although it failed, it not only retained most of the Second Fleet's troops, but also made the landing point of the colony satellite deviate from the Federation headquarters, Gabureau, which shows its ability. In the Battle of Laum, the Second Fleet was also the first to encounter and fight with the Xion main fleet led by Dazzle Zabi, but because of his calm and cautious style, it lost the main fleet led by Dazzle Zabi and went back to defend Luna II, which also laid the groundwork for the disastrous defeat of the First Fleet led by Revel. So Cheyenne Mu felt ashamed when he met Revel, who was both his teacher and friend, again. I'm ashamed. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have suffered such an experience. No, you did a good job. If it weren't for you, the Federation would have completely lost control of the universe, and I wouldn't have had the chance to return to the Federation. Revel has always admired Cheyenne and affirmed Cheyenne's decision, because now in the universe, only the military fortress Luna II and the Second Fleet led by Cheyenne still maintain the most complete combat effectiveness, and are also the most important support for the Federation to launch a counterattack. Is this Mr. Yang Hui? Cheyenne was not hypocritical. He did not continue to admit his mistakes to Revel, but looked at Yang Hui on the side. Yes, it's our first meeting, General Cheyenne. Thank you very much for your rescue operation. You're welcome. I can't watch a great man like General Revel spend the rest of his life in a prison in Xion. The Federation still needs his leadership to defeat the brutal Zabi family. Cheyenne was silent, covering up this sentence that seemed to be a passionate speech like an angry young man, but Cheyenne heard two key points. One is that Revel leads the Federation, and the other is to defeat the Zabi family. These 2 points are actually problematic. Even if Rebel returns and can resume his position, it is not his turn to lead the Federation. Also, it is Xion that should be defeated, not just the Zabi family. However, Cheyenne did not point it out. He has been observing Rebel's expression. He can hear it, and Rebel can naturally hear it. Since Rebel didn't say anything, he would not say much. He is Rebel's loyal follower. If Rebel has an idea, he will help Rebel pave the way. Your ship is now part of the Second Fleet. Please follow the instructions to merge into the fleet array. Understood, General Cheyenne. Thank you again for your welcome and escort. It's my job. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 507, The Big Guys Gather. On the way back to Earth, Rebel never stopped chatting with Yang Hui. He wanted to get to know this young man who was hard to figure out. What do you think of the Federation and Zeon now? Zeon was just a flash in the pan. The new fighting method built around Ms. caught the Federation off guard. But when the Federation reacts, the advantage will become smaller and smaller, and it will eventually be overtaken and defeated. It seems that you think highly of the Federation. After all, the size is there. The army needs supplies, money, minerals, manpower. These are what Zeon lacks. If the things you don't have are in the hands of the enemy and you want to get them, there's only one way. Rebel's eyes flashed. Rob. That's right, Zeon is ready to attack the Earth. They have made 2 preparations. They are preparing for peace talks on the surface and preparing to land on the Earth secretly. Haha, peace talks? Now? That's not called peace talks, that's called surrender. Rebel said angrily. The key is that many people are frightened by Jiren Zabi's madness. To be honest, Jiren Zabi's Operation Britain, the crazy behavior of directly using the colony satellite as a bomb, frightened Yang Hui, who had personally experienced it. But just imagining it doesn't feel that kind of fear at all. The colony satellite like an asteroid fell from the universe to the Earth, and the feeling of powerlessness that seemed to be fighting against the natural disaster of nature with the mortal body of human beings. P.S. This refers to the situation where it has entered the atmosphere and cannot be stopped. At that time, the 8th open colony satellite Ifishu Island of Side-2 was installed with a nuclear pulse engine. It was a 32-kilometer class, actual length 40 kilometers, colony satellite with a diameter of 6.4 kilometers and a mass of nearly 600 million tons. When it fell to the ground, the destructive power could reach 3 million times that of Little Boy. Even the Federation Army headquarters, Gaburo, which was built under a solid rock layer and could survive a direct hit by a nuclear bomb, could not directly withstand it. If this is not enough to understand clearly, the 2nd and 4th Federation fleet stationed on Luna II intercepted the island of Ifesho and began to disintegrate. However, the relatively intact front half smashed the largest artificial pit in history on the east coast of Australia, causing 1/3 of the Oceania continent to be completely destroyed, and 17% sank into the Pacific Ocean. The fragments of the back half were scattered across the eastern Pacific Ocean until the North American continent, destroying 1/4 of the North American continent, and the tsunami caused by it completely destroyed the Federation Navy fleet in the Pacific Ocean and destroyed all Pan-Pacific cities. The number of direct casualties and missing persons reached 320 million, and the number of indirect casualties and missing persons caused by weather changes reached 2 billion. The ecological sequelae of this disaster, changes in the rotation angle of the Earth and abnormal atmospheric systems, lasted for several years, bringing great difficulties to the post-war reconstruction work. The natural disaster scene that looked like the destruction of the world was artificially created and could be used repeatedly, and most people would be scared to the point of weakness. Humph. Kirazabi is a lunatic. A lunatic may have some rationality and a few bottom lines, but Jiren Zabi, excuse me, it's more appropriate to call him a psychopath. That's right, but even so, we can't surrender. The Federation hasn't lost yet. If Jiren Zabi plans to use a colony satellite as a bomb again, he won't succeed. He was confident, but Revel was more expressing his passion and indignation. The only Federation army in space that remained relatively intact was Luna II, which was also struggling under the impact of the Zeon army. If Jiren Zabi planned to drop another colony satellite on Earth, it would be difficult for the Federation army, which had lost most of its space fleet and did not have a complete MIS unit, to stop him. However, Jiren Zabi will not use colony satellites as bombs in the short term. Haha, the thoughts of a psychopath are not something that normal people can figure out. I can't figure out Jiren Zabi's thoughts, but I can figure out other people's thoughts. As he spoke, Yang Hui released a piece of intelligence. This intelligence was not important, because it was a secret investigation of the Zeon Army's views on Operation Britain, but it was also important, because this intelligence could most directly understand whether the Zeon Army was united. Whether an army was united or not was directly linked to its combat effectiveness. This is, those who do evil will eventually perish, a truth that has been passed down from the era before Christ to the present day. From this information, It can be seen that there are also great differences within the Zeon army. During the Zeon Republic period, the influence left by Zeon Deacon was still strong, and many Zeon soldiers still had excellent warrior spirit. Because of the sudden death of Zeon Deacon, they were already skeptical of the Zabi family. After Jiren Zabi ordered the Zeon army to carry out several inhumane operations in succession, they were even more dissatisfied with the Zabi family. However, despite the internal disharmony, there was no chaos on the surface. After all, even if there were people born in big families among them, they did not dare to confront the Zabi family. The Rao family where Blue Star, Ramba Rao was located was the best example. The Rao family was dilapidated. Although Ramba Rao was outstanding in ability and was valued by Dazzle, he was now dismissed from the military because he was dissatisfied with the practices of the Zabi family. He could only spend his days in idleness and rely on alcohol to vent his depression, indignation and helplessness. Is it possible to win over these people? Rebel asked Yang Hui. Not to mention the attitude of being able to stick to one's heart in the big dive at, there are many well-known elite aces who are also dissatisfied with the Zabi family. If they can be pulled into the camp of the Federation and the Zabi family, the elites lost before can be replenished, and Zeon will also suffer heavy losses. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is skinny. Yang Hui shook his head at Rebel's idea, which made Rebel regretful. Impossible, General Rebel. Recruiting people? Rebel is good as Yang Hui? He started the recruiting plan so long in advance. How many people did he recruit? The Federation is okay, most of the famous people are grassroots, and the difficulty is not high. But on the Zeon side, about half of the famous people are born in Zeon's big families, and they are inseparable from the country of Zeon, so they can't be recruited. However, that's a pity. So many outstanding warriors can only struggle to survive under the oppression of Jiren Zabi. General Rebel, you have made a mistake. Huh? What is it? They are loyal to the country of Zeon, not the Zabi family. What do you mean? Yang Hui smiled and didn't say it clearly, leaving room for Rebel's imagination. Although his cooperation with the Federation can be basically confirmed, it is not yet done now, right? Char is also Yang Hui's trump card, which can be used at a more critical time to achieve better results. Seeing that Yang Hui didn't say anything, Rebel didn't ask any more questions. The old fox met the little fox, and his mind was 180. If he couldn't get an answer by asking, forcing and threatening would lead to the deterioration of the relationship, which would not be worth a loss. Master, we will enter the descending orbit soon. Contact Lieutenant General Cheyenne. Yes. Soon, Cheyenne's nervous face appeared in the projection. The main reason was that Rebel's safety was too important. The Federation army was at an absolute disadvantage in the universe, and they were afraid of being intercepted by the Zeon army. General Rebel, Mr. Yang Hui, our escort ends here. In the past few days, Cheyenne had a lot of contact and communication with Yang Hui, and found that Yang Hui was not simple. In addition, Rebel and Yang Hui had a good relationship. People of two ages were like friends regardless of age, getting along with each other on an equal footing. Thank you, Vice Admiral Cheyenne. Thank you for your hard work, Cheyenne. It is our duty. Our fleet will return to Luna 2 immediately after your ship enters the descending orbit. The universe depends on you. You must hold on until the moment of counterattack. Yes. Although Rebel did not have the right to give orders to Cheyenne now, Cheyenne was still willing to follow Rebel's instructions. Seeing that the conversation between the two was over, Yang Hui received a nod from them and gave instructions to the captain, leave the array of the second fleet and start the descent procedure. Yes, Master. In the huge fleet, the shuttle, which was very small compared to the battleship, began to descend, leaving the protection of the battleship and heading towards the Earth. Cheyenne watched the shuttle dragging a fiery figure through the atmosphere and safely entered the Earth before ordering the fleet to return. The moment of counterattack is really exciting. Thinking of what he saw and heard during the journey, Cheyenne was more confident in this war that the Federation must win. The shuttle returned to stability and normal temperature and went directly to the headquarters of the Federation Army, Gaburo, but without fanfare, it quietly landed on a hidden helipad in Gaburo and did not let everyone know that Rebel was back. Welcome back, old friend. You look good. Seeing Rebel walk out of the shuttle in high spirits, Jeep's eyes lit up. Following him to greet Rebel were Kim Corney, Haimon Jamidov, Green White, John Gulm, and Vic Hancock. This lineup was not even luxurious enough to describe. To be frank, Except for those who could not leave the base, all the top officers of the Federation Army were present. By the way, there was one person who was not there. That was Erlang, the Zeon spy who had made great contributions in executing the Rebel rescue plan and was quite trusted by Rebel. The Rebel rescue plan was no longer a drama jointly directed by Dekan Zabi and Cassilia Zabi, and he did not have the opportunity to make contributions. He was still only a brigadier general and was assigned to an unimportant position. Yang Hui, who came out later, also sighed. It was indeed Rebel. He quietly returned home, and all the top officers of the Federation Army came to greet him. This was much more impressive than a grand welcome ceremony. Well, I've gained a lot. Rabir hugged his old friend Jipu. Although their styles of doing things were completely opposite, they had a tacit understanding that others could not match. This is our great contributor, the third young master of the Bister family, Mr. Yang Hui. Jipu introduced Yang Hui to the others present after he separated from Rabir. Chapter 508 Cruises Targeted. Hearing this, the others were amazed, their eyes flashing with thoughts. They had all heard about the rumors about Yang Hui. Just like what Rabir said, the family members of the Bist family would be the focus of the federal high-level officials, even if the rumors about Yang Hui were unbearable to hear. And now, the people present were all smart and could see something, but apart from the words of praise, they said nothing else, just secretly thinking whether to contact Yang Hui? How to contact him? What can they get from him? General, thank you for the compliment. I'm just a little smart. It's not worthy of praise in front of the mainstays of the Federation. Yang Hui said modestly. It was true that he had made contributions, but he still had to remain humble in front of these people, and at the same time flatter them, which would be beneficial to his future activities in the Federal Army. No matter what path these people will take in the future, at least there are people like Jepu, Rabir, and Shyam who are suppressing them, and they can't make waves. In the future, they will contact them again, so it is necessary to maintain a good relationship on the surface. Can a little cleverness save me from Zeon? Hearing this, Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, frowned slightly, and while he couldn't understand Rebel's intention, he secretly cursed Rebel, the old fox. Everyone present could see that Yang Hui was humble, and they also knew that Yang Hui was good at saving Rebel from Zeon, but if he said it himself, it would be arrogant, mocking that he did what the big guys present couldn't do. They were all losers. Yang Hui was also very sensible and humble, leaving a good impression on everyone. Some things are enough to know, there is no need to speak out, otherwise it will be embarrassing. But, no one expected Rebel to bring this matter out separately. It's just a little cleverness. Yang Hui continued to be humble, but he couldn't let Rebel put him on the fire, which would be detrimental to his subsequent actions. Haha. Rebel smiled and said nothing, just looking at Yang Hui with a playful look. Yang Hui looked around, and he seemed to have discovered Rebel's intention. Except for Jepu who remained calm, the eyes of others looking at Yang Hui were not as hot as before. This damn old guy. Rebel was weakening Yang Hui's advantage. If he left a good impression on others at the beginning, wouldn't Yang Hui have other choices besides Rebel and Jepu? After all, the people present were not all from the same faction. Moreover, Yang Hui would have to maintain a good superficial relationship with these people in the future when he was active in the Federal Army. If he destroyed them a little now, wouldn't he need Rebel to help him communicate or even suppress them in the future? Okay, Rebel, you are so old, don't joke with young people. If Rebel is the bloody wolf in the Federal Army, then Jepu is the insidious and cunning fox. Rebel is upright and Jepu is smooth, just one is hard and the other is soft, hard and soft. This is the real double wall of the Federal Army. Let's go. Now that you're back, we have to discuss the next strategy. As for Mr. Yang Hui, then I'll leave first. Yang Hui understood what Jepu meant. He was trying to get him out. Gabro is the headquarters of the Federal Army. There are military secrets everywhere. I'm just a civilian. I won't break the rules. Taking advantage of the situation, Yang Hui had no intention of entering the Gabro base to discuss cooperation with Jepu and Rebel. There were too many people here, and some of them were hidden opponents. They couldn't know too much. Jepu also meant this, so he hinted Yang Hui to leave. This was exactly what Yang Hui wanted. Not talking right away would give others a chance. Although Yang Hui was not interested in the conservatives led by Kim Corney, Old Tofu and the future Titans, but this was also a means to increase his initiative. After watching the big guys leave, Yang Hui returned to the shuttle and asked the captain to go directly to the Vist family's manor to attend the birthday party of his cheat brother. Is everything arranged? Cruz asked Kong Yun when he returned home. Everything has been arranged, the flight tonight. What is the attitude of the Bist family? Very welcome. Haha, expected. Cruz chuckled. He is now the brightest new star in the federal parliament. At a young age, he already has a lot of say in the parliament. It is the task of all forces to befriend and win over. Naturally, the Bist family welcomes Cruz to attend Cardi's birthday party. Ms. Martha Bist. Refuse. Just hearing the name, Cruz felt disgusted. Martha Bist, the second daughter of the Bist family, Cardi's sister, Yang Hui's sister, is a feminist and an ambitious person. She plans to gain higher power and fully control the Bist family. At the same time, she also wants to squeeze into the federal parliament and become the behind-the-scenes manipulator of the federation. But to achieve this step, Martha cannot join the federal parliament herself. She chooses to seduce a member who is qualified to sit on the top, marry him, and then secretly control him. Originally, her choice was the future Speaker Ronan, the current Senator Ronan Marcinus, but the appearance of Cruz made her change her target. Martha, who is only in her 20s, inherited the good genes of the Bist family and is still very beautiful, but there are more beautiful women than her. In addition, she showed acrimony in the Bist family, and her ability and skills that did not match her ambition made Cruz very disgusted with her. I have already rejected it. That's good. From now on, as long as she invites me, no matter what the reason is, I will reject all of them. If Martha Bist's ability can make Cruz look good, he doesn't mind using it. But with Martha Bist's current ability, let alone using it, it may destroy the plan. Moreover, the Bist family already has Yang Hui, so there is no need for a second person to play the value of the Bist family. Understood. Captain. What do you want to say? Although Cruz mentioned that Aslan should stop calling him captain, the other party should be used to it, so Cruz did not force it. Martha Bister and Yang Hui don't get along well, and she may affect our plan. So, we should control her. You are worthy of it, Aslan. Cruz certainly knew that the relationship between Yang Hui and Martha Bister was like fire and water. To be precise, Martha Bister had always regarded Yang Hui as a thorn in her side, but Yang Hui didn't pay much attention to it. According to Cruz's idea, it would be best to make this disgusting woman disappear without anyone noticing. But Yang Hui stopped Cruz and told him, this woman is still valuable. Let her stir up trouble in the parliament, so that we can see more people clearly. Besides, boring and stressful life always needs a toy to entertain, right? And Aslan's approach is consistent with his personality. He is too gentle. If he wants to move her, he will directly eliminate this obstacle. Control her? It will waste people to watch her, and waste food to feed her, and he will not get any reward. I'm sorry, Captain, I didn't blame you, Aslan. A gentle Aslan is Aslan, isn't he? And your gentleness is also a very important weapon at certain times, so keep it up. Thank you very much, Captain Cruz. Okay, let's get ready to go. Yang Hui should have returned to Earth with General Rebel now. Understood. X2. On the other side, Martha Bist, who was rejected by Cruz, was furious in the room. Cruiser, this bastard. I lowered myself to invite him so many times, but he rejected me every time. He really doesn't know how to respect me. Martha Bist is proud, and she has the capital to be proud. Born in the Bist family, she grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. From childhood to adulthood, everyone around her flattered her. Her beauty when she grew up also fascinated thousands of men. Many high-ranking officials and nobles were eager to become her subordinates. But she took a fancy to Cruz, who was young, handsome, capable, and quite resourceful. Whether it was Cruz's own conditions or her ambition, Cruz was the first choice. However, when she approached Cruz with full confidence, she suffered the first Waterloo in her life. Martha Bister was not angry at the time. People with ability always have their own pride, and Cruz might be playing hard to get. He would just need to slowly train her after she got him. As for really rejecting her, Martha Bister really didn't think about it at first. She had investigated Cruz's background. He came from a small family that was not ranked in the political circle. His current status was entirely due to Cruz's own ability. His family did not give him any help. Then, as the top family in the Federation, the Bister family was what people in the political circle without background wanted most. Cruz had a desire for power, so it was impossible for her to reject the Bister family behind her. As a result, Reality slapped her in the face again. Cruz refused several times, and his attitude became more and more firm and decisive, which made Martha Bister realize the reality. Cruz was not playing hard to get, but was really not interested in her. Since we can't have it, let's destroy it. Come on. Martha Bister gave up on Cruz. At the same time, a vicious idea grew in her mind. Miss, tell Ronan Marcinus that I invite him to join me in Cardi's birthday party tomorrow. Yes. He. After the people left, Martha Bister had a gloomy and twisted smile on her face. Laulu Cruz, you forced me to do this. I will let you know what the price will be if you refuse me. The Federation and the world will surrender to me. Ho. Chapter 509. Who disgusts whom? Cardi's birthday party is tomorrow, but Cruz arrived at a nearby city tonight with Aslan and Kong Yun. Why are you here so early? Cruz and the other two arrived, and Yang Hui, who hadn't seen them for a long time, naturally wanted to see them. Of course I missed you. Cruz joked. Ugh, as expected, the effect was outstanding. Yang Hui covered his mouth with one hand and retched, and pointed at Cruz with the other hand tremblingly. You crazy man, can you be harmed by Martha and change your orientation? Don't mention that evil woman. As expected of the best teammates, neither of them lost in the skill of stabbing each other, and Yang Hui also broke Cruz's defense with a word. Haha, it seems that the evil woman really provokes you. Yang Hui said jokingly. If you hadn't told me not to touch her for the time being, I would have gotten rid of her long ago. She's still useful. You're right. Although it was hard, Cruz still admitted that Yang Hui's decision was correct. According to his observation, Martha Bister was indeed not the type who could remain pure for a man. Even when she invited Cruz, she did not stop seducing other people, and the results were not small. Several members of parliament had become Martha Bister's subordinates, including people from the 4 major factions of the parliament. Among them, there were several people who had been the targets of Cruz's solicitation. They disguised themselves very well, and even Cruz was deceived. Or, under the temptation of Martha Bister, they failed to stick to their original intentions? It doesn't matter. Anyway, these people are already on Cruz's cleanup list, and their fate is doomed. By the way, you may need to prepare a little tomorrow. Martha seems to have prepared something to disgust you. Yang Hui reminded him. He even knew that Martha Bist was petty. Cruz's rejection made her lose face. If she didn't retaliate, she would not be Martha Bist. However, she didn't have any substantial power yet. She didn't dare to do too much at Cardia's birthday party, so she could only disgust Cruz. She disgusts me? Haha. Cruz smiled indifferently. It's not that he looked down on Martha Bist. The means she could think of were not up to standard in Cruz's eyes. It was not certain who would disgust whom at that time. Anyway, Yang Hui only said that he couldn't kill her now. As long as you don't die, you can do whatever you like. It's my honor. Let's stop talking about trivial matters. Let's talk about business. I sent General Rebel back. I will secretly meet with Jepu and Rebel in 2 days to confirm the cooperation relationship with the Federation. Correction, it's the Federation Army, not the Federation. Cruz reminded him. Same, whoever holds the military power is the master of the Federation. With Rebel here, those clowns can't accomplish anything no matter how much they jump around. But as far as I know, General Jepu and General Rebel are not the same kind of people. That's their brilliance. Everyone says that the twin pillars of the Federation are Rebel and Cheyenne, but little do they know that the combination of Jepu and Rebel is the insurmountable fortress of the Federation. Just wait and see, Rebel will not only be able to return to his post, but he can even move up a step. This is the meaning of Jepu's existence. Well, it seems that I still underestimated General Jepu, this old fox. Under his roundness and cunningness, he still has such powerful fangs. You should have thought of it, otherwise he would not have been able to push the implementation of Plan V against all odds. This is my negligence. In the early stage, my attention was focused on the political circle. In order not to overdivide my energy, the army did neglect a lot. I won't tell Jepu and Rebel that you are my people. You need to contact them yourself. Understood, it should be so. The fact that Cruz is Yang Hui's man cannot be told to Robir and Jepu, nor can it be known to anyone else. They can show their friendship, but that's all. Yang Hui is about to reach a cooperative relationship with the Federal Army, and his status will become higher and higher as time goes by. If it is discovered that the most outstanding young member of the Federal Parliament is Yang Hui's man, Then, Yang Hui, the third young master of the Bist family, has a strong influence in the political circle and the military, which will make people afraid, and the result of fear is that everyone will attack him. That's it, I'll go back first. I still need to make some preparations for tomorrow's birthday party. Huh? It seems that there will be another big shot coming tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken, yes, but I just need to deal with it. The next morning, after Yang Hui finished his morning exercise, he began to contribute to Cardi's birthday party. Why are you in the kitchen? Cardis looked around but couldn't find Yang Hui. He asked many people and finally found him in the kitchen. He looked at him in surprise as he taught the chefs of the manor to prepare dishes for the banquet. Let's make your birthday party more perfect. Yang Hui took off his apron, explained a few words to the chefs, and then said to Cardis, who are you? How can you do this kind of work? Cardis lectured seriously. Man is iron, food is steel, who doesn't need to eat? Yang Hui rolled his eyes and responded unhappily. Alice. Knowing that Yang Hui would not listen to him, Cardis just sighed. Cooking is something that servants should do. What's the point of you, the master, doing it? If Martha finds out, bad rumors will spread again. Whatever, I don't need this one anyway. Yang Hui shrugged. Martha Bister had spread at least 70 or 80 scandals about Yang Hui, if not 100. And a scandal about cooking, no matter how ugly, can it be uglier than a playboy and a lover? But you've lost a face of the Bist family. Haha, then you should go talk to Martha. Alice. Cardias was very tired. His younger brothers and sisters didn't listen to him as the eldest brother, nor did they work for the family. They didn't know what they were doing all day. Today is your birthday, don't always sigh, be happy. Yang Hui patted Cardias on the shoulder and comforted him. Cardias glared at Yang Hui unhappily. He sighed and didn't even look at who caused it. But Cardias' heart was still very warm. It was not bad to be born in a big family. As the eldest son, Cardias received elite education since childhood and had almost no childhood. Moreover, because the family had too much, the family members also fought openly and secretly, and they didn't look like a family at all. Yang Hui was the most family-like family, and Cardias was also very clear that none of the scandals spread by Martha Bist were true. He also knew that his younger brother was very good since he was a child, even better than himself, but he didn't pay much attention to etiquette. If you can take over my mission, I'll be happy. Don't even think about it. Just be your head of the family. Isn't it nice to be free and easy all day long? Yang Hui slapped Cardis on the back and walked away cursing. Cardis stretched his back with a grin. It hurt. Feeling the burning pain, he thought of the storage device that Yang Hui had given him. He laughed and shook his head. Are you really free and easy? After this thought came up, it was quickly suppressed. He put on his clothes and restored the serious expression that belonged to the head of the family. He walked in the same direction as Yang Hui. Calculating the time, it was time for guests to arrive. It would be very rude for the head of the family and the protagonist of the banquet not to greet them. When they arrived at the main entrance hall, they saw Yang Hui standing at the door waiting for the guests. At the same time, Martha Bister also dressed up and went downstairs. Happy birthday, my brother. Martha. Cardis looked at Martha Bister's friendly smile, but he didn't feel any joy of receiving the blessing, because the blessing was more of disdain and sarcasm. Martha Bister saw Yang Hui and her pretty face immediately became ugly. What are you doing here? Martha Bister questioned Yang Hui with the attitude of a master to a servant. As one of the masters of this family, welcoming guests is basic etiquette. Teacher Freya taught you, have you forgotten? Facing Martha Bister's questioning, Yang Hui replied with a normal expression. Humph, every guest today is very distinguished, not just any cat or dog is qualified to welcome them. Go back to your room, you must come out today. Haha, my dear sister, I can understand that. Are you saying that my father is an old cat or dog? Yang Hui smiled slightly and fought back easily. You're talking nonsense. What a pity, Martha. As a noble you must always remain calm and elegant. It seems that you didn't learn your etiquette lessons well. You bastard. Martha. Shut up. Cardis couldn't stand it anymore. On the one hand, guests might arrive at any time, and if the brother and sister were seen arguing at the door, it would be a disgrace to the Bist family. On the other hand, Martha Bist's words made Cardis unable to listen. She was a member of the Bist family, not a shrew who cursed on the street. Cardias, how can you side with this dirty bastard? His birth has brought shame to the Bist family. Haha. Yang Hui sneered in response to Martha Bist's curse and accusation. Do you have the courage to say this before my father and my mother die? You. So, Martha, calm down, and be more elegant. Yang Hui still said to Martha Bist with a smile, as if he had never quarreled with her at all. The guests are about to arrive, and we all hope to see that it is the owner of the Bist family who welcomes the guests, not a shrew. You. Okay. Cartier's interrupted in time, and Martha Bist held back the words that were about to come out. Although she looked arrogant in front of Yang Hui, she was still very well behaved under the majesty of Cartier's, the head of the family. Martha, you are not feeling well, go back to your room and rest for a while. Cartier's. You. Chapter 510, Garp and Rabir go to banquet. Martha Bister knew that among the three siblings, Cartier's had a better relationship with Yang Hui, but she didn't expect that in such an occasion, he would firmly stand on Yang Hui's side and even turn against her. Yang Hui is one of the masters of the Bister family and our younger brother. You have no right to slander him. But he. No buts, Martha, don't think I don't know what you are doing. Humph. Martha Bister saw that Cartier was impatient and that she might suffer more serious consequences if she insisted. She didn't argue anymore, snorted coldly, and turned back to her room. She has a grudge against you too. Yang Hui said to Cartier. It doesn't matter. As long as I don't die, she can't do anything. Cartier said confidently. She just wants you to die. Yang Hui complained about Cartier in his heart. Is this a typical example of standing on a high position and becoming arrogant? Wasn't he stabbed in the back by his eldest son 27 years later? And it was Martha who instigated him. Where is Albert? Yang Hui asked, thinking of Albert Bist, who was only 6 years old, and the eldest son who would backstab Cartier in the future. After all, he was a junior, and he was still a little kid now. It would be better to avoid the tragedy of father and son killing each other. He is in the room with Katrin. It seems that it is not unreasonable for Albert Bist to want to kill Cartier when he grows up. It is not just a matter of inheritance. The relationship between the father and son has been bad since childhood. Maybe it is because it is a political marriage. The marriage between Katrin, the first wife of Cartier, and Cartier is just an exchange of interests, without any feelings. And I don't know why, Cartier just doesn't like Katrin. Since Katrin married into the Bist family and completed the mission of continuing the bloodline, Cartier basically doesn't meet her, which also caused Albert, the good eldest son, to lose his father's love since childhood. Yang Hui didn't quite understand. Katrin really liked Cartier. She was born in a noble family and had received an elite education since childhood. She was beautiful and had a good figure. She also listened to Cartier's words. She was definitely the first choice for a good wife. Why didn't Cartier like her? Brother, isn't my sister-in-law good? The waiting event was also boring, so Yang Hui also gossiped to kill time. Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Cartier was stunned. Just curious. Very good. Then why did you? I have someone I love. Huh? This time it was Yang Hui's turn to be stunned, but after thinking about it, the lover Cartier mentioned should be Banagher Link's biological mother, Anna Lynx. However, thinking about the fact that after Banagher Lynx was born, Cartier trained him as an NT, new type, that is, new humans, all replaced by NT later, which led to Anna Lynx running away with her son because of fear, writing another tragedy. Yang Hui was speechless. You said you didn't love her, but you abandoned your original wife and lived with her in Industrial Number 7. You said you loved her, but you didn't stop Anna Lynx from running away with her son, causing her to die alone. What on earth is this? Then marry them together. Although there are a limited number of laws in the UC world, it is well known that laws have little binding force on a giant like the Bist family. Her status is not worthy of the Bist family. Cartier's expression was a little gloomy. As the head of the Bist family, he had to consider the face of the Bist family in everything, and after learning many family secrets when he was a child, the pressure was even heavier. So what? Yang Hui rolled his eyes and lectured Cartier unhappily. The Bist family has always been someone who looks at our faces. When did we have to consider other people's rumors? The Bist family has already stood at the top of the Federation. Even the Speaker and members of the Federation, General Jipu and General Rebel of the military, have to consider the existence of the Bist family when making certain decisions. I have already reached the peak. Why should I care about what the people below think? Can't I have some privileges in life? You don't understand. The Bist family. Pierre Simon Laplace. What? Cardias looked at Yang Hui with horror. Although Yang Hui only said a name, and it was very famous, in Cardias's ears, this name represented the biggest secret of the Bist family. This secret should only be known by himself and his grandfather. How could Yang Hui know it? Calm down, Cardias. As the head of the Bist family, Cardias quickly restrained his expression and asked Yang Hui calmly. Why are you? Okay, the guests are here. Yang Hui interrupted Cardias' question. At this time, a valuable black car drove in from the gate of the manor and stopped in front of Yang Hui and Cardias. When the first guest got off the car, Cardias and Yang Hui were stunned for a moment, because they had never thought of this person coming back to attend Cardias' birthday party. Wow, I'm here uninvited, okay. Of course, General Jipu, I'm flattered by your arrival. The visitor was none other than General Jipu of the Federation Army. Although the Bist family was a top family in the Federation, Cardias was not so arrogant as to invite the only general of the Federation Army to his birthday party uninvited, so what was the purpose? Thinking of this, Cardias caught a trace and glanced in the direction of Yang Hui, then quickly retracted his gaze. You are too modest. As a member of the Federation's top leaders, I naturally have to be present at the birthday party of the head of the Bist family. Please come in, General Jipu. Then come together. Cardias's attention was all on Jipu, and he didn't notice that a completely identical car had also stopped in front of them. The person who got off the car confused Cardias again. Rebel. Yang Hui's mouth curled up slightly. When he saw Gap coming, he guessed that Rebel would definitely come, not only the two of them, but also Kim Kalini, Haimon Jamidov and other military leaders. As long as they have free time, they will come. General Rebel, welcome. I'm a rough man, there's no need to say polite words. Mr. Cardias, I just returned to Earth. While I'm still free, can you come and have a meal? Rebel is also a lively old man in private. He is kind and friendly to people, and sometimes he is a funny guy. Of course, no problem. If the dinner is not satisfactory to you, please tell me immediately, and I will ask the kitchen to redo it according to your requirements. Cardias still maintains the interests and elegance of the nobility, but in order to cooperate with Rebel, there is also a little humor. Haha, that's fine. Rebel, since you're coming, why don't you come with me? Gop asked with a smile. I don't like the smell of foxes. Hearing this, Jipu shook his head and laughed, but he didn't care. Good friends and bad friends are equal, and he is used to it. Robert doesn't like his smoothness and likes to say a few bad things when he has nothing to do. Two generals, I will take you to the lounge. This is not a place to chat? Yang Hui stood up and said. As the head of the family and the protagonist of the banquet, Cardias can't leave, but with Jipu and Robert's identities, it is not appropriate to let the servants take them in. And, the fox and wolf both gave him a look. Are you the third young master of the Bist family? You look like a dog. Yang Hui, fuck dishes fuck. I know you are hiding the familiar relationship between the two of us, but I suspect you are taking revenge on your own, and I have evidence. Yang Hui suppressed his anger and didn't refute. He bowed slightly and walked towards the banquet hall with Jipu and Robert. However, after entering the banquet hall, he turned around and walked into the small lounge nearby with the two of them. General Robert. Haha, aren't you trying to hide our relationship? Robert laughed heartily. He had prepared the phrase acting like a human being countless times on the road, just to upset Yang Hui, and then he felt happy, and very happy. Haha, I don't believe you. You old man are very bad. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and complained in his heart that this old wolf must be trying to disgust him. Haha. Jipu never interrupted, watching the old and the young teasing and hurting each other with a smile. Okay, Yang Hui, let's come together. You should know our purpose, right? After chatting for a while, Robert restrained his funny state and entered serious mode. Of course, the two of you came together to give me an answer, right? Then Mr. Yang Hui needs to talk about the content of the cooperation, otherwise it will be difficult for us to judge, right? General Jipu said. I can allow the Federation to build a combat-capable MIS force and a new type of space battleship in the shortest time possible, but I won't give it away for free. The Federation has to buy it at a price 20% lower than the market price. At the same time, I need a relatively free identity in the Federation Army with high autonomy. Well, this is a disadvantage for us, Yang Hui, We have to spend money to buy the things you give us, but we don't charge for the things we give you. But whether it is what I give to you or what you give to me, it can help the Federation defeat Xi'an at a lower cost and at a faster speed and end the war. We don't know the detailed data of the Mizzen battleships. How can we be sure that we can achieve this goal? This is the data of the Killen class. You can use the Mazarin class for comparison. As he said that, Yang Hui sent 2 copies of the information to the two. After reading it, Rebel blushed and gasped, and Garp also widened his eyes. You little brat. What are you competing for? The Mazarin class is just a son. The Killen class is the most advanced and powerful battleship currently developed by the Promise Fortress. It combines the cutting-edge technologies of 3 worlds and is definitely not comparable to the Mazarin class. But this cost cannot be mass-produced. Jeppu quickly controlled his mood and shook his head. Chapter 511 Happy Cooperation. This is the difference between Jeppu and Rebel. Rebel's first concern must be combat effectiveness, while Jeppu, as the head of the rear of the Federation Army, must first pay attention to the manufacturing cost of the new weapon. Although the Killen class can be the father of the Mazalin class, its cost is the grandfather of the Mazalin class. The cost of 1 ship can manufacture 10 Mazalin class cruisers. The Killen class is positioned as a main carrier, not a cruiser. Well, although the current Federation fleet uses the Mazalin class as the flagship, there are more than 1 Mazalin class cruiser in a fleet, but more than a dozen. As for the main carrier, it is enough for a fleet to have 1 as the flagship, or 2 or 3 ships can be added as combat power supplements. The other warships are Mazalin class cruisers and Samiris class light cruisers as frigates to form a complete fleet, and the combat effectiveness is definitely much stronger than the current space fleet. The most important thing is that the Killen class is equipped with a Minovsky floating system, which allows the Killen class main carrier to fly at low altitude in a gravity environment. At the same time, a Kirin class can carry 24 Mizes, and with its terrible firepower, it can completely perform tasks alone. It is a perfect amphibious warship. Haha, the plan proposed 2 years ago has been shelved until now, and there is no result. As a result, you have brought it out. It feels like we are waste. The concept of amphibious landing ships was actually proposed in UC0077. The concept was called the SCVX project, and the construction proposal was passed at the autumn plenary meeting. However, due to many reasons, mainly the work of improving the Magellan and Samiris classes was delayed. When the project of modifying the existing Magellan and Salamis classes came to an end, the calendar had turned to October UC0078. It was thought that the SCVX project could be carried out that month, but the work of installing the mega particle cannon on the ship was carried out at the same time. The manufacturing unit was really unable to cope with the order for building a new ship, and the SCVX project was temporarily shelved. Until recently, the Earth Federation's space fleet, which had been painstakingly built for 10 years, was almost completely annihilated in just 1 month, which made them realize the importance of Minovsky particles and Ms. The SCVX project was reproposed, and they unanimously agreed to complete this project and the supporting V project at all costs. But now, they found that while the Federation was standing still, not only their opponents had surpassed them, but even a private enterprise had surpassed them. While secretly cursing the people below as waste, they also lamented that they were old and could not keep up with the progress of the world. Moreover, generals, the information and technology contained in the Killen class main carrier are not just the Killen class. Yang Hui took the initiative to remind them when he saw that the two had not discovered some key information. Huh? The two were stunned for a moment and reread all the information of the Killen class. In order to prevent mistakes, they read it word by word, and soon, they found the problem. Wait, the latest graviton radar system. Yes, in the environment of Minovsky particles, the electromagnetic environment will be messed up, but I don't need electromagnetic waves. I can directly scan your gravity and locate your position. Wait? In this case, wouldn't the development of MIS be useless? Rebel suddenly thought that the emergence of graviton radar would bring the war situation back to the situation before the emergence of Minovsky particles. Then, in front of a large fleet, would MIS still be useful? They would be shot down by cannons before they even get close, right? Graviton radar is not omnipotent, General Rebel. The emergence of graviton radar will make the naval guns powerful again, but please think about it. At the distance of naval gun battles, Ms is just a mosquito, right? Using a cannon to hide a mosquito, even if the hit rate is high, it's just that. Also, if the pilot's driving skills are strong enough, unless you can achieve all-round and no dead-angle firepower coverage, you really can't hit them. This is a fact. Not to mention that Yang Hui, Cruz and Aslan in the team can do it. There are quite a few local trump cards in this world who can break through the fleet's firepower network and rush to the face. The 3-speed duck, cough cough, Char can do it. Well, it's true. The existence of Ms is still necessary, but it's not as important as it was at the beginning. Jepu concluded. It is a gratifying thing that the naval guns have restored their due combat power, but the existence of Ms is also very necessary. After the painful lessons of the weak war in the Battle of Laum, once a battleship is ridden by Ms, it is equivalent to being gone. Moreover, Ms can do many things that warships cannot do, such as suppression operations, guerrilla warfare, secret operations. Well, it is also very important that this missile uses an optical tracking system. In the Minovsky particle environment, current missiles are like headless flies running around everywhere, and the hit rate is touchingly low. So, do you still think that the value of the Kirin class is not high? Very high. X2 The two nodded at the same time. The value of the Kirin class is not only its own strength, but also the various new technologies contained in it. These technologies can be reversely studied and placed on the current fleet. Rebel dared to say confidently that if they had these technologies during the Battle of Laum, they would never lose. Then, the two of you, your answers. Before answering you, I want to ask first. Garp raised his hand to interrupt the cover and asked, Kirin class, and M1 heretic, these new technologies are all developed by you, right? Rebel raised his eyebrows, without saying anything, but his attitude was to support Garp's guess. He began to doubt this when he was at the Lunar Research Base. Oh? General Jepu's guess is very bold. I'm just a young master from a wealthy family. Yang Hui spread his hands. He did not admit it, but did not refute it either. It's a guess. Jepu's easygoing attitude made people alert. If Anaheim Company could research these technologies, it would not provide us with defective products like the Iron Cavalry. Can't it be my scientists? Haha, please don't underestimate the Federation, Mr. Yang Hui. Jepu still maintained a harmless appearance, but the way he looked at Yang Hui was like a fox staring at its prey. As long as they are scientists with some ability, the Federation will have records, including the universe in Xion. I believe in the existence of geniuses, but you tell me that one or a group of unknown people suddenly came up with new technology that surpasses the Federation. Do you think I will believe it? Reality is not a novel, Mr. Yang Hui. Jepu suddenly paused, then continued, Oh, by the way, I forgot about you, Mr. Yang Hui, you are the genius we missed. So what? Additional conditions, the Killing class, is integrated into the SCVX plan, and the M1 heretic is integrated into the V plan. That's no problem, they were originally plans that could be integrated together. Then you will be responsible for the implementation of these two plans. I refuse. Yang Hui cursed Jepu, the old fox, for not finishing his words at once. I will be responsible for SCVX project and V project? Would that make me your subordinate? Moreover, Yang Hui's sudden airborne participation in these two important projects related to the survival of the Federation Army would attract too much attention. Some people would have inappropriate thoughts. It would not be a threat, but those who dared to touch Yang Hui would be inconvenient for Yang Hui to do so at present, so there would be constant trouble. The power in his hands has not yet taken shape. Before he has the power to protect himself by force, Yang Hui hopes to keep a low profile as much as possible. Don't you want a military status and high autonomy? From now on, you are the highest commander of the 12th Independent Technical Unit, with a rank of Major, and you are directly responsible to me. Unless I personally give you an order, you have the sole power at other times, and no one else needs to care. So, I have changed from a collaborator to your subordinate. The Xion delegation is on the way. This negotiation will definitely not have a good result, so the war will definitely restart. Rebel will be the general commander of the Federation Army. As long as you want to join the Federation Army, you will be his subordinate. Gop assisted at the right time. The future overall strategic route of the Federation Army has been determined. The establishment of the MIS unit and the transformation of the fleet are necessary. With the new technology provided by Yang Hui, It is only necessary to adjust the weight ratio, and then not to pursue rebels' defeat, and even promote him, and give him all the military power. Others, including Gop, must cooperate with rebel. So if Yang Hui wants to join the Federation army, he must be rebel's subordinate, and the highest is only one person. Haha, why do I feel like I'm losing out? Yang Hui laughed. What? As my direct unit, do you think I have wronged you? Rebel's words were not just a joke, but also a statement of a fact. After Rebel became the general, he was in charge of the entire federal army. His status in the federal army could not be higher. In addition, with a military power in his hands, he was definitely the uncrowned king of the world. Being able to lead an independent unit with a high degree of autonomy under Rebel, this status is higher than many generals. Additional conditions: General Rebel's order, I have the right to choose. Yang Hui added. He respected the veteran Rebel, but before they became companions, he would not foolishly hand his life over to the other party. Okay. It was said to be his subordinate, but that was more of a joke. Rebel knew that Yang Hui and Jepu were equal, so he did not refuse his request. So, generals, what are your answers? Jepu and Leibeer smiled at each other and said to Yang Hui at the same time, it's a pleasure working with you. It's a pleasure working with you. Unfortunately, there's still some time before the dinner starts. Haha, we can't clink glasses. Your current information is top secret. I'll take it as a compliment. By the way, Yang Hui, there are a few other people who may also be there, so I'll keep a good distance. It's a pleasure to talk to smart people. Are you bragging? Are you not? Ho ha ho ha. Chapter 512, Banquet in Progress. After reaching a preliminary cooperation negotiation, Yang Hui, Jepu and Leibeer did not continue to stay in the lounge, but Yang Hui took them to walk around the manor. It's worthy of the Bist family. Leibeer sighed. Although he was a federal lieutenant general and was considered a rich man, it depends on who he compared himself with. When he compared himself with the Bist family, he found that poverty limited his imagination. If General Leibeer likes it, I have a private island near Hawaii, which I will give to you. No merit, no reward. Leibeer dared not accept it. Although the cooperation was reached, Yang Hui, who would not get up early without profit, gave you something for free, which was too hot. Are you sure you don't want it? Yang Hui asked with a smile. Leibeer was silent. He was thinking about Yang Hui's intentions. Why did he act like he wanted to accept the island? Since Leibeer doesn't want it, I will accept it shamelessly. Jepu smiled slightly and shamelessly replaced Leibeer to accept Yang Hui's gift. Huh? Leibeer was stunned. How could Jepu, an old fox, dare to easily accept this hot potato? Aren't you afraid of leaving some handles behind and being caught by Yang Hui? But soon, a line flashed through Leibeer's mind, and he understood what Yang Hui meant, and then stopped. Jepu, it's hard to refuse such a kind offer, so I'll accept it with reluctance. Wow. Jepu smiled. Leibeer's ability in this area is indeed not as good as his, but it is not much worse, and even if he didn't remind him of Yang Hui's intention, Leibeer could quickly see Yang Hui's intention from another direction. General Leibeer, you are putting me on the fire by doing this. Yang Hui complained, pretending to be unhappy. You refused at first, and General Jepu accepted it. This private island is no longer yours. Then I don't care, you said you would give it to me. Leibeer showed his nature as an old rogue and made a fuss. Alice. Yang Hui covered his face and sighed, then said, I have another ranch in Western Europe, General Rebel, do you want to see it? No problem. Then I'll give it to you too for retirement. Ha ha ha. X2 The two laughed happily. Without mentioning the deeper intention, these two places are indeed good places for retirement. Moreover, Yang Hui is also expressing his confidence and blessings to them, because there is only one situation for them to retire, that is, defeat Xian and end the war. General Jepu, General Rebel. At this time, a group of 4 or 5 people came, all wearing the uniforms of the Federation Army. Huh? Why are you here too? Seeing that the people coming were Jin Corny and his subordinates, the smile on Rebel's face was restrained a lot. Jin Corny was the chief of staff of the Space Army and could not threaten Rebel's position, but he was the leader of the conservatives, and the leader of the reformists. Rebel had always had a bad relationship with him. It is reasonable to attend the birthday party of the head of the Bist family. Jin Corny replied without changing his face. Aren't you going back to space? Not in a hurry for now. The Xian delegation is about to arrive, and the peace talks are about to begin. I have to attend the meeting. Peace talks? Haha. General Ribeir, General Corny. Yang Hui interrupted at an inopportune time to stop the two from fighting. If you two want to discuss internal affairs, I am happy to provide you with a quiet place, but now, don't forget that I, a civilian, am still here. Well. Ribeir kept his mouth shut and didn't say anything else. Yang Hui's cooperation with the Federation Army was better described as cooperation with the reformists. As the leader of the conservatives, Kim Corny naturally couldn't let him know some things now, and Mr. Hui Bist, as a member of the Bist family, the word civilian is probably not appropriate, right? Kim Corny said with a smile. This sentence was sarcastic, but Yang Hui knew that this was Kim Corny reminding him to remember his identity. Kim Corny was not only the leader of the conservatives in the army, but also an important member of the Federation aristocracy. Excuse me, General Kalini. In my opinion, the so-called civilians are not only titles and names, but also a manifestation of responsibilities and functions. I am a civilian without any official position. Yang Hui knew that Jin Kalini was really hinting at Yang Hui that since they were both from aristocratic families, Yang Hui should be closer to him, who was from the aristocratic faction. However, Yang Hui was not fooled, and he looked down on both the conservatives and the aristocrats. Well, it's a very insightful speech. Then, Mr. Hui Bister, are you interested in joining the Federal Army? The Federal Army is short of talents and needs young people like you to join. Please forgive me for rejecting your kind invitation, General Kalini. Yang Hui directly rejected Jin Kalini's recruitment. I'm sure you have heard about my reputation outside. If someone like me joins the Federal Army, not only will I not be able to help, but I will also bring discredit to the Federal Army. Really? Jin Kalini opened his slightly closed eyes and stared at Yang Hui. After 2 or 3 seconds, he returned to his previous state, saluted Jepu and Ribeir, and went to the main banquet hall. Rebel looked at the back of King Kalini as he left, and the displeasure that flashed across his face before he left, and smiled undisguisedly. Seeing King Kalini recruit Yang Hui in front of them, he was not worried at all, but was actually laughing. He and Garp had joined forces to attack, but they could only cooperate with this little bastard on an equal footing. You wanted to recruit him as your subordinate right away? Such a small temple, aren't you afraid of being broken? However, Rebel still appreciated Yang Hui's concept of commoners. The so-called noble status was shit. The military power would soon fall into his hands. If it weren't for the war with Xi'an, Rebel would probably have ordered the troops to sweep away this group of worm-like nobles at the first opportunity. However, praise is praise, but there is still worry. You shouldn't reject him so directly. Garp said gently. Although King Kalini controlled his emotions, his subordinates did not. When he left, the expression of wanting to eat Yang Hui alive was not concealed at all, and it was directly on his face. General Corny won't embarrass me. In his eyes, I'm just a tiny ant. Yang Hui said without worry. But his men don't think so. Those people can't do anything. Well, Corny came to the banquet today. You are just an opportunity. What he wants is the Bist family. So he is doomed to be disappointed. People are greedy. Jin Corny wants to use Yang Hui's opportunity to get the support of the Bist family. Little does he know that the Bist family has already reached a cooperation with the reformists. The company managed by Cardis directly connects with Jepu, and orders and so on will have nothing to do with Jin Corny. Yang Hui cooperates with Jepu and Rebel in secret, and the content of the cooperation has no common interests with the conservatives. Therefore, the only one who Jin Corny can fight for in the entire Bist family is Martha Bist, who seduces men everywhere to realize her ambitions. It's better to be careful. There are some methods that you can't even imagine. Rebel reminded. In Rebel's eyes, the war in the open was not so terrible. What was really terrible was the fight in the dark, where people were killed without blood. Yang Hui smiled and said nothing. Can't imagine? He was more than 100 years old and had lived 3 times. What kind of darkness had he not seen? He had done a lot. But on the surface, he still said to Rebel fearfully, the 2 generals must protect me. Get lost. Rebel rolled his eyes. Just because of Yang Hui's mischief, Rebel's worries disappeared, and he secretly cursed himself for worrying about Yang Hui, a little fox, for nothing. Ho ho ho. Jepu was also not worried. At first, it was because of Yang Hui's age, but then he thought that Yang Hui was born in a big family like the Bister family. The education and experience he received since childhood were different from those of ordinary people. Moreover, he had built such a huge plan and made so many preparations. Presumably, he did not reject Kim Kalini directly because of his youth and recklessness without considering the consequences, but he considered the consequences and was fully confident in dealing with them. General Jipu, General Rebill. Several more federal soldiers came over, but this time they were the reformists led by John Gaoyan, who were Rebill's subordinates. Gaoyan, even you are here. Rebill smiled. It seems that his subordinates are not stupid. Yes, after all, it's the Bist family. John Gaoyan saw Yang Hui standing next to Jipu and Rebill, and smiled happily. He also came to Cardi's birthday party with the purpose of winning over Yang Hui and using this as an opportunity to wait for the support of the Bist family. He was anxious because he was behind Kim Kalini just now, but now seeing Yang Hui standing with Jipu and Rebill, his heart also relaxed. Well, Rebill looked at the time and said to Yang Hui, "It's almost time, take us in." "Okay, everyone, please follow me." With Jipu, Rebill and the others back to the main banquet hall, under the gaze of everyone, Yang Hui took Jipu, Rebill and others to their seats, then stepped aside, and Cardis came on stage to speak, thanked the guests for coming, and said a blessing, and the banquet officially began. During the entire birthday banquet, Yang Hui stood quietly aside, drinking champagne alone, and no one talked to him. Jipu, Rebill and others said everything they should say, and it was inconvenient to have too much contact with Yang Hui under the watchful eyes of the public. The same was true for Kim Kalini and others. They got Yang Hui's answer, but this answer was not what they wanted. Now they were considered opponents, so they would not act too intimate. The other people who attended the banquet were mostly nobles, wealthy businessmen, senior officials, etc. Their target was Cardis. Even if there were younger entourages, they disdained him because of Yang Hui's rumors. Just at this moment, Martha Bister arrived late, arm in arm with a slightly plump young man. Chapter 513, Stealing a Chicken, Losing the Rice. Seeing that Martha Bist was late and appeared in public with a man he didn't know, Cardiaz's face became very ugly. "You are late, Martha." Cardiaz glanced at the man Martha Bist was holding and scolded in a deep voice. "Sorry, brother, I'm going to pick up my male companion. Let me introduce you to Ronan Marcinas, a member of the federal parliament." Cardiaz looked at Ronan Marcinas. He was about 30 years old. It was already very outstanding to be a member of the federal parliament at this age. But looking at the other slightly fat body and proud head like a peacock, Cardiaz didn't like this person very much. "Pay attention to your identity, Martha. Do you know what this means?" Cardiaz asked after looking at the hands of the two people holding together. "Of course, my brother," Martha Bist replied with a smile. After glaring at Martha Bist, Cardiaz didn't teach Martha Bist anymore. After all, the guests were watching. If they quarreled, it would be the face of the Bist family and it would be a dereliction of duty for him as the head of the family. Seeing this, Martha Bister and Ronan Marcinas thought that Cardis had acquiesced, and naturally became more proud. They chatted with the guests around them in a frivolous manner. Martha Bister even introduced Ronan Marcinas to others in a big way to win over people for him. Then, in Yang Hui's sight, he saw the next target of Martha Bister and Ronan Marcinas, and his mouth curled up. Interesting things are coming. Mr. Cruz, I didn't expect to see you here. That's right, Martha Bister's next target is Cruz, who is surrounded by several wealthy businessmen and senior officials. I am honored to receive the invitation from Mr. Cardis. Naturally, there is no reason to refuse, Miss Bister. Cruz replied calmly. The smile on her face and the gentle tone made people feel like spring breeze, but in Martha Bister's eyes, it was mocking. Mr. Marcinas, long time no see. As they were all members of parliament, Cruz naturally knew Ronan Marcinas, a man of considerable ability. His name was originally on Cruz's list of people to be won over, but since he knew that he had contact with Martha Bister, he ruled it out. If it weren't for Cruz's appearance, Ronan Marcinas would have been the brightest rising star at this time, but now he was suppressed by Cruz everywhere, overshadowing his brilliance. Long time no see, Mr. Cruz. Although Ronan Marcinas also maintained a harmless smile on the surface, he was always competing with Cruz in his heart, thinking about how to make him look bad. Firstly, if it weren't for Cruz, he would be the best young member of the federal parliament, and he had always been in competition with Cruz. Secondly, He knew that Martha Bister had been pursuing Cruz before. As a pursuer of Martha Bister, he was now able to attend the Bister family banquet with Martha Bister intimately, which was a signal that his status was confirmed. He also wanted to prove that Martha Bister's choice was not wrong, and that he was better than Cruz. Member Cruz, you. Excuse me, Miss Bister, Counselor Mathinus. Just when Martha Bister wanted to humiliate Cruz in front of everyone, Cruz interrupted her like a prophet, ended the conversation with her, and walked towards the location of Rabir and Gop with a glass of wine. Seeing that he was heading towards Gop and Rabir, the others smiled and dispersed. They understood Cruz's behavior as winning over military resources, which was a normal phenomenon. But in Martha Bister's eyes, it was completely different. He actually ignored her, interrupted her, and left without permission? This was a huge insult. Martha Bister was furious and was about to explode, but she felt a hand patting her hand. She saw that it was Ronan Mathinus shaking his head at her, and his eyes told her to calm down. Suppressing the anger and hatred in her heart, Martha Bister put on a smile on her face again, and walked towards Gop and Rabir with Ronan Mathinus. It is true that Rabir was a defeated general, but the people who could attend this banquet were not ordinary people. They knew many things that ordinary people did not know. They would not think that Rabir would retire in the Federal Army. However, halfway through the journey, Ronan Mathinus pulled Martha Bister, and the two stopped. Seeing that Cruz made Gop and Rabir laugh with just a few words, their faces became very ugly. What should I do? Martha Bister thought in her heart. She also wanted to win the support of Gop and Rabir. Although she did not think that her beauty would be useful to these two cunning foxes, it was also good for herself and Ronan Mathinus to show her face in front of them. Even at the right opportunity, she could stop Cruz from talking to the two of them and cut off his chance to get the line of Gop and Rabir, but now, the three of them were chatting very happily. If she stepped forward to interrupt, it would be a disrespectful behavior. It would be embarrassing and would cause dissatisfaction from Gop and Rabir, which would not be worth the loss. But Martha Bister really did not want to see Cruz so smooth and happy. The happier Cruz was, the angrier she was. At this time, Martha Bister saw Aslan and Kong Yun standing by, and her mouth curled up. She had an idea and walked over. This is not the place for you to stay, get out. Martha Bister walked over and said to the two arrogantly. She knew their identities. They were Cruz's bodyguards. They looked handsome, but they were just lowly civilians and were not qualified to enter the banquet. Aslan and Kong Yun looked at Martha Bister and were unmoved. Martha Bister was furious again. Being ignored by Cruz was fine, but two lowly civilians actually ignored her? Come on. Get them out. Wait. At this time, Yang Hui came over with a glass of wine, waved his hand with a smile, and asked the waiters to leave. Excuse me, you two. Yang Hui asked Aslan and Kong Yun. Hello, Mr. Hui Bister, I'm Aslan Sarah, the bodyguard of Counselor Cruz. Kong Yun, same as above. Both of them pretended not to know Yang Hui and introduced themselves. Yes. Yang Hui nodded, then looked at Martha Bister. Since they are Counselor Cruz's guards, shouldn't we ask Mr. Cruz's opinion first? Humph, they are just Counselor Cruz's bodyguards, not among the guests, and are not qualified to enter the main banquet hall. Besides, Counselor Cruz brought his bodyguards to the banquet, so do you really doubt the Bister family's hospitality? When saying this, Martha Bister deliberately raised her voice so that everyone present could hear what she was saying. Sure enough, the elegant scene was suddenly left with only the sound of music, and everyone looked over here, and Cardis also came over to understand the situation. What's going on? These two are Counselor Cruz's bodyguards. Martha wanted to bypass Counselor Cruz and drive them out of the banquet when she saw them. Yang Hui explained to Cardis. Is that true? Cardis looked at Martha Bister with a sullen face and asked. HMPH, are they qualified to attend the banquet? Everyone is a guest. Counselor Cruz explained their situation to me before, and I also allowed them to attend. Are you expelling my guests without authorization? What? You actually let two civilians be equal to us? Martha. Shut up. Cardis shouted harshly. The word civilians is not just a curse on Aslan and Kong Yun. Among the guests present, there are many members of the civilian faction. Don't forget that Rebel is also present. Well done. When Yang Hui saw that the faces of the civilian faction members such as Rebel became ugly, the corners of his mouth curled up and gave Cruz a look of approval. Good cooperation. Cruz also returned a look to Yang Hui. Go back to your room. Caddies. You. Go back. You. Humph. Martha Bist was driven away in a rage, and Ronan Massinus, the male companion, naturally couldn't stay and fled. All their plans failed, and they humiliated themselves and lost a lot of things. Apart from anything else, Martha Bist has been blacklisted by the members of the civilian faction, and even the members of the moderate faction have a much worse opinion of her. Ronan Massinus, the male companion, was naturally implicated. Because of Martha Bist's impulse, his future path will be countless times more difficult. No, it should be said that it has been blocked, because he is now a member of the moderate faction. However, there are still gains. Go check Martha Bist's information. Jin Corny whispered to his subordinates. Understood. After the annoying person left, Cardias apologized, and the banquet continued, as if Martha Bist and Ronan Massinus had never appeared. I'm sorry, generals. My bodyguards made you see an unpleasant scene. Cruz apologized to Jipu and Ribir. No, Senator Cruz, it's not your fault. But it was also because of my bodyguards. Okay, Senator Cruz, if you keep being so polite, we can continue the conversation today. Okay, General Ribir, let's continue. What were we talking about just now? We talked about you being willing to give me your 2 bodyguards. General Ribir, I was just being polite. Tisk, so I hate politicians the most. This is not good news for me, General Ribir. Ha ha ha. Dot. Seeing Cruz chatting happily with Ribir and Jipu, Yang Hui nodded. With Cruz's ability, if he couldn't get in touch with them under the condition of sound intelligence, he would not be Cruz. In this way, Cruz's purpose of attending the banquet today was 80% completed. Yang Hui said to Aslan and Kong Yun to enjoy the banquet, and then separated from them. I was going to find a corner to continue observing the guests, but... What are you doing sneakily? Albert, come here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 514. Don't involve the children. In Yang Hui's sight, a sneaky little head stuck out from behind the curtain. When he saw Yang Hui's side on him, he shrank back in fear. However, due to his wide body and fat body, the curtain bulged a lot and could not cover anything at all. What are you doing sneaking around? Come here. Albert. Oh. The child who came out from behind the curtain was Albert Bister, the son of Cardis. Seeing Albert Bister's timid look, Yang Hui tapped him on the head unhappily. Stand up straight. Do you want to be a hunchback in the future? Okay, uncle. Albert Bister is only 6 years old now, chubby and cute, but he already has the prototype of his future body shape. What does your sister-in-law feed you all day long? You're almost like a ball. Yang Hui raised his eyebrows and teased with interest. Just that. For some reason, Albert was not so afraid of even his biological father Cardis, and was only distant from Martha Bister, but he was afraid of Yang Hui. But at the same time he was close to Yang Hui. Yang Hui's mouth twitched. Needless to say, he must be eating delicacies all day long. And with his mother's doting on him, she was reluctant to let him suffer. Starting tomorrow, I will arrange a coach for you to exercise with him every day. Albert pouted and was about to cry. He refused repeatedly. He was also spoiled by his mother and didn't want to endure any hardship during exercise. However, he was still afraid of Yang Hui and didn't dare to refuse directly. He just tried to influence Yang Hui with his aggrieved eyes. Bang, ouch. If he didn't influence him, would his head explode? Oh, he already gave it. What? You are not a little girl, why are you pretending to be aggrieved? Show me some manliness. Oh, I know, Uncle San. Although Albert was a little spoiled, the genes of the Bister family were still good. Although he was still young, he was very smart and understood what Yang Hui meant. This might be the reason why he was close to Yang Hui. Children are spiritual and can feel whether adults are really good to him. Cardis was neither good nor bad to him, he just didn't care about him. Aunt Martha was very good to him, but he could feel that this kind of goodness was not what he wanted, and although they didn't meet much, he could feel that his uncle was really good to him. Where is your mother? Why are you alone? According to etiquette, as a wife and a young master, Cardis' birthday party must be attended, no matter how much they dislike it, but from the beginning of the party to now, Yang Hui has not seen Katrin appear, and even Albert just discovered it. Mother. Albert suddenly became sad when he mentioned this. His eyes read, Mother is not feeling well and is resting in the room. Yang Hui understood, and sighed, holding Albert's little hand, and walked towards the guests. Don't cry, Albert, you are a member of the Bist family, you must be elegant in front of the guests. Yet, the warmth of the big hand gave him comfort and courage. Albert quickly wiped his eyes, followed the teachings of the etiquette class, put on a smile, and followed Yang Hui forward. Ha, that really is Mr. Yang Hui. Cruz looked at Yang Hui, who had arrived in surprise. I hope I didn't interrupt your pleasant conversation. Yang Hui held Albert's hand and bowed slightly. Knowing you'd come, Rabir said bluntly. Yang Hui resisted the urge to roll his eyes and complain, and maintained an elegant and unembarrassed smile. Who is this? Jepu's attention was on Albert. He could see that he was here to greet the child. Albert. Yang Hui let go of Albert's hand. Although he was a child, as a child of the nobility, he could speak and remember things. In public occasions such as banquets, he should learn to introduce himself instead of relying on adults to introduce himself. Hello, uncles and grandpas. My name is Albert Bist. Thank you very much for taking the time to attend my father's birthday party. Are you the son of Cardis Bist? Jepu and Rabir were slightly stunned. They thought this was Yang Hui's son. Well, he didn't look like Yang Hui, at least he wasn't a fat boy. Yes, my father is Cardis Bist. Well, a good kid. Jepu and Rabir nodded with satisfaction. Although he was a little fat boy and lacked exercise, he was very good at etiquette. Should we say that he is worthy of being a child of the Bist family? But, why was it Yang Hui who brought him instead of Cardis? And why didn't he see him when the banquet started? And where is Cardis's wife? My eldest brother is usually busy, and it is my sister-in-law who takes care of him. I will teach him when I have time. Yang Hui understood the meaning in the eyes of the three people and explained. Excuse me, where's your wife? Cruz asked. Sister-in-law is not feeling well and is resting in her room. I see. I'm very sorry. It's okay. Yang Hui then introduced the three people, Jepu, to Albert. These three are General Jepu and General Rabir of the Federal Army, and Senator Cruz of the Federal Parliament. Excuse me, General Jepu, General Rabir, Senator Cruz. Albert was still young and spent almost all his time in the manor. Moreover, because of his elite education, his life was filled with various courses, so he had almost no knowledge of the outside world. According to Albert's course schedule, he would not be allowed to contact news and intelligence from the outside world until he was 8 years old. However, it is better to do it on the first day than to wait for the right day. Since they met this time, Yang Hui just went with the flow. After chatting for a while, Yang Hui took Albert to contact other circles. This could be regarded as laying the foundation for Albert. After all, he was the eldest son of the family. No matter what Cardis thought, he should have more contact with the upper circles, and then build his own network of relationships as he grew up. As for Cardis's thoughts, to be honest, Yang Hui couldn't understand. Even if Cardis didn't like Katrin and only loved Annalings, it shouldn't be extended to the child, right? After all, they are all your children. Yang Hui still knew Albert very well. Although he was young, he was a very smart child because of his good genes, and he studied all courses very seriously and hard. When Yang Hui took him to meet the guests, although he was nervous and scared, he still suppressed these emotions and tried to show his excellent side. Isn't such an heir better than throwing him out to roam, or a naughty child who knows nothing? Forget it, that's the business of the Bist family, he doesn't care. Anyway, he won't inherit the Bist family, all he needs is for the Bist family to behave well in the Federation and not cause trouble. Albert? Why are you here? After Yang Hui took Albert to walk around the guest room, Cardis also asked the guests and came to them. Father. Albert looked at Cardis's unhappy face and shrank behind Yang Hui in fear, but was held down by Yang Hui. He is your father, Albert. Face him bravely. Hush, I know, third uncle. Feeling Yang Hui's support, Albert also plucked up the courage and looked Cardis in the face. This change made Cardis slightly stunned. He glanced at Yang Hui and continued to ask, you should take care of your mother in the room now. But father, according to the etiquette teacher's teaching, your birthday party, my mother and I should attend and accompany you. This is the etiquette of the Bist family. Cardis did not respond. To be honest, he was a little surprised. Albert was afraid of him. This was the first time Albert had the courage to speak his mind in front of him, but he was a little too brave. He even dared to teach him a lesson. Question mark. HMPH, your mother is ill and not fit to attend today's banquet. You should go take care of her instead of playing around here. Yes, father, I understand. Albert's face was gloomy. He knew that this was Cardi's ultimatum. He had to leave the venue and Yang Hui couldn't keep him. Go, take good care of your mother. Yang Hui patted Albert's shoulder. He did not refute Cardi's. After all, Cardi's was now the head of the Bist family and the host of the banquet. Yang Hui had to give him face. Okay, third uncle. Be prepared. Physical exercise will be added to your course tomorrow. Ah, really? Nonsense. If you keep going like this, you will be as fat as a ball. Do you want to use rolling instead of walking in the future? No. Then go. Oh, okay, third uncle. Albert left. Yang Hui sighed and glanced at Cardi's. What do you want to say? That's your family affair, I have nothing to say. You shouldn't take Albert to meet other people. Why not? Because he can't inherit the Vist family. That woman? Have a child. Yang Hui frowned. According to his memory, Anna Lynx should be pregnant with Banagher Lynx this year, but not now, because Banagher Lynx was born in UC0080, and it is only January UC0079 now. No, but there will be. Caddies. Hearing this, Cardi's face was solemn. The number of times Yang Hui called him by name directly was few and far between, but every time it appeared, it meant that Cardi's had better listen carefully to what he said, otherwise the consequences would be serious. The adults are not extinct yet. The dirty exchange of interests should not be shared by children. After saying that, without waiting for Cardi's reaction, Yang Hui walked out to the balcony with his wine glass. To be honest, he didn't like this kind of aristocratic and upper-class banquet. It seemed bright and beautiful, but it was actually gloomy and dirty. Maybe the good friends who were still talking now would become mortal enemies after leaving the banquet. What a surprise. I didn't expect to see Mr. Yang Hui here. Chapter 515 Cardi's request. Senator Cruz? You're not. General Jipu and General Rabir are old, and they need to take a break because there are so many guests at the banquet. I see. Congratulations to Senator Cruz. I don't deserve it. It's just that the two generals are kind enough to chat with me for a while. Isn't that also the ability of Senator Cruz? Thank you. I think Mr. Yang Hui has a good relationship with the two generals. The two generals are not ignorant people. Their clear eyes can naturally see things that others can't see. As expected, I have never believed the rumors from the outside world. Today, after talking with Mr. Yang Hui, I confirmed that my vision is correct. It seems that Mr. Cruz also has a pair of clear eyes. Senator Cruz, please. Please. The two raised their glasses and clinked them, took a sip, and showed a little respect. The two were like strangers who met for the first time. There was a distance and courtesy in the conversation, but only the two of them knew that with such polite and distant words, they had achieved their goals. It was mainly Cruz's report. He had a very happy chat with Jipu and Rebel. The two of them were also optimistic about him as a rising star in the political arena. Although they were only optimistic and would not express their support for him, this was a good start. There was still a long way to go before the two elderly and experienced generals could clearly support him. Yang Hui told Cruz implicitly that his cooperation with Jipu and Rebel was going smoothly and his plan would not be hindered. Aslan, come here. Aslan and Kong Yun came to Yang Hui and bowed slightly. I also want to thank Mr. Yang Hui for speaking out for justice. It is a small matter for my reputation to be damaged. It would be bad if it ruined Mr. Cardi's birthday party. Since they are guests, as the host, we naturally have to treat them with courtesy. After chatting for a few words, Cruz took Aslan and Kong Yun away from the balcony. He and Yang Hui were not acquainted with each other now. If they stayed together for a long time, it would inevitably cause bad speculation. It was getting late, and the banquet was coming to an end. Some guests had already said goodbye and left. Not long after, the host and the guests had a good time, and the servants had to clean up the mess. Cardi's called Yang Hui to his study alone to talk about what happened before the banquet. When did you know? Cardi's asked Yang Hui with a sullen face. It's been a while. It's not difficult to find out. Yang Hui shrugged and gave a fabricated reason. The Bist family rose from my grandfather, and my grandfather rose too fast. Overnight, he created a huge BIST family out of thin air. He jumped from a maintenance worker to the founder of the BIST consortium and conquered a huge empire. This is obviously problematic. Continue. Although my grandfather has been constantly erasing his past experiences after he came to power, as long as he did it, there will be traces. It is impossible to completely disappear. Focus on investigating the things during that period, and then follow the clues. Catracartes suddenly took out a pistol from the desk and pointed it at Yang Hui. There was no need to listen anymore. He had already judged that Yang Hui did not hear some gossip from someone, but had indeed found out the secrets of the BIST family. As the head of the family, considering the interests of the family, Cartes had to take some coercive measures. Haha, I bet you don't have bullets in your gun. Yang Hui smiled easily and comfortably, walked aside, poured himself a cup of black tea, and then drank it. You are destroying the BIST family. Cartes said in a deep voice. Really? How? Just rely on that broken stone tablet. That secret will subvert the Federation. Nonsense, subvert the Federation, you think too highly of that stone tablet. Yang Hui smiled disdainfully. Why do the people of the BIST family think that the original text of the Universal Century Charter has the ability to subvert the Federation? In a word, it is fake, and they deny it. What if it is made public? You don't know. NT. Yang Hui. Stop talking. Cartes was horrified. He had actually been making excuses for himself, convincing himself that Yang Hui didn't know much and there was still room for redemption, but Yang Hui himself said a lot of facts that he didn't even dare to dream of, for fear that he would accidentally let it slip in his sleep. If Yang Hui really knew everything, then as the head of the family, he must be ruthless. Is the current NT certain? Yang Hui asked Cartes calmly. I said. Answer me, Cartes, do you have a confirmed NT now? No. Then what are you worried about? You mean, rule it out in advance. Am I so dark in your eyes? Yang Hui rolled his eyes. To be honest, the decline of the BIST family in UC0096 was not without reason. When encountering trouble, Cartes's idea was to use these shameful means. Don't you know that if you do this too much, you can still cover it up when you are powerful, but once you are liquidated, it will be a powerful bomb? Moreover, the BIST family is now at the top of the Federation, and its industries are deeply rooted in every aspect of people's lives. To put it bluntly, if the BIST family is in turmoil, the Federation will tremble. As the head of such a family, can't you think more openly? Isn't it better to be open? Always like to use the conspiracy and tricks of the upper table? What do you mean? What I mean is, there are no NTs in the Federation. Cartes was stunned for a moment, then thought about it. It seems to be true. In theory, NTs are evolved by humans to adapt to the cosmic environment, and the Federation also has people in the universe. According to the theory, new humans may also appear. But these new humans are not the time bombs that subvert the Federation. Are you saying that these NTs will impact the interests of the current top leaders? Yes, you know NT. What if someone in the top leaders is NT? Is this possible? Cartes doubted. After all, most of the core top leaders are in their 70s and 80s, and they stay in the comfortable environment of the Earth all year round. Is it possible for them to evolve? Opportunities are equal, aren't they? Yang Hui spread his hands and only said that there was such a situation, but did not give a definite answer. But he knew very well that this situation really happened. Rebel was NT, it should be said that he would become NT in the future. He sensed something that the radar and reconnaissance team did not find. If this is not NT, what is it? To put it bluntly, if Rebel hadn't died, the remnants of Zeon in the Delaz fleet might have been wiped out before they had time to formulate the Star Wars, and the Titans would have been impossible to establish. Naturally, there would have been no outbreak of the Grimps War, and the new Zeon led by Hammond might not even dare to return, let alone the many bad things that happened later. As long as Rebel didn't die, the Federation was as stable as a rock. This is not just a nice thing to say. In this case, what if the original text of the Universal Century Charter was exposed? Rebel, the NT, was already at the top, how could it be overturned? Moreover, Rebel was not a pedantic person. He had a very gentle view of the NT and did not regard them as tools or experimental guinea pigs. What's wrong with capable people being competent for higher positions? No, you can't convince me. So what? Are you going to let me follow my father's old path? Yang Hui smiled playfully. Cardis and Yang Hui's father, the previous head of the Bist family, was secretly executed by their grandfather, Sam Bist, after he learned about the Laplace box, the original text of the Universal Century Charter, the biggest secret of the Bist family. Cardis felt extremely stressed because of this reason. He knew this secret and knew that his father was secretly executed by his grandfather. And now, he may have to use the same attitude towards Yang Hui. I said, there is no bullet in your gun. Yang Hui smiled. This is not a joke, but Yang Hui's confirmation. How much does Yang Hui know about weapons? When a gun is loaded, there is a difference in the sound of whether there is a bullet or an empty chamber. It is very subtle, but Yang Hui can hear it. Cardis stared at Yang Hui, and finally sighed, and put the pistol without bullets back into the drawer. My gun doesn't have it, but others have it. My gun also has it. Assassination? Haha, has Yang Hui never experienced assassination? Yes. And a lot. Not only assassination, but also intimidation, threats, kidnapping, etc. No matter how well known he is in the outside world, he is a member of the Bister family. There are countless people who want to use his identity to get something from the Bister family. But what? Has anyone succeeded? Not once. Not only did they fail, but they were all killed in return. The people behind the scenes either disappeared or ceded land and paid compensation, and signed many humiliating treaties. As for the assassination of the Bister family, Yang Hui dared to say that he was the only one who dealt with others in the Bister family, and others wanted to trouble him? It's a fuss. He is over 100 years old, and he has lived 3 lives. He has been the leader of a secret organization, a heroic leader in the military, and a leader of a country. It is not easy for a small Bister family to arrange manpower? Yang Hui was thinking, if he told Cardis that everyone around him except Charles Yang was Yang Hui's people, what kind of expression would Cardis have? Hey, Yang Hui, can you? No. Yang Hui knew what Cardis was going to say and interrupted him directly. I need that stone tablet, I must get it. Grandfather will never agree. Cardis knew how much his grandfather feared the exposure of Laplace's box, otherwise he would not have secretly executed his own son. I will make him agree. I don't know what you are planning, Yang Hui, but I only have one request. No, a request. Don't hurt the Bist family. Cardis knew that he could not stop his brother who he could not see through since he was a child. Although he was the head of the family, he knew very well that if Yang Hui wanted to control the Bist family, he could do it without any effort. He just had no interest. Therefore, even though he was the head of the family, he could only use the word request to Yang Hui. It may be a little shocking. Yang Hui stood up and prepared to leave. When he reached the door, he stopped and said to Cardis, but it is the family that has raised me for more than 20 years, isn't it? Chapter 516, Zeon has no more soldiers left to fight. A few days later, the Zeon delegation arrived on Earth as scheduled and began a peace meeting called Peace Talks, but in fact an acceptance of surrender. The leader was Lieutenant Colonel Makeba of the Mobile Assault Force. Here I would like to mention that according to the information I found, in UC0076, Cassilia established an experimental MIS unit and organized it into a teaching mobile battalion. Makeba participated in her plan as an adjutant and also proposed a plan related to MIS a few years later. In UC0078, Makeba was divided into 2 due to disagreements within the Zeon army. Knowing that he was hated by Dazzle, he was assigned to the Mobile Assault Force under Cassilia and became the second in command of this unit. As a result, in the origin, Cassilia called Makeba Lieutenant General and asked him to return to the Zeon army to negotiate on Earth. This is a very serious point of disagreement. I wrote it according to the original information. If it is wrong, please correct me. P.S. It may be a bit sloppy to have only a lieutenant colonel leading a delegation, but let's make do with it, otherwise the character of Makeba can't be written later. After all, his master Cassilia is only a major general. As expected, Zeon is not willing to just stop the war. Yang Hui laughed as he watched the peace talks being broadcast live. The Federation army was indeed defeated in the war in space, but its foundation is on Earth, and it is not damaged. It is easy for it to rise. If it is just a peace talk, how much benefit can Zeon get now? Can these benefits support them to have a stronger foundation than the Federation in a short period of time? The answer is no. So this peace talk was originally a joke. and it was more like a formal declaration of war meeting. If Xi'an wants to continue the war and unify the internal doubts and differences as much as possible, it must put some shackles on itself, and then declare war openly, so as to satisfy the honor psychology of those upright militants in the Xi'an army. Makabe is a real war faction. He doesn't want this war to end in a whimper. Without war, how can his talent blossom? And not only Makabe, but also Jiren Zabi and Cassilia Zabi, did not think that this peace talk would be successful. Yang Hui was able to rescue rebels safely because they left it alone. This was a silent tacit understanding and unscheduled cooperation. The good show is about to begin. Calculating the time and the progress of the meeting, Yang Hui's grinning curve became wider and wider when he thought of what was about to happen. Sure enough, when the Federation was about to compromise, Rebel walked into the conference hall and the eyes of countless shocked and even horrified people, stood on the podium, and began his speech. Xi'an, there are no more soldiers left to fight. After the most classic line, many federal congressmen who had lost their courage were awakened to the blood in their chests, and changed their previous frustration and helplessness, and firmly decided to fight to the end. Hiss, this old man, could he be an infected NT like the monk in the parallel world? Even I feel excited when I hear him. Across the screen, Yang Hui couldn't help but smile with excitement and passion. The difference between memories and personal experience was so great that he, who should have been calm in the face of such soul-stirring speeches, was also affected by the speech thousands of miles away. Of course, the NT's ability was just a joke. The reason why Yang Hui also felt excited was because Rebel's determination and enthusiasm resonated with a passion hidden deep in his heart, awakening the surging fighting spirit that belonged only to warriors. The result of the peace talks was obvious. The peace talks failed, the two sides officially declared war, and signed a series of treaties, namely the famous Antarctic Treaty, which roughly included the following three aspects. 1. Prohibition of the use of NBC weapons and large mass weapons, such as colonial bombs, etc., and restrictions on the use of other weapons. 2. Prohibition of attacks on neutral areas, permanent cities on the moon, and Jupiter fleets. 3. Confirmation of human rights factors such as the treatment of prisoners of war. Beep beep beep. It's me, Yang Hui. Major Yang Hui, General Rebel ordered you to go to Luna 2 immediately, establish the 12th Technical Unit, and implement the VX plan. Where are the others? The V plan, development team, and the SCVX plan, development team have already set off and will arrive at Luna 2 in 5 days. Where are the people I asked for? All are on the list. Okay, tell General Rebel that I'll leave immediately. Understood, good luck. After hanging up the call, Yang Hui smiled at the pad. Rebel is really anxious, but there is really no time to waste. Odessa. I hope we can catch up. A week later, Yang Hui arrived at Luna 2, the last fortress in the Federation Army's universe, and met with Lieutenant General Xian, who greeted him. You are 1 day later than planned. Xian said. It took a detour. Originally, the V plan and SCVX plan were both carried out at the Gabureau base, the headquarters of the Federation Army, because it was the safest place. But Yang Hui took into account the situation of the space battlefield, and the testing of MIS and new battleships must be done in the space environment. Instead of sending them to the space slowly after Gabureau was completed, it was better to develop and test them directly in the space, so he called all the people from the 2 research groups to Luna 2. After hanging up the phone, Yang Hui set off immediately, but he did not go directly to Luna 2, but took a detour to Granada. After explaining some things in his base, he brought back Ilulu, Yung and Kashima Yang to Luna 2. The construction of the Kirin class was not the top priority, and the priority was to popularize the new technology to the existing fleet, but Rebel's request was to build 5 Kirin class, first to prepare for the 5 new space fleets to be rebuilt. And Baki Lulu was the person who knew the Kirin class battleship best besides Yang Hui. Data was data after all, and having familiar people participate in the test would get twice the result with half the effort. The same goes for Young and Kashima Isama. In the secret research base in Granada, the M1 Heretic has already produced 2 test machines, and they have all participated in the actual machine testing of the M1 Heretic. As for the test pilots he selected from the army, poaching people, isn't it unscrupulous? What's the matter with these 3 people? My people. General Rebel gave you a lot of autonomy and asked me to meet all your needs, but you also have your own judgment, General Xianmu, don't worry, I won't ask for anything beyond your ability. Well, that's best. Xianmu believed in Rebel, not Yang Hui. Although he had some contact with him, he couldn't see through Yang Hui just like Rebel. As a veteran of the battlefield, he would not completely believe in the young man who is airborne and had a lot of power just because of other people's evaluation. He had his own set of standards to evaluate Yang Hui. I read the information book sent to me by General Rebel. 2 months is too long. I hope to see results within a month. Xianmu asked. You are asking too much, General Xianmu. Although Luna 2 has its own production planned, it is impossible to complete the transformation of the entire fleet within a month. And don't forget that the development plan of Ms. is also carried out simultaneously. I know, but we don't have time. Time is running out. He has received intelligence that the Zeon army is gathering troops to approach the Earth. This behavior makes Xian conclude that the Zeon army has long been prepared to invade the Earth. So the development of Ms. should be ranked first. As he said, Yang Hui showed Xian the original design of the M1 Heretic he brought. The M1 Heretic I designed is an all-weather Ms. Due to its modular design, it only needs to be equipped with different armed backpacks according to the environment to meet the needs of all battlefields. Do you want the Zeon army to land on the ground? Xian understood Yang Hui's meaning. Instead of stopping the Zeon army in space, it is better to put them on the ground and fight them. Comparing the strength and combat power of the space fleets of both sides, coupled with the time limit, this is indeed the best option. After all, the Earth is the home of the Federation Army. They already know that the enemy is on the way. They may be able to deploy troops in advance on Earth to ambush Zeon's airborne troops. But this tells all the Federation people that the Space Army is incompetent, which is what Xianmu can't accept the most. There is not enough time, General Xianmu. Yang Hui also knows Xianmu's thoughts. Why doesn't he want to stop Zeon directly in the universe? But there is really not enough time, because there are complete design drawings, whether it is the M1 Heretic or the Kirin class, can be directly built, but because it is a technology from a different world, whether all units can operate normally needs to be tested, and if the research and development is successful, it needs to be mass-produced. It will take a long time to establish a well-organized Ms unit and replace the Samiris class and the Mezarin class. Yang Hui's idea of ambushing the Zeon airborne troops on the Earth battlefield was just a way to delay time. After all, the Federation still relied on tanks and fighter planes. It would be difficult to defeat Zeon's Ms troops head-on unless they had to use several times the number and lives. Okay, I understand. As soon as possible. I will. Looking at Xian's tired face, Yang Hui promised him seriously. The situation of the Federation Space Force was too aggrieved and helpless. The huge space fleet only had the Luna II. Not to mention fighting, if the Zeon army came, it would be very difficult to resist. However, all these situations will change because of his appearance. After saying goodbye to Xian, Yang Hui went to meet his team members. The success of the VX plan was inevitable. The purpose of gathering such a large team was to complete it faster. At the same time, the federal parliament believed that the cost of both the M1 Heretic and the Kirin class was too high, and they needed to save costs, that is, to build a qualified castrated version for mass production. Yang Hui led his people into a large independent conference room. Baki Lulu, Young, and Kashima Yang found empty seats and sat down, while Yang Hui walked to the podium facing a lot of questioning and resentful eyes. Okay everyone, I think many of you have heard of me, but let me introduce myself. My name is Yang Hui, and I am the highest commander of the 12th Independent Technical Unit. Welcome to join my unit. Chapter 517, the 12th Independent Technical Unit. After introducing himself, he also declared his sovereignty, telling the arrogant people present that he was the boss of this unit. Sir, please go ahead, Director Lei. What are our responsibilities? The one who asked the question was the UC Century. No, it should be said that it was the father of Gundam and all Gundam worlds, Tim Lei. It was also the RX-78 series developed by Tim Lei that led to the various Gundams that followed. By the way, Tim Lei was also the father of Amuro Lei, the strongest pilot before UC-0092. After all, he died when the mule pushed Axis. Tim Lei was also one of the most outstanding scientists in this world, the most proud student of Dr. Minovsky. He had the capital to be proud. The V-Plan, he was in charge of suddenly parachuted in a noble and dandy leader he had heard of, And he almost had what virtue and ability does this kid have to lead me written on his face. This can be seen from the unit's number, independence and technology. The so-called independence means that except for General Rebel's orders, we have absolute autonomy, which means we can do whatever we want. The so-called technology is naturally to develop various new technologies to help the Federal Army win this war. In summary, the responsibility of our unit is to develop, test, and participate in battles when necessary. Excuse me, Yang Hui. Major, V-Plan, has entered a critical juncture and cannot make any mistakes. The meaning of this sentence is also Tim Lei's implicit criticism of Yang Hui's unworthiness, warning him not to mess around and destroy the results of V-Plan, because in Tim Lei's eyes, the airborne Yang Hui is a compromise made by the military under pressure from the Bist family, allowing him to take credit. Tim Lei doesn't care about credit, but he doesn't allow anyone to destroy his research results. So warn Yang Hui in advance that you can take the credit, but don't try to tell me what to do. Of course, Director Lei. So, Yang Hui projected the prepared materials and plans at the front of the conference room. I have prepared this plan for you. This is it. Tim Lei did not read the other contents, but saw the information on the miniaturization of the Mi furnace in the precise, detailed and complex plan. Major Yang Hui, can I read the information on the miniaturization of the Mi furnace in detail? Of course, Director Lei. Yang Hui waved his hand, and Yuan and Kashima Yang handed the documents to all the participants. It was the paper version of the plan, and then added different detailed information according to different people. Tim Lei took the documents and couldn't wait to read them. As the papers were turned over, Tim Lei's hands trembled more and more. This is impossible. When he saw the design drawing of the miniaturized Mi furnace, he clapped his hands, stood up and shouted, It's been completed? And this design is better than the teacher's design. Who made this? Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and nodded to Tim Lei. Please calm down, Director Lei. I can't calm down. This design, this information, is simply a work of genius. According to the information obtained from the captured Aku wreckage, this small Mi furnace is better than the one designed by the teacher. The output power is doubled, the weight and volume are only 2/3 of the old one, and it is more stable. Who made this? Is it a scientist who fled from Xi'an? Tim Lei is worthy of being a scientific researcher. After seeing something brand new that was beyond his cognition and something he had been working hard to complete but has not yet completed, he was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Let's talk about this later. No. I need to know who he is right now. Calm down. Director Lei. Yang Hui put away his gentle attitude, and the stern and fierce sense of oppression immediately weighed down everyone present, cooling down their fiery brains. Among the people present, there were many people who were good at observing words and expressions. This kind of momentum and oppression was not something that an uneducated playboy could have. Some of the plans in their hearts were temporarily suppressed, and they chose to remain silent. Major. We are still in a meeting, please don't turn it into a noisy market. I understand. Tim Lei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, sat back in his seat obediently, and waited for Yang Hui's next words. Okay, everyone. I believe we have gotten to know each other. Now, let me explain our current priority. The Federation and Xi'an have officially declared war. According to reliable intelligence, the space fleet led by Dazzle Zabi has set off and is moving towards the Earth. According to the strategy formulated by General Rebel, Lun-II will continue to retain its strength and let the Xi'an fleet go over, and put the battlefield on the ground. Sir. At this time, a black-haired young man raised his hand to ask a question. I don't like people interrupting me, especially in formal meetings. Yang Hui did not allow him to ask questions, but said coldly. Oh, sorry. The black-haired young man laughed awkwardly and put his hand down obediently. He did not dare to resist. The sense of oppression released by Yang Hui just now still made him very afraid. Just this once. Yang Hui nodded, and then continued to explain to everyone seriously. The fact that the battlefield has been moved to the ground does not mean that the Federation is now capable of confronting Xi'an head-on. I believe everyone here is very clear about the tremendous changes that Ms. has brought to the war. So, our first priority, Director Lei, is for you to continue to lead your research team to complete the development of Ms. I have prepared the design drawings for you, and I require you to thoroughly understand the design drawings within 1 day, build 3 test machines within a week, and start testing immediately to check for omissions and test performance. I want to see a complete mass-produced MIS result within half a month. Wait. This design drawing. Director Lei. Got it. Got it. While listening to Yang Hui's story, Tim Lei also carefully read the information in the document. When he saw a complete MIS design drawing, his cool brain became hot again. He wanted to stand up and speak, but due to Yang Hui's oppressive feeling, he was glared back by Yang Hui. Go on, then it's Lieutenant Colonel Lee. Detailed information not found, the person in charge of the fictitious SCVX plan. Your team is responsible for thoroughly understanding the information in the document within a week, and starting testing immediately after the test aircraft is produced. After a week, the team will be divided into two. The first team will be responsible for the construction of a new type of battleship, Killen class, and the second team will assist the Luna 2 factory to upgrade the current federal fleet. Having said this, Yang Hui paused, took a breath, his eyes became extremely solemn and deep, which made everyone feel a tremendous pressure. Everyone, the war has begun. Although Earth is our base, it is difficult to compete with Xeon's MIS forces with only tanks and fighter planes, so the ground battlefield can only delay time. The only spaceship left in the universe is Luna II, which is the Federation's pure land. The situation is very critical. Both the development of MIS and the reconstruction of the space fleet are imminent. Our efficiency determines the future of the Federation, so I hope that everyone must race against time and complete the task within a limited time. Do you understand? Understood. XN very good, now you have 5 minutes to ask questions. Major. The black-haired young man raised his hand again. Excuse me, Corporal Rumfillo. What about us? We haven't arranged any tasks yet. The black-haired young man was named Fort Rumfillo. He was one of the people Yang Hui called to come after looking at the roster. He was also the pilot of RX-78-5, Gundam number 5 in the original history. Sitting with Fort Rumfillo were Russ Kessel, the pilot of Gundam Unit 4, George Miguel, the pilot of G3 Gundam, RX-78-3, that is Gundam Unit 3, Travis Kakuland, the future captain of the Slave Spirit team who was almost executed as a spy, and Blog Carlin Fred Lieber who had piloted the Elf Gundam. A total of 6 people, plus Jung and Kashima Isama who Yang Hui brought with him, formed the test pilot team of the 12th Independent Technical Force. You? The current task is training. Training. Not only Fort Rumfillo, but the other 4 also frowned. They were summoned from all over the Earth to Luna 2, just to let them come for training? Yes, training. Yang Hui answered seriously, from now on, Jung and Yong will be in charge of the 5 of you. Use the simulation system to train MIS driving. When the test machine is built, you will be the test pilots. Really? Simulation system? Have such things been made? Question. Why are they in charge of us? Fort Rumfillo asked again. In his opinion, the Federation's MIS development is backward, and the people in the Federation should have never touched MIS. You will know later. Yang Hui smiled evilly, which made Fort Rumfillo feel a bad premonition. In Yang Hui's eyes, Jung and Kashima Yang are still rookies, but they are worthy of being the elites of this world. After a short period of training, the two have already acquired sea-level driving skills. It is still no problem to educate a complete novice. Understood. Major Yang Hui. After Fort Rumfillo sat down, Tim Ray also raised his hand. After Yang Hui nodded, he stood up and asked, "Can I meet that great scientist?" No. Yang Hui shook his head. He knew that Tim Ray was trustworthy, but there were many people and eyes, and it was better to keep it secret as much as possible. His identity is the highest secret of the Federation. Only General Rabir and General Gup have the authority. Okay. Tim Ray sat down disappointedly, but he also understood that the intelligence leaders of such talents would definitely keep it secret. His level was not high enough. Everyone, do you have any questions? People raised their hands to ask questions intermittently, and Yang Hui also patiently answered them. The 5-minute event passed quickly. Time is up, the question session is over. The question session was over, and the next step was to adjourn the meeting and perform their own tasks. Many people couldn't wait, but Yang Hui poured cold water on their hearts again, which was icy cold. Next. Guards, come in. Following Yang Hui's order, a team of fully armed guards rushed in, making everyone confused and terrified. Andy Frost, Sakata Yamato, you are under arrest. You are well hidden. You are Xeon spies. Chapter 518, you didn't ask? Yang Hui used his intelligence network to check the information given to him by Rebel and finally confirmed that they were Zeon spies. The evidence was irrefutable. In fact, it was normal. Spies were omnipresent. Both the Federation and Zeon had a large number of enemy spies. And it would be strange if there were no Zeon spies in the V-Plan, an important project related to the survival of the Federation. Without spies, Zeon would not have been able to detect the top-secret V-Plan in advance, and Dazzle would not have sent Char to investigate. Wait, Char. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment. He really forgot about this matter for a while. The person who investigated V-Plan was Char. Now that V-Plan was taken over by himself, didn't it mean that Char was going to come to him? Haha, what a bad fate. Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Major, is my proposal wrong? Tim Ray, who was asking Yang Hui for advice, saw Yang Hui suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly, confused, and reflected on whether there was anything inappropriate in his proposal. Sorry, I was distracted, Director Lei, please continue. Yang Hui apologized and continued to discuss the MIS development plan with Tim Lei. A week has passed since the meeting was disbanded. After clearing out the spies and leaving only the elites, the efficiency of the mission execution has been tacitly improved. In a week, 3 test machines have been produced and the actual machine test has begun, and they have been continuously improved according to the test results. The 5 selected test pilots were not very convinced by Yuang and Kashima Yuang, but after the simulation training began, they were full of confidence and were beaten bloody more than a dozen times, and they all obeyed. Although they only trained for a week, they did not have much combat power in combat, but it was enough to assist the research team in testing. At the beginning, because of the oppression shown by Yang Hui and the iron-blooded methods of clearing out spies, they were a little afraid of Yang Hui, but as they got to know him more and more, they found that Yang Hui was calm and serious in business, and he would not tolerate any sand in his eyes, but in private, he was a very approachable person, approachable, gentle and unrestrained, and a little black-bellied. Well, I personally suggest that the Vulcan cannon on the head be removed. The head has so much space that it can be used to install electronic equipment. I personally suggest that the Vulcan cannon be placed on the chest or wrist. Okay, I understand. Although his proposal was rejected, Tim Lei was not disappointed. From the contact over the past few days, he found that Yang Hui had unique insights in the development of MIS, and these insights also provided a lot of help for their development work. This also made Yang Hui mysterious in Tim Lei's eyes, but he was also convinced. Any other questions? It's like this. At this time, Tim Lei suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The design drawings you gave us are very complete. After debugging according to the test machine, the development of MIS has been completed, but the cost is high. Yes. Up to this point, the development of the M1 Heretic has been completed, but because it is a test machine, everything is manufactured according to the highest specifications, so the cost far exceeds the limit given by the top management, and they are also considering the design of the mass-produced version, but they found a very serious problem, that is, they are reluctant to dismantle anything and are reluctant to reduce anything. Send me the data. Okay, what should we do next? V-Plan was successful, and their work was stagnant. Tim Lei asked for the next task. Contact the factory of Lunet 2 and build 6 more. The design of the armed backpack can also begin. Understood. Tim Lei understood. The cost of the test machine is high, but the performance is also high. If it is equipped in the army, it will be the exclusive vehicle of the ace. Yang Hui specially found 6 test pilots and brought 2 of them himself. It must be prepared for each of them. But immediately, Tim Lei found a problem. Wait, why 6? Who will the extra ones be given to? Yang Hui smiled slightly and said nothing, which made Tim Lei have a bold guess. Yours, Major. Yang Hui nodded, which was considered an answer. But are you going to the front line in person? That's too dangerous, isn't it? It's okay for the commander to go to the front line in person to boost morale, right? It's okay. No. It's not a question of whether it's okay or not. You've never driven a MIS, right? Tim Ray was still very worried about Yang Hui's safety. After running in, the cohesion of the 12th Independent Technical Unit was still very high, and the core was Yang Hui. Once something happened to Yang Hui, the unit would probably fall apart. How do you know I haven't driven a MIS before? Yang Hui smiled mysteriously and turned away. No, Major, you Tim Ray kept chasing and persuading him. He knew that Yang Hui was a man of his word, but this matter was still too important, so he persisted and hoped to impress Yang Hui, but Yang Hui kept ignoring him. As they walked, the two came to the simulation training room. The test pilots were also very diligent. Before getting their own big toys, they had to work hard to improve themselves, so everyone was training in the simulation training room. Yang Hui did not disturb them. Instead, under Tim Lay's watch, he found an empty simulation cabin and sat in it. 10 seconds later, Tim Lay was dumbfounded. Then the simulation cabin number 3 opened, and Ft. Romfillo jumped out in anger and cursed, "Which bastard is it? Get out. What's wrong?" With such a big commotion, the others also stopped training curiously. "Which bastard is it? Killed me in 10 seconds? Yang. Is it you?" The others were directly excluded by Ft. Romfillo. They started training together and often competed with each other. Their strength was about the same. The only ones who could easily kill him in 10 seconds were Yang and Yang, the two people who had abused him. No. X2 Yang and Kashima Yang also shook their heads in confusion. They knew that they were only half-baked and could bully these newcomers, but they knew they could not kill them in 10 seconds. "It's definitely not Yang. He was sparring with me just now." George Miguel testified for Yang. "Yang was fighting with me." Russ Kessel testified for Kashima Yang. "Who is that? A newcomer? So arrogant." Ft. Romfillo asked angrily. "It was normal to lose, but he was killed instantly when they met, which was embarrassing. And it was someone he didn't know. Is it okay for me to be a little arrogant?" At this time, a familiar voice sounded, and a familiar person walked out of the simulation cabin. The whole place was silent, and the temperature of the air began to drop. Major. Ft. Romfillo, who was the most surprised, jumped up in fright and hid behind Russ Kessel subconsciously. "What? Do you have a problem with me?" Yang Hui asked jokingly. "No. Are you convinced?" Yes, very good. Wait, it was really you just now." Even Yang and Kashima Yang were surprised. They followed Yang Hui at first, but they didn't know that Yang Hui could also drive a Miz, and could kill Ft. Romfillo in seconds? Who else could it be? A ghost. Yang Hui crossed his arms and said jokingly. "Really, it's really the Major." Tim Ray pushed his glasses that were about to fall off and said stutteringly. "Huh? Director Ray, you're here too. Well, it's like this." Then, Tim Ray told everyone exactly what had happened. The air suddenly became quiet, and the stunned expressions formed a uniform moving picture. "Major, you're so powerful." Travis Caculand asked. "You didn't ask me either." Yang Hui spread his hands. It seems to be the case." Everyone thought about it and realized that it was true. Although Yang Hui didn't say it, they didn't ask either. They subconsciously put Yang Hui in the position of the commander who sat in the rear. "I'm curious, between you and Kira, who's more powerful?" Kashima Yang suddenly asked. "Wait, who is Kira?" "The one who taught us how to drive a Miz, and he easily killed us in seconds." "There are such people. So, who is better among you?" "I taught Kira half of his driving skills. What do you think?" Yang and Kashima Yang silently gave a thumbs up, praising Yang Hui for hiding so well, but they were not too surprised, or they were used to it. "So who is that Kira?" Ft. Romfillo is the youngest and has the most direct personality. He says whatever he thinks, without so many tricks. But Russ Kessel beside him pulled Ft. Romfillo and told him not to talk too much. Yang Hui's current identity is their superior, and it is taboo to inquire about the superior's information without authorization. And don't forget that Yang Hui is also the third young master of the Bist family. People from a big family must have their own secrets, and it is also very dangerous to inquire about the secrets of a big family. This is also the reason why they don't delve into the identity and strength of Yang and Kashima Yang. You will know later. Now with him, the combat power is only 9 people, but it will definitely increase in the future. The 12th Independent Technical Force has just been established. It is nominally a technical force, focusing on research and development. Although Rebel has given Yang Hui a high level of authority, Yang Hui will not use it recklessly. Before making some achievements, he still has to be low-key and not be too ostentatious. He cannot bring all his subordinates to this force. Doing so can also be regarded as a reassurance to Rebel and Jipu. He has no intention of establishing a country within a country. When the performance of this team is getting better and better, more and more battles will need them to join. When there is an opportunity to expand, the people who stayed in Granada will be summoned, and a group of elite aces will be transferred from the Federal Army. Only then can this force be considered complete. Beep beep beep. It's me. Seeing that it was a call from Bakalulu, Yang Hui answered it without hesitation. Xianmu is here and wants to see you. I'll be there right away. Chapter 519, Poaching My People? Or My Woman? Yang Hui came to Xianmu's office and saw Bakalulu sitting next to him. Yang Hui probably knew what Xianmu wanted to talk to him about. Your people are really talented, Major Yang Hui. Xianmu said. Thank you, General Xianmu. I'm curious, Major. Xianmu stood up and looked at the battleship that was being transformed and upgraded in full swing through the one-way glass behind him, but he was talking to Yang Hui. Excellent, Miss Pilot. Excellent, Captain. You have prepared so much. What do you want to do? This is the top secret of the Federation, General Xianmu. If you want to know, you can ask General Rebel. I asked, but the answer I got was just you can trust it for the time being. Haha. Yang Hui shrugged. Rebel's answer was still very meaningful. The key lies in the word temporarily, which is to tell Xianmu that Yang Hui's interests are currently consistent with theirs, but the ultimate goal is hard to say, and it also needs to be monitored while using it. Miss Bakalulu, you are now a captain. General Xianmu, isn't this bad? Are you poaching people in front of me? I'm not one of those idiots who would leave excellent talents unused. Impossible, General Xianmu. Nadal is not only the exclusive captain of the 12th Independent Technical Force, but also my lover. Yang Hui directly rejected Xianmu's proposal. At first, he also thought about letting Malu and Bakalulu join the Federation Space Force separately. With their abilities, they can quickly climb to a high position in the space fleet, and it is not a problem for each of them to command a space fleet. But then he thought about the intricate factional struggles within the Federation, and the great defeat in the Battle of Laon was too dangerous, so he gave up this idea. Well, I know. Xianmu could think of ways to deal with other excuses, but the identity of Bakalulu as Yang Hui's lover blocked his way. Bakalulu is now the reserve captain of the 12th Independent Technical Force. After the first, Killing class, test ship is completed, it will be handed over to Bakalulu. It is still an idle period, so her rank is only a lieutenant. Xianmu discovered Bakalulu's ability and wanted to transfer her to his command. He wanted to use his privileges to upgrade her rank and train her well as a fleet commander. It should not be difficult. But Yang Hui has a lot of power, and Bakalulu is still his lover, so naturally he can't treat her as an ordinary soldier. Do you have any other recommendations? Xianmu asked. Xianmu found that the people Yang Hui selected by name in the 12th Independent Technical Force were very good, such as the test pilots who made him feel itchy. Simulation training technology has begun to spread within the Army. The first order completed by Anaheim has been delivered. Although the problem of mass production of MIS has not been solved, the training of pilots must start first. Otherwise, the rookies who don't understand anything at all will have nothing to do with combat effectiveness. Among them, a batch of simulation training cabins were handed over to Xianmu, and Luna 2 also began the selection and training of MIS pilots. But Xianmu found that although they all started from the same starting line, the test pilots selected by Yang Hui personally grew much faster than his subordinates. So Xianmu suspected that Yang Hui had a special intelligence system in his hands, and it was with this intelligence system that Yang Hui was able to find those buried talents in the army. Pay more attention to those who were accused of inexplicable crimes, and the frustrated veterans. Yang Hui stopped at that point and did not tell Xianmu the exact names, but gave him a general direction. First, Yang Hui himself was very envious of the ace in the Federation. Not to mention Xianmu, even if Rebel came, he would fight for it. Second, Xianmu did not completely trust Yang Hui yet and was still wary of Yang Hui. If he mentioned the name directly, Xianmu would most likely suspect that Yang Hui had ulterior motives and used this method to insert his own people into the Federation army, so it was also a reassurance. Really? Haha, I understand. Xianmu's mouth curled up. He understood what Yang Hui meant and was very satisfied with his approach. If he had just mentioned the names, Xianmu would not have believed it. He would have reported the matter to Rebel and sent people to investigate these people. However, Xianmu felt that the two directions Yang Hui pointed out made sense. He knew how serious the factional struggles and corruption within the Federation were. His troops were fine. Many commanders of troops in other places were just puppets pushed up by a group of nobles and politicians who knew nothing. They had no real ability except for pleasure. There were actually many excellent talents among the soldiers below, but they were barred because of the existence of these people. Some people were even arrested, detained, or even executed for inexplicable crimes. General Cheyenne, is there anything else? Yang Hui asked. Well, I've seen the technology you submitted. It's excellent. Shouldn't we speed up the transformation of the fleet? This is already the fastest speed, General Cheyenne. Yang Hui sighed. He was helpless about this matter. I also want to complete the transformation of the fleet as soon as possible so that you can kill the arrogance of Zeon as soon as possible, but you know? After the results of the Kirin class and M1 Heretic were reported to the military commission, that group of old guys asked us to complete the construction and cost reduction of the Kirin class as quickly as possible. If it weren't for General Rebel taking the lead, the development of the M1 Heretic would have been shelved. The Federal Military Commission is also the core power body of the Federal Army, formed by the major families of the Federation. It is the largest interest group and parasite group within the Federal Army. If Rebel wasn't ruthless and tough enough, no one could suppress them. HMPH. That bunch of old bastards. So if you want to speed up, you must get support from Earth for manpower and materials. I think you can provide some help. Cheyenne was referring to Anaheim, a private enterprise that does not belong to the Federation Army and has autonomy. Although Anaheim is not yet a giant in the future, its scale is not small at all. The reason why it is not well known among military enterprises is that it lacks technology. There are factories, production lines, etc., and they are not lacking at all. Coincidentally, General Jipu has placed several large orders again. The demand for basic military equipment is very large. At the same time, he also asked Anaheim to reserve the production line in advance. After the mass production of MIS and the simplified version of Kirin class have results, it will start. Cheyenne covered his face with depression and sighed that he was worthy of being General Jipu. The other party had already thought of the way he could think of. As soon as possible, Major, we don't have much time. Of course. Yang Hui and Baki Lulu said goodbye to Cheyenne. They still had a lot of things to do. How was your study these days? Yang Hui asked while holding Bakaloo's hand. I've gained a lot. The fleet tactics in this world are very powerful, and not counting the coordinated operations of the MIS, the battleship tactics are also complete and excellent. Bakaloo did not do nothing during her free time. She had excellent battleship command ability and the potential to command a reorganized fleet. But to be honest, whether it was the Gundam Seed world or the Gundam Age world, the tactical deployment of large-scale fleets was not as good as that of the Gundam UC world. Fleet and Algorithm were precise micro-manipulations, and the large-scale fleet tactics felt petty, so Bakaloo came to Luna II and, after obtaining Cheyenne's permission, learned the fleet tactics and battleship tactics of this world from the experienced old captains. Well, the Federation's MIS field is still virgin territory, but in terms of fleet attainments, Zeon can't catch up even if they run hard. Mariu should also come. Well, but now is not the right time, and Mariu and I have other arrangements, so it is possible that she will not join our forces. Understood. Okay, stop frowning all day. Yang Hui pinched Bakalulu's soft face. It's only been a few days, and the title of Iceberg Goddess has spread all over Luna too. Bakalulu's pretty face turned red, and she looked around in panic. When she was sure that no one was relieved, she glared at Yang Hui with resentment and cuteness. Ha, let's go. It probably won't be long before Revel comes to give orders. Yes. In Yang Hui's room, Bakalulu was wandering in a sweet dream full of spring colors, and Yang Hui was sitting in front of the computer in a bathrobe, browsing the information of the test machine and considering the direction of reduction. The electronic equipment doesn't need to be so complete. Basic equipment will be enough. A special reconnaissance backpack can be designed to replace it, as well as armor. The cost of Gundamium alloy Greek letter alpha is indeed high. There is no need to cover the whole body. The cockpit and important joints will be enough, and then the armament. It should be fine like this. Yang Hui has converted special aircraft into mass-produced aircraft more than once, so he is familiar with it and quickly completed the mass production version plan, and then Mariu. Picking up the quantum communication equipment brought from Promise Fortress, Yang Hui directly contacted the secret base. Yang Hui, do you have any instructions? can't I just miss you? Speak up, what's the matter? Why are you becoming more and more like Nadal? Just tell me what's the matter. Okay, go to my room. You know the password for the number 2 confidential document. The design drawings inside can allow the factory to start production. Understood. There are 2 more things. One is that Baki Lulu is communicating with the Federation captain about tactics here. I will ask her to sort it out and send it to you. You can study it. Finally, let Kira and the others be prepared. No problem. After the communication was hung up, Yang Hui looked at the drawings and information on the computer screen, with a slightly sinister smile on his face. Everything is ready here, and it's time to start on the other side. The Christmas gifts are ready. It depends on when you come to receive them. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.